Chapter 951, Chaotic Star Domain 1. A month later, the Mirror Universe Corporation was holding a grand celebration for King Beikang and Chu Zhou on the primordial mountain of the Mirror World. Almost all the human overlords and universe nobility, as well as some famous universe lords, came to participate in this celebration. After the celebration, the master-disciple duo, King Beikang and Chu Zhou, once again shook the entire human race. Countless human experts rejoiced at the addition of a new overlord and a new universe nobility. Chu Zhou moved into his residence, the Coiling Dragon Manor, after the celebration ended. He was already a universe nobility, so it was naturally not suitable for him to stay in the chaotic mystic realm. The company directly assigned him a residence in Emperor Shi Holy City. Similarly, the company also allocated a residence to the three new universe lords, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liuyun, in Emperor Shi Holy City. In the pavilion beside the Lotus Pond in Coiling Dragon Manor, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged. His consciousness was looking into his divine kingdom. In the divine kingdom, a mysterious bronze book floated above a huge mountain range formed by countless treasures. The ancient bronze book emitted a mystical glow that fell on the mountain range below. In the mountain range, many materials with 5 elements stats, reincarnation stats, time and space stats, chaos stats, and other stats, as well as some materials suitable for forging swords, flew out of the mountain range and melted into the pages of the ancient bronze book. Upon closer inspection, more and more cosmic engravings and runes appeared on every page of the ancient bronze book. The aura emitted was getting stronger and stronger. After the Book of Dharma devours all the materials suitable for smelting in this treasure mountain range, the Book of Dharma should be able to advance from elementary universe nobility level weapons to intermediate grade universe nobility level weapons. In fact, if you're lucky enough, you might even be able to directly upgrade to advanced grade universe nobility level weapons. Chu Zhou was delighted, sensing that the Book of Dharma was becoming stronger and stronger. The Book of Dharma could carry and amplify the power of many laws and absolute arts at the same time. Its power far surpassed weapons of the same level. However, the Book of Dharma had its flaws. It would be more difficult for the Book of Dharma to level up than other weapons of the same level. Not only did it need to be refined for a longer time, but it also needed to be refined into more precious materials. On the Demon Mountain continent, Chu Zhou had obtained a huge sum of wealth that even overlords would be tempted by. He had obtained so many treasures that they piled up into a huge mountain range. Only then did he have enough materials to push the Book of Dharma to level up. 5 elemental stats materials, chaos stats materials, materials suitable for refining sharp swords. These materials are all right. The quantity contained in the treasure mountain range should be enough. However, the materials of the time and space stats and reincarnation stats are very precious and rare. There are only a few of them in the treasure mountain range. It seems that I still need to take out some treasures and exchange them from the company's internal mall or the online malls of other factions. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he thought about establishing a cosmic nation. After he became a universe lord, he obtained the authority to establish a cosmic nation in the human territory. As the higher-ups of the Mirror Universe Corporation, their status, and power far exceeded most of the kings of the universe countries. The cultivation resources obtained were also incomparable to most cosmic nation kings. And once they established a cosmic nation, they would have the responsibility to protect the citizens of the cosmic nation. This responsibility could not be shied away. In short, to the higher-ups of the Mirror Universe Corporation, establishing a cosmic nation was not beneficial, but it was a huge responsibility. Hence, in the company, there were not many universe lords and universe nobility who chose to establish a cosmic country. However, he would not give up the opportunity to establish a cosmic nation. Whether it was improving his comprehension of laws or improving his ultimate techniques, it required a large number of attribute points. Moreover, as he became stronger and stronger, the attribute points needed to increased. Therefore, all the channels to obtain attribute points were very important to him. It would be too tiring and inefficient for him to work alone to obtain attribute points. If his forces were large enough, and he used them to help him collect attribute points, his efficiency would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Especially since he already had the Yanhuang religion under his command. If the Yanhuang religion's power could be expanded to an entire universe, then, the power of faith that the Yanhuang religion provided for him was very impressive. And the power of faith could all be converted into attribute points. Furthermore, if he could control a cosmic country, it would be extremely beneficial to the Earth lineage represented by the coiling dragon manor. In fact, he had only sent 4 elementary-grade Universe Lord clones back to prepare for the establishment of the cosmic nation. However, when the 4 elementary-grade Universe Lord clones were about to establish a cosmic nation, they encountered a problem and stopped their plan. There were 1008 cosmic nations in the human domain. Furthermore, every cosmic nation had an owner. If he wanted to establish his own cosmic nation, he had to avoid these 1008 cosmic nations and establish himself in a relatively remote area of the human domain. No matter which region it would definitely be extremely far away from Earth and the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Chapter 952, Chaotic Star Domain 2. It was not easy to make a decision with 4 avatars. She had been waiting for Chu Zhou to come back and make a decision. I need an endless stream of attribute points I have to strengthen Coiling Dragon Manor, the Yan Huang religion, and the Cosmic Nation. It's imperative. I can consult teacher and ask him where it's suitable to establish a cosmic nation. With that thought in mind, he stood up and walked out of the Coiling Dragon Prefecture towards Beikang Prefecture. Where is it suitable to establish a cosmic nation? When King Beikang heard Chu Zhou's question, he fell into deep thought. Note: King Beikang's identity is special. As the top universe nobility of an era, even after he became an overlord, people are still used to calling him King Beikang. Wait a moment. There might be a place that's very suitable for you to establish a cosmic nation. However, that place is a little special. I need to discuss it with the other 6 overlords. As he spoke, he released a boundless divine sense in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was stunned. What kind of place was teacher talking about? He actually had to discuss with the other 6 overlords before he could decide if he should establish a cosmic nation there. A moment later, King Beikang's divine sense returned, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of light. The other 6 overlords have agreed. You can go to that place and establish a cosmic nation. King Beikang smiled. Teacher, what exactly is the place you're talking about? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Chaotic Star Domain. Chaotic Star Domain. After Chu Zhou learned the answer, his consciousness immediately connected to the Mirror Universe's network and searched for information about the Chaotic Star Domain on the spot. The Chaotic Galaxy is located near the borders of the human race, the Zerg race, the Primordial Alliance, and other forces. It's also known as the Chaotic Star Domain. The Chaotic Star Domain is an unruly area. Therefore, the situation is very chaotic. There are countless forces of various sizes, and many of them are supported by the humans, the Zerg race, the Primordial Alliance, and other forces. Even though the Chaotic Star Domain is chaotic, there are many strange secret regions in the universe. Many precious refining materials and spiritual liquids are produced in the Chaotic Star Domain. It can be said that the Chaotic Star Domain is a rare treasure land in the universe. Chu Zhou quickly read the information about the Chaotic Star Domain. He could not help but be puzzled. The situation in the Chaotic Star Domain was so chaotic, and it was adjacent to the 2 super factions, the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance. Why did his teacher let him establish a cosmic nation in the Chaotic Star Domain? Are you very puzzled as to why I let you establish a cosmic nation in the Chaotic Star Domain? King Beikang smiled. Chu Zhou nodded and said, could it be because there are many strange universe secret realms there? That's just one of the reasons. King Beikang explained, the real reason is that there's a mysterious stone hall in the Chaotic Star Domain. What kind of stone hall is it that you value so much, teacher? Chu Zhou asked. King Beikang, no one knows the origins of that stone hall. However, that stone hall appeared 3 times in the Chaotic Star Domain. Every time, a supreme treasure flew out from it. Chu Zhou was stunned. One had to know that only Overlord-level weapons were qualified to be called supreme treasures. That stone palace appeared 3 times and 3 supreme treasures flew out. This was simply unimaginable. Teacher, could that stone hall be the treasury of some overlord or saint? Chu Zhou could not help but ask. King Beikang shook his head. No one knows. That's because every time that stone hall appears, it disappears in less than 10 seconds. Martial Ancestor, me, many human overlords and universe nobility, as well as sages, overlords, universe nobility, universe lords, and so on, have all tried to find that stone hall, but they didn't succeed. Everyone knows that the stone hall hides secrets, but no one can find and enter that stone hall. Teacher, don't tell me you want me to find that stone hall after occupying the chaotic star domain. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. If that was the case, his teacher thought too highly of him. Even the martial ancestor and the other races' saints could not find the sacred hall. He was just a universe nobility and was really not confident. King Bei Kang smiled. You've always been very lucky. Ever since you started cultivating, you've had all kinds of opportunities. Give it a try. You might succeed. If you succeed, you'll make a killing. Even if it fails, there's nothing to lose. Moreover, you've mastered the divine rune with the character A. Once the stone hall reappears, even if you can't enter the stone hall, I'm sure no one can compete with you for the supreme treasure that flew out of the stone hall. Chu Zhou's heart pounded when he heard that. Just as his teacher had said, if he could enter the stone hall, he would have made a killing. Even if he could not enter the stone hall, if the stone hall reappeared and a true treasure flew out, it would indeed be very difficult for anyone to compete with him, who had mastered the divine rune of the character A. King Bei Kang continued, even without that mysterious stone hall, the chaotic star domain has many strange cosmic mystic realms. Some of those secret realms produce all kinds of precious resources, and some are very suitable for cultivation. If you establish a cosmic nation there, it will be very beneficial to your cosmic nation's growth. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. Teacher, since the chaotic star domain has such superior conditions and even has a stone hall, there must be many factions and experts coveting it. How can it be easy for me to occupy that place and establish a cosmic nation there? It's indeed not easy. King Bei Kang nodded in agreement. In fact, be it us humans, the Zerg race, or the Primordial Alliance, we have always wanted to take the chaotic star domain for ourselves. However, the three major factions won't give in to anyone. That's why they supported many factions in the chaotic star domain and fought openly and secretly. Then how can I occupy the chaotic star domain? Chu Zhou clicked his tongue. He knew his limits even though he was a universe nobility. It was not enough for him to take over the chaotic star domain with his current strength under the watchful eyes of the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance. It's indeed impossible for you to do it alone. However, I will make a move. King Bei Kang's eyes lit up. Since I've become a universe overlord, I should get the reward that belongs to me. I want to take down the chaotic star domain. I think the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance will give me some face. What if they don't give it to me? Chu Zhou gulped. No. A hint of indifference flashed across King Bei Kang's eyes. I'll convince them to give it to me. Chu Zhou, I'm afraid you're just persuading me physically. Teacher, you just said that even the saints seem to be interested in that stone hall. Even if the overlords of the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance are willing to give you face. What about those foreign race saints? Chu Zhou said nervously. Don't worry. King Bei Kang said calmly, even though that stone hall is very mysterious, it's probably only targeted at living beings below the saint realm. The martial ancestor said that the stone palace won't be of much use. He went to look for the stone hall once. Although he didn't find it, he probably knows something about the stone hall and knows that it doesn't have much effect on saints. It's the same for the other saints. They've all lost interest in the stone hall after looking for it once. Therefore, the pressure we face mainly comes from the Zerg race, the overlord of the Primordial Alliance, and the armies of these two factions. As long as we get rid of them, things will be easy. Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't have to face a saint, he would feel much more at ease. Since you've said so, teacher, I'll go to the chaotic star domain and establish a cosmic nation. Chu Zhou gritted his teeth and agreed to the teacher's suggestion. He also yearned for that stone palace and the superior environment in the domain of chaos. Just do it. King Bei Kang smiled and suddenly thought of something. Oh yes. You haven't comprehended the company's 108 primal chaos tablets, right? The 108 primal chaos tablets were left behind by the overlords of our human race. They contain 108 paths and have great learning and reference value. I suggest that you comprehend the 108 primal chaos tablets before establishing a cosmic nation. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned and replied, okay. Indeed. It is time for him to comprehend the 108 primal chaos tablets. Chapter 953, Primordial Universe, North Sea Holy Cliff. 1. There was a huge white stone square, in a valley billions of miles away from Emperor Shi Holy City. In the center of the square, there was a huge hexagram altar. Swoosh! A triangular black gold spaceship appeared in the sky above the square like a phantom. This is a universe nobility level spaceship. In the square, many people were shocked when they saw the black gold spaceship emitting a faint universe nobility level pressure. Which universe nobility descended? A group of people stared at the spaceship with burning eyes. A tall and handsome young man in black clothes quickly got out of the black gold flying ship. It's Lord Chu Zhou! Many people exclaimed in low voices. As the new universe nobility of the Mirror Universe Corporation, the company had even held a grand celebration for him not long ago. Everyone in the Mirror Universe Corporation knew about him. Just like King Bai Kang back then, he was regarded as an idol by many of the younger generation of the Mirror Universe Corporation. Is this the space-time square that leads to the primordial universe? Chu Zhou looked down and saw the square and the hexagram altar. Ile also saw many people standing near the hexagram altar, as if they were waiting. The 108 primal chaos tablets were in the primordial universe. The space-time plaza could open a cosmic passageway to the primordial universe. This was the reason why he came to the space-time plaza today. With a thought, he put away the newly configured spaceship Black God that the company had given him. Then, he moved and appeared near the hexagram altar. Lord Chu Zhou! The surrounding people bowed to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou noticed that many people were looking at him with admiration. Looks like I have a lot of fans too. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh and greeted everyone politely. Lord Chu Zhou, is this your first time heading to the primordial universe? Universe Lord Zhu Yu stepped forward and asked. He was the guardian of the space-time plaza. Therefore, he knew that Chu Zhou had never been to the space-time plaza. Yes. It's my first time here. Chu Zhou smiled and said, in the past, I was busy with other matters and didn't have time to comprehend the primal chaos tablets. Now that I'm temporarily free, it's time to comprehend the primal chaos tablets. When Universe Lord Zhu Yu saw Chu Zhou chatting casually, he thought to himself that Lord Chu Zhou was quite easy to talk to. Unlike some universe nobility, who were more or less arrogant, even though they looked amiable on the surface, they felt uncomfortable communicating with each other. I.e. primal chaos tablets are a treasure of the entire human race. It is indeed worth comprehending. Universe Lord Zhu Yu said with a smile, furthermore, the primordial universe where the primal chaos tablets are located is also a sacred ground for comprehending laws and rules. If there's a chance, we definitely can't miss it. Lord Chu Zhou, it's indeed a pity that you haven't entered the primordial universe or comprehended the primal chaos tablets when you were a world overlord. Otherwise, it will definitely be easier for you to become a universe lord. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He already knew that the 108 primal chaos tablets were in the primal universe. However, he did not know much about the primordial universe. Chu Yu, can we talk about the primordial universe? He asked. Many people who had come to the space-time plaza for the first time also pricked up their ears. If someone else had asked about the primordial universe, Universe Lord Zhu Yu might not have bothered to answer. However, since the person asking was Chu Zhou, he was happy to answer. Lord Chu Zhou, the primordial universe is a new universe during the beginning of the universe. During this period of time, the new universe is constantly being perfected and formed, and the laws of the universe origin will appear. It's the best time to comprehend the laws and laws. In comparison, the original universe we are in is an incomparably perfect universe. The laws and rules of the universe will not be revealed at all. The difficulty of comprehending the laws and rules is many times greater. Universe Lord Zhu Yu briefly explained some characteristics of the primordial universe. Chu Zhou listened carefully and could not help but look forward to entering the primordial universe. Every time the universe passageway opened, it consumed a huge amount of energy. Hence, in order to avoid waste, they had to wait until they had gathered 1,000 people before opening the universe passageway. Time passed. People kept coming to the space-time plaza. A month later, Universe Lord Zhu Yu saw that there were 1,000 people in the time square. He waved his hand, and a blue whale-shaped spaceship appeared in the sky above the square. The blue whale-shaped flying ship slowly swam in the void, emitting a crisp and deep cry. Complex universe engravings appeared on his body. The group of people felt the aura emitted by the blue whale-shaped spaceship and could not help but feel terrified. Facing the blue whale, their bodies instinctively wanted to submit. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. This is an overlord-level spaceship. Chu Zhou looked at the blue whale slowly swimming in the air in shock. From the blue whale, he also felt a huge suppressive force, as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. He had felt this feeling from his teacher, King Beikang, and the 6 overlord clones. Without a doubt, the blue whale in front of him was an overlord-level spaceship. Yes, it's an overlord-level ship. Universe Lord Chu Yu explained, when we head to the primordial universe, we have to pass through the cosmic passageway. The pressure in the cosmic passageway is extremely terrifying. Even universe nobility level spaceships can't withstand it. Only spaceships above the overlord level can resist the pressure of the cosmic passageway. That's why the company handed the blue whale over to me. Chapter 954, Primordial Universe, North Sea Holy Cliff. 2. Everyone came to a realization when they heard this. Everyone, let's board the ship. Universe Lord Chu Yu said. At this moment, the blue whale that was slowly swimming in the void stopped. The hatch on its abdomen opened, and through the hatch, one could see the corridor inside. Chu Zhou and the others flew into the blue whale through the hatch. Finally, Universe Lord Chu Yu also entered the blue whale. Open the universe passageway. Universe Lord Chu Yu's voice spread to the outside world. Rumble. In an instant, the hexagram altar shook violently, and energy surged like the sea. A huge vortex suddenly appeared above the hexagram altar. Through the vortex, one could see a passageway that led to the unknown depths. The blue whale waved its tail and instantly rushed into the universe passageway. It's a little uncomfortable. Something's not right. Many people's faces were pale and their heads hurt in the blue whale. Time and space are in disarray. Chu Zhou was fine. Moreover, he immediately discovered that after the blue whale entered the universe passageway, time and space became chaotic. Boss, the time and space here are in chaos. At some point, Bai Bei appeared on Chu Zhou's shoulder and muttered in his ear. We are now in the passageway between the primordial universe and the original universe. Universe Lord Chu Yu looked at the group of pale-faced young people who had fallen to the ground and said. The primordial universe and the primordial universe have different flows of time, so the chaotic flow of time in the passageway will make you feel uncomfortable. Of the 1,000 people, only about 300 could barely stand. I can't see clearly. Someone gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Chu Zhou and Bai Bei didn't care. Space-time distortion had no effect on them. The group of people's discomfort disappeared after about half an hour. Chu Zhou and Bai Bei also felt that the surrounding time and space had returned to normal. Chu Zhou scanned his surroundings and realized that there were many people lying on the ground. Many people's faces turned pale and tears flowed down their faces. It was not enough. They quickly got up one by one and even evaporated their tears to return to normal. Now, we have entered the primordial universe. Universe Lord Chu Yu smiled at everyone. To the primordial universe. When many people heard this, they could not help but activate their divine senses to look outside. He wanted to see what the primordial universe was like. Seeing everyone's reaction, Universe Lord Chu Yu couldn't help but smile. Activate the exterior simulation system. Instantly, the all-metallic hull became transparent. Everyone could clearly see the outside world. Chu Zhou also looked outside and saw endless darkness outside. Occasionally, some chaos airflow would float past. In the distance, he could vaguely see a strange world. Over there, the heaven and earth would occasionally split and heal. Endless nomological threads and nomological threads flowed at the edge of space. The densely packed nomological and nomological threads interwoven and shuttled through each other like a loom, weaving the heaven and earth wider and wider. And this is... Chu Zhou looked at the nomological and nomological lines in surprise. At this moment, he did not use his divine sense. He could clearly see the nomological and nomological threads with his naked eye. Many people in the blue whale stared at the lines of nomological laws. Sometimes, they closed their eyes to think, and sometimes, they looked carefully. The blue whale kept flying. He often saw some space cracks in the universe and saw balls of hemp like nomological threads and nomological threads. Life forms, the sun, the moon, and stars have lifespans. This universe also has lifespans, but they are incomparably long. Universe Lord Chu Yu's voice sounded in everyone's ears. This primordial universe is a new universe at the beginning of the universe. During the initial period, the universe was constantly perfecting and forming. Even the laws and rules were constantly derived, and directly appeared. Even with the naked eye, you can see it. Therefore, in the primal universe, it is much easier to comprehend laws and rules than in our original universe. Of course, the laws and rules of the primordial universe are still derived. They are incomplete and not as perfect as the laws and rules of the original universe. As Chu Zhou and company listened to Universe Lord Chu Yu, they tried their best to comprehend the nomological laws and nomological threads. Lines of nomological laws and nomological laws intertwined in front of them. How the various laws were combined, how the universe was formed, how the laws operated. Those who were qualified to enter the primordial universe were all geniuses. They knew very well how beneficial it was to be able to witness and comprehend the process of the formation of such a universe. Therefore, everyone stared at the primordial universe and tried their best to comprehend it. They did not want to waste a single second. Universe Lord Chu Yu did not find it strange when he saw everyone's reaction. He had seen this scene too many times. He was already used to it. Everyone, we are about to enter the primordial universe. Universe Lord Chu Yu said. With a swish, the blue whale waved its tail and passed through a ball of nomological and nomological threads, rushing into the primal universe. After the blue whale entered the primordial universe, Chu Zhou and the others still saw endless nomological threads and nomological threads through the transparent hull. However, apart from the nomological threads, they also saw huge chaos air currents, numerous scattered planets, and some islands. It was obvious that this primordial universe was forming and was still far from becoming a true universe. The blue whale was like a huge whale as it nimbly shuttled between the chaos airflow and scattered planets and islands. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the others saw a continent. The blue whale quickly rushed into the continent and rushed to the end of the continent. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others saw a vast cliff and an endless sea. We're here. This is our destination, the holy cliff of the North Sea. As Universe Lord Chu Yu spoke, the blue whale instantly stopped. Are we there yet? In the blue whale, the 1,000 people looked down curiously. They could vaguely see many ancient towers and huge monoliths. Everyone, this is as far as I can send you. In a moment, there will be special envoys from the holy sanctum to welcome you. In advance, I wish everyone a fruitful trip to the North Sea sacred cliff. After Universe Lord Chu Yu finished speaking, the cabin door on the belly of the blue whale opened. Under Universe Lord Chu Yu's instructions, everyone flew out of the cabin door one by one. Swoosh! As soon as everyone left the blue whale changed direction with a wave of its tail. It turned into a shadow and flew back the way it came. This primordial universe feels special. Feels good. Yes, very comfortable. The group of people floated in the air and felt especially comfortable. Boss, the aura of the primordial universe is different from that of the original universe. The origin power is much richer. Bai Bei sniffed and looked intoxicated. This is very normal. Everything in the primordial universe is still evolving and hasn't consumed much origin power. The origin power here is naturally much richer than in the original universe. Chu Zhou smiled and took a deep breath. Immediately, he felt a substantial origin power flow into his body through the air, nourishing his body. In the distance, a white stream of light flew over. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the reception envoy of the North Sea Sacred Cliffs, Roya. A white-robed man appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others. This person's white robe was very wide, and even his head was covered, revealing only his face. Before I bring you to the location of the 108 Primal Chaos Tablets, I'll tell you some rules. The Holy Cliff of the North Sea is a sacred place for us humans. You can't fight here. Even if you encounter enemies from the outside world, you can't fight. Those who disobey will die. The envoy named Roya scanned everyone with a sharp gaze. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. One more thing. There are still many ascetic cultivators of our human race living in seclusion in the North Sea Sacred Cliff. The ascetics here are all super experts in the outside world. Some were even the protagonists of an era. When you're comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablets here, it's best if you don't wander around, lest you disturb them. Once we alarm them, I can only send you back to the original universe in advance. Roya said again. Chu Zhou was shocked when he heard that. There were actually many super experts hiding here? Some people were once the protagonists of an era? Suddenly, he felt that this primordial universe was not simple. It was not simple at all. Chapter 955, Tombstone 1. The human holy temple is directly in charge of the initial world. However, the 5 major factions, as well as some of the top factions of our human race and the god race, can send some geniuses or experts who have met the requirements to come to the initial world to comprehend the 108 primal chaos tablets. The temple envoy, Roya, flew forward with Chu Zhou and the others while introducing the situation of the initial world to them. I see. Chu Zhou and a group of people were enlightened. We're here, Roya said as he landed on the ground. Chu Zhou and the others landed as well. Several ancient towers tilted ahead. A thick layer of dust covered the towers. Several other low towers lay on the ground at an angle, and there was some debris piled up under them. Moreover, the remains of the ancient pagodas were piled into tombs. There was also a tombstone in front of each grave. An aura of time and desolation assaulted his face. They looked around and realized that there were also stone towers in other places. Some were brand new, and some were old. Why are there stone towers here? Could all the cultivators here live in these stone towers? Why are some stone towers collapsed? Why are the remains of the ancient towers piled into tombs? Chu Zhou and the others were puzzled. Perhaps you've already guessed it. Royal walked in front and said indifferently without looking back, these stone towers are the residences of the ascetics. Those stone towers that are still standing mean that the owner of the stone towers is still alive. The fallen stone tower means that the owner of the stone tower is dead. The remains of the stone tower are their graveyard. When Chu Zhou and the others heard this, they scanned the tombs formed by the remains of the stone towers and could not help but be shocked. According to Roya, every ascetic here were super experts among humans. That meant that so many super experts have died here. Roya seemed to know what Chu Zhou and the others were thinking. He said calmly, most of the people who give up everything outside and come here to be ascetics have actually reached their limits. If they are willing to accept their situation, if nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to reach the end of the universe in this era. Unfortunately, most of them are also arrogant people who are unwilling to accept their situation. They want to achieve great heights and break through their limits. That's easier said than done. Furthermore, if one's potential is insufficient and they still attempt to break through to a higher realm, they will suffer a backlash from the natural laws. It's considered a light death sentence. It can almost be said that there's no chance of survival. But there are still many people who take the risk and try to break through their limits for that slim hope. This is the origin of these tombs. Chu Zhou and the others were stunned. They fell silent. Which one of them did not have the experience of overcoming obstacles and taking risks to reach this point? Therefore, it was understandable for those seniors who risked their lives to take a gamble. Putting themselves in the shoes of others. Would they be willing to accept their situation when they had reached their limits and could not take another step forward? Would any of them risk their lives? Definitely, there was no doubt about that. No matter what, the courage of these seniors is worthy of admiration. Chu Zhou sighed and walked to a tomb made of the remains of an ancient tower. He wiped the dust off the tombstone with both hands and bowed. To show his admiration for the courage of his ancestors. Roya had been watching Chu Zhou's actions, and a complicated emotion flashed across his indifferent eyes. He naturally knew that Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of this era. He was also the youngest universe nobility in the history of humans and even the myriad races in the universe. However, he actually did not care much about these things. He had been in the North Sea St. Cliff for a long time and had seen countless geniuses and super experts. He was already numb to geniuses. Moreover, he was also one of the ascetics here. Perhaps one day, he would be buried here, just like many of his companions here. Hence, when he saw Chu Zhou, he did not react excitedly, his heart was as still as water. However, when he saw Chu Zhou wipe the tombstone and bow respectfully, his calm heart could not help but ripple. The #1 prodigy of this generation seems a little different. Roya thought to himself. At that moment, Chu Zhou noticed that there were some small words and many patterns on the tombstone he had wiped just now. The more he looked at those patterns, the more mysterious they became, as if they contained some kind of mystery. Ha ha ha, to the juniors of my rice, I'm Sang Ta. The tombstone is engraved with the spatial ultimate technique, universe in the palm, that I painstakingly created my entire life. Yes, to be precise, it's incomplete. Unfortunately, I'm only at the universe nobility realm until my death. I am unable to deduce the universe in the palm. I'll be at ease in the netherworld if there's a junior who can perfect the universe in the palm. Chu Zhou was shocked looking at the words on the tombstone that were as small as ants. There was actually a universe nobility level ultimate technique on the tombstone, and it was a spatial ultimate technique. This is the legacy left behind by the tomb owners before they died. Roya had appeared beside Chu Zhou at some point in time. Some tomb owners will leave their comprehension, experience, and ultimate techniques on tombstones for future generations to comprehend before they die. But not all tomb owners are like this. It all depends on their mood and thoughts. Chapter 956, Tombstone 2. These seniors are very generous and worthy of admiration. Chu Zhou sighed and bowed again. The others also saw the words on the tombstone and heard Roya's words. Many people immediately walked excitedly to the other graves and wiped the dust off the tombstones. There's also a universe nobility level technique on this tombstone. Soon, someone said excitedly. This tombstone records the comprehension of the law of termination. It's priceless. Someone else said. Unfortunately, there's nothing on this tombstone, someone said regretfully. Everyone realized that the situation was just as Roya had said. Some tombstones had words and patterns on them, while others did not. However, this was enough to make everyone excited. It was as if they had discovered a huge treasure. Don't celebrate too soon. Roya suddenly sneered. The insights, experiences, and ultimate techniques on these tombstones are indeed a huge treasure. However, don't forget that world overlords can only cultivate here for 100,000 years. Universe lords can only cultivate for 1,000,000 years. Only experts above the universe nobility realm have no time limit. If you want to completely comprehend the ultimate techniques on these tombstones, it will take a lot of time. It can easily take 1,000,000 years, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. Don't forget why you're here. You came here to comprehend the primal chaos tablets. Compared to these tombstones, the 108 primal chaos tablets are the true treasures of humanity. Ask yourselves, do you have enough energy and time to comprehend these tombstones and primal chaos tablets at the same time? Or are you willing to give up on comprehending the primal chaos tablets and spend all your time comprehending these tombstones? Roya's words were like a basin of cold water that splashed on everyone. They felt cold from head to toe. Most of them were world overlords. There were also more than a dozen universe lords. Be it world overlords or universe lords, the time they could cultivate in the primordial universe was limited. Indeed, they did not have enough time and energy to comprehend the contents of these tombstones and the primal chaos tablets at the same time. Give up on studying the primal chaos tablets? That would be foolish. At this moment, many people had pained expressions. It was too painful. They had clearly discovered a treasure, but they could not enjoy it. This was simply heartbreaking. Many people looked at Chu Zhou enviously. Chu Zhou had already reached the universe nobility realm. He could comprehend here as long as he wanted. There were no restrictions at all. You don't have to envy Chu Zhou. When you advance to the universe nobility realm, you will also have such privileges. Roya said when he saw everyone's reaction. Many people immediately became listless. It was easier said than done to advance to universe nobility. Humans had countless experts as one of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe. Even so, they only had a few hundred universe nobility. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. This place was a huge treasure to him. The Book of Dharma entrusted his vision and recorded all Dharma. Currently, the Book of Dharma only recorded 5 techniques. He was still far from his goal. If he could record all the dharmic formulations on the tombstones here into the Book of Dharma, perhaps his goal would be accomplished. Chu Zhou, even though you can always cultivate here and can freely comprehend the 108 primal chaos tablets and many tombstones, I advise you to prioritize quality over quantity. There's always a limit to a person's energy. Those who are greedy for more but not pure, those who are rich but not good, usually won't be able to go far. In history, countless prodigies have fallen because of their lack of proficiency. On the other hand, most overlords and even sages in the universe focus on cultivating a certain nomological law and a few ultimate techniques. Roya's voice sounded in Chu Zhou's ears. He was slightly stunned and looked at Roya. Seeing the serious expression on Roya's face, he immediately understood that the other party was reminding him. Envoy Roya, you're right. I understand. Chu Zhou summoned a clone and let it stay there to comprehend the universe in the palm as he spoke. Roya. The others. Is that how you understand it? I have dozens of clones. I should have a little more energy than ordinary people. Chu Zhou smiled. The corners of Roya and the others' mouths twitched. At this moment, they remembered that Chu Zhou had dozens of clones, and most of them were Universe Lord clones. Each clone had an independent personality and the ability to think. How was this just a little more energy? Roya stopped talking to the group of people and walked forward with his head lowered. Chu Zhou left behind 5 clones to comprehend the tombstone and did not stay any longer. Roya was right. The 108 primal chaos tablets were the most important. He had to arrange for most of his clones to comprehend the primal chaos tablets. Chu Zhou and the others quickly arrived at a huge empty space after passing through ancient towers and tombs. 108 towering primal chaos tablets entered their sights. The chaos monuments were like majestic existences that could split open the sky. They emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed time and space. Facing the 108 primal chaos tablets, Chu Zhou and the others felt like ants looking up at a mountain. Are these the 108 primal chaos tablets? They were in a daze. A moment later, they came back to their senses. Soon, they discovered many figures sitting cross-legged around the 108 primal chaos tablets. Some figures gave off the terrifying feeling of the heavens collapsing and the earth being destroyed just by looking at them. Some figures only had one world overlord. Remember, not only are geniuses and experts from the outside world comprehending the primal chaos tablets here, there are also many ascetics. Those people you can't see through at all are most likely ascetics. When you are comprehending the primal chaos tablets, it's best to be quiet, especially not to disturb those ascetics. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Roya glanced sharply at Chu Zhou and the others and warned. Chu Zhou and the others nodded silently. That's it. You can study the primal chaos tablets yourselves. Your time is up. I'll arrange for someone to send you back to the primal universe. As Roya spoke, he turned and left. 108 primal chaos tablets, 108 paths to Overlord. This is one of the most precious treasures of humanity. That's right. This opportunity is hard to come by. I must comprehend more mysteries from the primal chaos tablets. Let's not waste any more time. Let's move. After Roya left, the group of people who came in with Chu Zhou immediately could not help but walk towards the primal chaos tablets, preparing to choose the ones they wanted to comprehend. Boss, let's hurry up too, Bai Bei urged softly, looking anxious. For some reason, even though Bai Bei wasn't human, be it Universe Lord Zhu Yu or Roya, after seeing Bai Bei, they all tacitly acknowledged its existence. They didn't stop Bai Bei from following Chu Zhou into the primordial universe, nor did they stop Bai Bei from comprehending the primal chaos tablets with Chu Zhou. Seeing that Universe Lord Zhu Yu and Roya had tacitly agreed to Bai Bei's existence, Chu Zhou pretended to be confused and didn't mention this. Alright, let's see which primal chaos tablet is suitable for us to comprehend. Chu Zhou smiled and casually walked towards a primal chaos tablet. Romo is actually here too. Suddenly, Chu Zhou saw a familiar figure under a primal chaos tablet. It was Romo. However, he did not greet Romo. Instead, he quickly walked to the front of the primal chaos tablets and looked up at the words and patterns on it. Red Sky Primal Chaos Tablets. A message appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. He immediately knew that the primal chaos tablets in front of him were left behind by a universe overlord named Red Sky Master. The Red Sky Master mainly cultivated the law of termination. Therefore, this primal chaos tablet contained the Red Sky Master's cultivation method for the law of termination. The law of termination doesn't seem to suit me very well. There's no hurry. Let's look at the other primal chaos tablets first. Chu Zhou thought to himself as he walked towards the other primal chaos tablets. Chu Zhou, you're here too. Romo, who was comprehending the Red Sky Primal Chaos tablets, suddenly opened his eyes and looked deeply at Chu Zhou's back. Chapter 957, Chaos, Yin-Yang, Space-Time, 5 Elements, Karma, Fate, Reincarnation. 1. Chu Zhou looked up at a towering monument. In an instant, he vaguely saw 2 yin-yang fish, one black and one white, chasing each other. At the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, the yin and yang qi surged and transformed into yin and yang divine lightning and the 5 elements. In the end, everything disappeared, leaving only a mass of countless black and white threads. Bits of the profundity of the yin-yang laws kept appearing in Chu Zhou's mind. This is the profundity of the yin-yang laws. Chu Zhou suddenly woke up. When he looked at the primal chaos tablets again, he could not help but exclaim in his heart. So far, he had seen more than 30 primal chaos tablets. The inheritance contained in every single primal chaos tablet was extremely exquisite and pointed towards the overlord realm. And the inheritance contained in the primal chaos tablets in front of him was thousands of times more exquisite than the inheritance in the primal chaos tablet he had just seen. That's normal. This is the primal chaos tablets left behind by Emperor Shi after all. Chu Zhou sighed in his heart. He took a deep look at the Emperor Shi primal chaos tablets before continuing to look at the other primal chaos tablets. He was prepared to look at all the primal chaos tablets before deciding to comprehend them. He could stay there indefinitely anyway. No rush. Soon. Chu Zhou looked at dozens of primal chaos tablets. It had to be said that the 108 primal chaos tablets were indeed treasures of mankind. Every inheritance on the primal chaos tablets was extremely profound and exquisite. They all had their own unique points. Any one of these inheritances could cause endless bloodshed in the universe. It even caused wars to break out between top factions. Not long after, he saw another chaos tablet that was thousands of times more exquisite than the other primal chaos tablets. This primal chaos tablet was called the Martial Ancestors Primal Chaos Tablet. It was left behind by the Martial Ancestor. So, the law cultivated by the Martial Ancestor is the Strength Law. Chu Zhou sighed. Even though the Strength Law was inferior to taboo laws like the Space-Time Law, it was still an extremely terrifying law. When cultivated to the peak, one could suppress all techniques with one force. He was also not in a hurry to comprehend the Martial Ancestor Primal Chaos tablets. He continued looking at the other Primal Chaos tablets. Half a day later, he read all 108 Primal Chaos tablets. He already knew what inheritances were contained in the 108 Primal Chaos tablets. He sat cross-legged on the ground and recalled the laws he had cultivated while thinking about which Primal Chaos tablets he should focus on comprehending. With this thought in mind, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. This was the primordial universe, and the sky had yet to stabilize. The sky he was looking at suddenly collapsed, turning into a mass of chaos. The mass of chaos shook violently as black and white chi surged. Space-time surged as large amounts of black and white nomological threads intertwined with the silver nomological threads. Then, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements surged, and a small world evolved in the sky. Chu Zhou looked at the scene in the sky in a daze as will-o-wisp surged in his mind. Chaos transformed into yin and yang. Yin and yang evolved into the 5 elements in space-time. The 5 elements transformed into everything in the world. Karma appeared for all things. Karma and fate followed like shadows. Under the effects of karma and fate, all things completed their lives and finally walked towards reincarnation. At this moment, Chu Zhou entered a state of enlightenment. This epiphany came suddenly. However, his instincts told him that this epiphany was very important to his future cultivation. Therefore, he instinctively immersed himself in this epiphany. He threw all his past comprehensions of the laws into this epiphany, constantly deducing and simulating the evolution process of the universe. Gradually, a universe automatically appeared in his mind. From the beginning of chaos, to yin and yang, to the appearance of space-time, to the 5 elements evolving into all things, and finally the general process of the universe's end. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from his epiphany. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This epiphany was too important to him. It allowed him to understand his future cultivation path. This was very important. As long as he had a clear direction, he would be able to achieve twice the result. With half the effort and walk further and further. If the direction was chaotic, then cultivating would be twice as troublesome. And would waste countless time and energy. chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and reincarnation. These are my cultivation paths from now on. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. This was his gain from this epiphany. He confirmed that this cultivation path was suitable for him. Even though this cultivation path involved a total of 7 laws, it sounded extremely crazy. If anyone knew Chu Zhou's cultivation path, they would definitely say that he was crazy. Almost everyone only chose one type of law to cultivate in depth. Cultivating 7 laws at the same time, if that wasn't crazy, then what was? However, Chu Zhou was certain that he could do it. His talent was his greatest honor guard. The cultivation path has been confirmed. Then, which primal chaos tablets should I comprehend is also clear. Emperor Shi's primal chaos tablets contain yin-yang nomological laws that need to be comprehended. The martial ancestor primal chaos tablets is mainly an inheritance of strength laws. It's incomparably exquisite, but it doesn't match my cultivation path. I can give it up. Chu Zhou quickly chose more than 10 primal chaos tablets that were suitable for him to comprehend. The inheritances contained in these primal chaos tablets were basically related to the 3 laws of chaos, yin-yang, and 5 elemental laws. Chapter 958, Chaos, Yin-Yang, Space-Time, 5 Elements, Karma, Fate, Reincarnation. 2. Some inheritances of the primal chaos tablets involved the same laws. Therefore, Zhou had to choose them carefully. What a pity! Among the 108 primal chaos tablets, there are no laws related to time, space, karma, fate, reincarnation, and so on. Chu Zhou felt a little regretful. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually normal. Space-time, karma, and fate were taboo laws. The law of reincarnation was a law above taboo. Among the myriad races in the universe, it was extremely rare to be able to comprehend these 4 laws to the supremacy realm. Not to mention comprehending these 4 nomological laws to the overlord realm. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou's clones walked out of his body and walked towards the primal chaos tablets. He returned to the Emperor Shi primal chaos tablets, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend. Many of the surrounding human experts, including some ascetics, were envious when they saw that Chu Zhou had so many clones. He could comprehend more primal chaos tablets at the same time with more clones. The benefits were too great. Ordinary people could only condense 3 clones at most. Hence, they could only look at Chu Zhou enviously, unable to replicate it. Just like that, Chu Zhou and his many clones constantly comprehended the primal chaos tablets. There were also 5 clones that were comprehending the contents of the tombstones. And in his divine kingdom, the Book of Dharma was constantly devouring the various materials and transforming under the push of the A divine rune. After an unknown period of time, Chu Zhou's eyes lit up. Chaos Law, 0.6%. Yin-Yang Law, 0.1%. He had reached the beginner stage in both the Chaos and Yin-Yang laws. The Chaos Law was very related to the Chaos Divine Body. His Chaos Divine Body had long been cultivated to 1,000,000 meters. Therefore, the speed at which he comprehended the Chaos Law was much faster than when he comprehended the Yin-Yang laws. Other than the beginner stage of these 2 laws, he had also comprehended many ultimate techniques from the primal chaos tablets. It could be said that he had gained a lot. My clone can continue staying here to comprehend, but it's time for me to leave and prepare to establish a cosmic nation. Chu Zhou stood up and walked out under many puzzled gazes. What? You're leaving? Royal looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Chu Zhou had only been here for less than 6 months. He had probably not even finished scratching the surface of the primal chaos tablets. Royal had never seen anyone leave less than half a year after coming here. He knew very well how attractive the 108 primal chaos tablets were to cultivators. The others would only feel that they didn't have enough time to comprehend it, and they would utterly not leave in advance. Chu Zhou smiled and said, I left dozens of clones here. It's enough with them helping me comprehend. Moreover, I don't have a time limit and number of times I can come here. I can come back whenever I want. Royal was slightly stunned. Then, he came to a realization. Chu Zhou had many clones. With his clones helping him comprehend, he really did not have to stay here all the time. At this moment, he could not help but envy Chu Zhou for having so many clones. Royal quickly arranged for a whale-shaped Overlord-level spaceship to send Chu Zhou back to the original universe. Universe Lord Chu Yu, who was guarding the space-time square, was also shocked when he saw Chu Zhou return so quickly. However, after Chu Zhou smiled and told him the inside story, he was also extremely envious of Chu Zhou's many clones. After returning to Emperor Shi Holy City, he went to visit his teacher, King Bei Kang, and seriously discussed the details of establishing a cosmic nation. Then, he left Emperor Shi Holy City on the Black God. He left the small universe and flew towards the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Establishing a cosmic nation was not only his business, but also Coiling Dragon Manor's. Furthermore, when the cosmic nation was established, it involved all aspects and there were many miscellaneous matters. He could not handle so many matters alone and needed many trustworthy people to help him. Therefore, he was prepared to bring all the core elites of Coiling Dragon Manor to the chaotic star domain. True Central Universe. Blood Mountain Galaxy. Beta Planet. Countless spaceships rose and fell on Beta Star's spaceship dock. Furthermore, many of these were not ordinary spaceships. There were Domain Realm spaceships and World Overlord Realm spaceships. Even Universe Lord spaceships occasionally. To the former Beta Star, this scene was unimaginable. In the past, Planet Beta was only a border commercial planet of the Milky Way Empire, a low-level civilization in the universe. Even though it was considered prosperous for many normal planets, it could not be compared to the Milky Way planet where the Milky Way Empire's capital was located. It was far inferior to some of the bustling planets in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. At that time, the spaceships that appeared on Planet Beta were usually Void and Star Realm spaceships. Occasionally, he would see a Domain Realm spaceship. And now, Domain Realm spaceships were overflowing on the Beta Star. World Overlord Realm spaceships could be seen everywhere. Universe Lord spaceships occasionally appeared. The residents of Beta Star also gradually adapted from the initial discomfort. Moreover, they slowly became more confident. Even if the royal family of the Milky Way Empire were to arrive, the residents of Planet Beta felt like they were looking at a country bumpkin visiting. Tisk tisk, our Beta Star has developed too quickly over the years. It's really changing with every passing day. Chapter 959, Chaos, Yin-Yang, Space-Time, 5. Elements, Karma, Fate, Reincarnation. 3. Jim looked through the glass at the bustling scene outside in a cafe in the docking bay and exclaimed. That's right. Back then, our Beta Star was not worth mentioning in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Now, even the capital of the Blood Mountain Empire is not as prosperous as our Beta Star. Albert, who was sitting next to Jim, nodded in agreement. All of this is thanks to the Coiling Dragon Manor. How could we have such a good life if not for the fact that the headquarters of the Coiling Dragon Manor is on our Beta Star? Channing, who was beside Albert, said with a smile. That's right. It's all thanks to the Coiling Dragon Manor that we Beta natives can live such a good life today. The Coiling Dragon Manor is developing too quickly. Firstly, it became the #1 sacred ground of our Blood Mountain Galaxy in a very short period of time. After that, its development speed increased instead of decreasing. Its power continued to spread beyond the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Today, the Coiling Dragon Manor's power has already spread to more than 10 intermediate-grade cosmic civilizations. The rapid development of Coiling Dragon Manor also led to the rapid development of our Beta planet, allowing our Beta planet to develop into a planet even more prosperous than the capital of the Blood Mountain Empire. When Jim heard the words Coiling Dragon Manor, he immediately exclaimed repeatedly. Hehe, the Coiling Dragon Manor is no longer the #1 sacred ground in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Even in the entire True Central Universe, it can be ranked in the top 10. No. With Lord Chu Zhou around. Top 10? It's not an exaggeration to say that the True Central Universe is #1. Albert said. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration when he mentioned Chu Zhou. Jim and Channing did the same. They all knew that the glory of Coiling Dragon Manor was created by Chu Zhou. The Coiling Dragon Manor would not be where it was today without Chu Zhou, and Planet Beta would not have become so prosperous. Ha ha ha, Lord Chu Zhou is a miracle for us. And he walked out of Planet Beta. That's right. Lord Chu Zhou is from the same hometown as us. Jim, Albert, and Channing subconsciously raised their heads and puffed out their chests, looking proud. Suddenly, their eyes focused on a figure outside. Isn't this the Control Realm martial artist of the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Land, Nia O'Brien? Why did she come to our Beta Star today? Jim, Albert, and Channing watched in shock as an elegant and flirtatious beauty walked down from a spaceship. After Chu Zhou's rise, everyone related to him received a lot of attention in the Blood Mountain galaxy. Nia O'Brien, who had once seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Chu Zhou, was naturally one of the targets of everyone's attention. Her image had also been seen by countless people. Jim and the others had seen Nia O'Brien before, so they recognized her at first glance. Tisk tisk, Nia O'Brien. Ever since Lord Chu Zhou left the Blood Mountain galaxy, he hasn't been to planet Beta. She suddenly came to planet Beta today. Could something important have happened? Jim guessed. I don't know if something important has happened, but I know that a good show is about to happen at the Coiling Dragon Manor. Hehe, I heard that the two mistresses of the Coiling Dragon Manor seem to be unhappy with Nia O'Brien. Now that the three of them are gathered together, it would be strange if nothing happened. Albert said with a smile. Channing also laughed. Women are scary creatures. It's the same no matter how strong a woman is. 3 women make a market for a fair. The higher-ups of Coiling Dragon Manor are probably going to have a headache today. In the sky above the docking bay, Nia O'Brien floated in the air. Her wavy blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Flair figure was well-rounded and her curves were exaggerated. She could be considered a stunner coupled with her lazy temperament and her watery eyes. Many people around her swallowed their saliva as they watched Nia O'Brien's figure. My dear, you're finally back. Nia O'Brien muttered to herself. Then, a sharp look flashed across her eyes. Those two have been targeting me all these years. My dear, you're back. I want you to be the judge. At this moment, Chu Zhou, who was riding the Black God back to Coiling Dragon Manor, inexplicably shivered. Strange, is something bad about to happen? He muttered and didn't pay much attention. At the thought of arriving at Coiling Dragon Manor and meeting Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei and the others again, he could not help but feel a trace of anticipation and excitement. Even though they often met in the mirror universe, virtual reality was virtual after all. It was fundamentally different from reality. Chapter 960, Glorious Return, 1. The Coiling Dragon Manor. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, the Ice Snow World Overlord, Lai Tan, Monica and the other higher-ups of Coiling Dragon Manor were all standing outside the manor, waiting eagerly. There were also many world overlords who had just joined Coiling Dragon Manor over the years standing behind them. These world overlords also had expectant expressions. They all knew that the founder of Coiling Dragon Manor, Chu Zhou, was coming back. Many of them had chosen to join Coiling Dragon Manor because of Chu Zhou. It turned out that their choice was not wrong. After Chu Zhou joined the Mirror Universe Corporation, he quickly rose to prominence. In a short period of time, he became the #1 prodigy of humanity. After that, he successfully became a Universe Lord in Universe Ocean and became a Heavenly Armor Divine General in the Divine General Ancient City. Later on, he went on to become the youngest Universe nobility in human history. Over the years, Chu Zhou had achieved too many glorious achievements. The higher Chu Zhou's achievements were, the greater the benefits Coiling Dragon Manor would receive and the faster it would develop. Naturally, their statuses would rise as well. In the crowd, Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei were like a pair of jade pearls. Their temperaments were outstanding and beautiful. The former had a noble and elegant temperament. The latter was a dark seductress, which made people fall into her charm uncontrollably. However, at this moment, both Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei exuded a suffocating aura. They all looked at Nia O'Brien, who was not far away. Old woman, what are you doing at Coiling Dragon Manor instead of staying in your Mirror Moon Lake sacred land? Dongfang Mingzhu glowered at Nia O'Brien. Mingzhu, she's only 30 million years old. It's a little too much to say that she's old. Yuan Bingmei said with a smile. Suddenly, her tone changed. Perhaps it's more accurate to describe her as a living fossil. Bingmei, you're right. It's more appropriate to describe her as a living fossil, Dongfang Mingzhu praised. These two actually conspired against me. Nia O'Brien was shaking with anger. However, she quickly calmed down and replied without emotion. Some people don't have much ability and only rely on men to stand out. It's actually nothing. It's fine as long as you know your limits. However, some people just don't know their limits. They always think that they're too capable, arrogant and disrespectful. Old woman, what did you say? Yuan Bingmei's gaze was as sharp as a sword. I'm sure you're not deaf. Nia O'Brien's beautiful eyes seemed to be shooting lightning. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, the Ice Snow World Overlord, Lai Tan, Monica and the others lowered their heads silently or looked up at the sky. At this moment, they expressed that they were blind and deaf, they saw and heard no evil. Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei and Nia O'Brien were at odds with each other. This was something that Coiling Dragon Manor had made public. Over the years, Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei had used many methods against the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. Even though it was only a small argument and did not have much effect on the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, it was enough to disgust Nia O'Brien. Ling Zhan and the others were well aware of this. However, they did not dare to interfere in the matters of the three women. They all chose to keep a respectful distance. Just as the three women were ready to fight, a black and gold triangular spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky above Coiling Dragon Manor like a phantom. He's here. Ling Zhan and the others perked up. The three women couldn't care less about fighting, they all looked at the triangular universe ship excitedly. Swoosh! A black-clothed figure flew out from the triangular universe ship. Who else could it be but Chu Zhou? Coiling Dragon Manor, I'm back. Chu Zhou sighed. With a thought, he stored the Black God into his divine kingdom. Welcome back, Lord Chu Zhou. Many members of Coiling Dragon Manor bowed to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou glanced down and smiled. Just as he was about to greet everyone, two familiar figures pounced on him. No. 3. He had Dongfang Mingzu in his left arm and Yuan Bingmei in his right, while Nia O'Brien hugged his waist from behind. At this moment, the atmosphere was inexplicably silent. The people from Coiling Dragon Manor were stunned as well before lowering their heads. The 6 gazes clashed fiercely in the air like 6 sharp swords, filled with killing intent. Chu Zhou. What should he do in the face of such a situation? Urgent. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had never been so nervous and soul-stirring even when facing the joint pursuit of the Zerg race and many other factions on the Demon Mountain continent. He knew that he could not continue like this, sensing that the killing intent in the void was getting stronger and stronger. Otherwise, he might be in big trouble. The matter had to be resolved quickly. Damn it, let's go all out. He made up his mind. With a thought, he stored the 3 women into his divine kingdom. Then, he brought the 3 women and rushed into the myriad laws hall under the strange gazes of the ancient blue demon tree and the 1,000-star vine. He activated the restrictions of the myriad laws hall and isolated all senses and prying from the outside world. Half a day later, Chu Zhou appeared in front of the people from Coiling Dragon Manor with the 3 refreshed ladies. Strange, strange. Ling Zhan and the others magically discovered that the 3 women, who had been at daggers drawn not long ago, could actually coexist harmoniously now. They even vaguely gave off the feeling of an offensive and defensive alliance. Chapter 961, Glorious Return, 2. What had happened during this period of time? How did the relationship between the 3 women change so quickly? Ling Zhan and the others racked their brains but could not figure out the reason. However, they all gave Chu Zhou a thumbs up in their hearts. Amazing! This ability to turn hostility into friendship was too strong. Ahem! Chu Zhou saw the strange expressions on Ling Zhan and the others' faces and immediately guessed what they were thinking. He could not help but cough awkwardly before saying, I came back this time to discuss something with you. Let's all head to the conference room. As he spoke, he led the 3 women into the meeting room of Coiling Dragon Manor. When Ling Zhan and the others heard this, their eyes narrowed slightly and they hurriedly followed. In the conference room. Everyone, after I became a Universe Lord, I obtained the authority to establish a cosmic nation. Chu Zhou sat at the head of the table and said loudly. The people in the conference room immediately erupted as soon as he said this. Lord Chu Zhou, are you going to establish a cosmic nation? A world overlord said excitedly. Yuan Bingmei, Dongfang Mingzu, Ling Zhan and the others were also very excited. In their understanding, other than the 5 giant factions of humanity, they were basically the strongest in the cosmic nation. Generally speaking, a cosmic nation could control one large star region, which was about 10,000 star regions, which was equivalent to 100 million galaxies. Other than the territories under its jurisdiction, it usually had hundreds to nearly 1,000 intermediate cosmic civilization affiliates and tens of thousands of basic cosmic civilization affiliates. In addition, there were millions of world overlords in the universe. It could be said that the population, resources, and experts of a cosmic nation were extremely huge and terrifying. Even though Coiling Dragon Manor was extremely powerful now and had a range of influence that spanned across more than 10 intermediate civilizations, even the royal family of the true Central Universe had to give Coiling Dragon Manor some face. But, Ling Zhan and the others knew that the true strength of Coiling Dragon Manor was far inferior to that of the true Central Universe. The reason why the royal family of the true Central Universe gave Coiling Dragon Manor face was not because of Coiling Dragon Manor's strength, but because of Chu Zhou. However, if Coiling Dragon Manor had a cosmic nation, it would welcome a true leap in development and become a well-known faction among the entire human race. Chu Zhou met the excited gazes and nodded slightly. That's right. I'm preparing to establish a cosmic nation. Everyone was in an uproar again after getting confirmation from Chu Zhou. However, establishing a cosmic nation is not an easy task. I have to choose the right location. The location I chose is rather far from the Blood Mountain Galaxy. It's called the Chaotic Star Domain. Chu Zhou said. What do we need to do? Ling Zhan and the others did not care how far the Chaotic Star Domain was from the Blood Mountain Galaxy. He only cared about what they needed to do. I'm preparing to bring all the core elites of Coiling Dragon Manor over. When we establish the cosmic nation, the Mirror Universe Corporation will send an army directly under our jurisdiction to help us. However, we need our people to guard and manage the territory we establish. Chu Zhou told her his plan. It's what we should do. Ling Zhan and the others nodded in agreement. Soon, Chu Zhou reached an agreement with the people from Coiling Dragon Manor. After the meeting ended, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, and the other upper echelons of the Coiling Dragon Manor immediately issued a military transfer order. Coiling Dragon Manor's armies were instantly stationed in various galaxies, mobilizing their elites and sending them to Coiling Dragon Manor. The Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce controlled by Dongfang Mingzhu and the Shadow Organization controlled by Yuan Bingmei also had a large number of elites rushing towards Planet Beta. Nia O'Brien also hurriedly returned to the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, preparing to transfer an elite army from the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land to follow Chu Zhou to establish a cosmic nation. Such a huge commotion naturally could not be hidden from the Blood Mountain Empire and the major factions of the Blood Mountain Star Field. Similarly, it could not be hidden from the intermediate civilizations in the universe that the Coiling Dragon Manor's influence had spread to. In the beginning, when these powers realized that the Coiling Dragon Manor was mobilizing troops on a large scale, they were greatly shocked and uneasy. They thought that the Coiling Dragon Manor was preparing to start a war with a certain power. They were all afraid that the Coiling Dragon Manor's target would be them or that they would be implicated. The current Coiling Dragon Manor was extraordinary. Even though Dongfang Mingzhu and the other higher-ups who were in charge of Coiling Dragon Manor's daily affairs were not strong, some of them had not even reached the World Overlord realm. However, Chu Zhou, who was behind Coiling Dragon Manor, was too terrifying. This was a new universe nobility. Moreover, Chu Zhou had the backing of one of the 5 giants, the Mirror Universe Corporation, and a teacher who was the overlord of the universe. In short, they could not afford to offend Coiling Dragon Manor. If the Coiling Dragon Manor's target was them, they could only admit defeat. They might even take the initiative to surrender and not dare to resist. However, they soon found out the truth. It turned out that the reason why Coiling Dragon Manor suddenly mobilized troops on a large scale was not because they wanted to start a war with a certain faction, but because they were prepared to follow Chu Zhou to a certain star domain and establish a cosmic nation. After knowing the truth, these forces all heaved a sigh of relief. There were also people who saw an opportunity to befriend Coiling Dragon Manor. In front of the entrance of Coiling Dragon Manor, a blood-red battleship filled with gifts slowly landed. A majestic figure in a blood-red robe flew down from the battleship with a group of experts and landed on the ground. Chapter 962, Glorious Return, 3. The world is really unpredictable. In just a few decades, the Coiling Dragon Manor has actually become so prosperous. The world is really unpredictable. In just a few decades, the Coiling Dragon Manor has actually become so prosperous. At this moment, Coiling Dragon Manor was filled with guests. There were too many guests and they formed a queue in front of the door. Dongfu Blood Mountain saw more than 10 familiar faces who were not inferior to him, the Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, while he was queuing. This made him feel even more complicated. He did not bother when he first heard the name Chu Zhou, but now, he had to queue up to see Chu Zhou. The changes in the world could not be more mysterious than this. My son, can you imagine that Lord Chu Zhou has achieved his current achievements in just a few decades? He suddenly turned around and said to a young man in a blood-colored dragon robe beside him. This young man was Dichen Blood Mountain. Back then, he had a small conflict with Chu Zhou. He had always wanted to surpass Chu Zhou after losing miserably to Chu Zhou. After decades, his improvement could be said to be great. He advanced from World Overlord level 8 to Transcendent World Overlord. However, he was still a World Overlord. When Dichen Blood Mountain heard his father, Dongfu Blood Mountain's words, he could not help but feel a little bitter. I didn't expect this at all. Father, what you said back then was right. Some people are destined to be divine dragons that soar to the 9 heavens. I actually wanted to compare myself to Lord Chu Zhou back then. I really overestimated myself. Dongfu Blood Mountain patted Dichen Blood Mountain's shoulder and smiled. My son, don't be discouraged. Actually, it's already very outstanding for you to become a transcendent world overlord before 4.00 years old. You're not weaker than those god race prodigies. No one can compare to a protagonist of an era like Lord Chu Zhou. You just have to be yourself. I believe that you will eventually become a universe lord. Dichen Blood Mountain looked at his father Dongfu Blood Mountain's loving smile and felt touched. He suddenly felt relieved. Exactly. Why should he compare himself to a protagonist like Lord Chu Zhou? He wasn't going badly either. Yes, father, I will do my best in the future. He nodded heavily. At this moment, there was suddenly commotion in the crowd. Dongfu Blood Mountain and Dichen Blood Mountain realized that many people were looking up at the sky. They hurriedly looked up at the sky. Instantly, they saw a huge palace that was as majestic as a mountain flying over. The palace was incomparably magnificent, emitting billions of gorgeous lights and moving songs. It was like a palace of gods. When Dongfu Blood Mountain saw the palace, his expression changed drastically. This is the spaceship of the King of the True Central Universe Divine Palace. The King of the True Central Universe actually came to visit Lord Chu Zhou personally. Dongfu Blood Mountain exclaimed in shock. It wasn't just Dongfu Blood Mountain. All the guests who recognized the origins of the Flying Palace were extremely shocked. The King of the True Central Universe could almost be said to be the highest in the True Central Universe. A single word could decide the fate of billions of living beings. Even Dongfu Blood Mountain, the emperor of an intermediate civilization in the universe, would find it difficult to meet such an important figure. However, they saw the other party personally visit Coiling Dragon Manor today. Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others quickly understood. Yes. The position of the King of the True Central Universe was high, but could it be higher than Lord Chu Zhou, who had already become a universe nobility? Thinking about it this way, it was understandable that the King of the True Central Universe had personally come to visit Coiling Dragon Manor. Chapter 963, Day of Miracle, 1. The Divine Palace continued to shrink and slowly landed on the grassland outside Coiling Dragon Manor. The door of the Divine Palace opened. 2 teams of golden armored soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. They held spears and guarded both sides. Each of these golden armored soldiers was burning with a layer of golden flames. Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others realized that the golden armored soldiers were all world overlords. How extravagant was it to use a world overlord as a soldier? These are the True Central Universe country's golden flame sacred guards. Dongfu Blood Mountain's pupils constricted as he spoke to Dichen Blood Mountain. Dichen Blood Mountain was shocked when he heard this. His teacher was a giant in the headquarters of the True Central Dojo. Of course, he knew of the existence of the Golden Flame Sacred Guards. The Golden Flame Sacred Guards were the guards under the True Central Universe's king, King Zhen Yang. Every Golden Flame Sacred Guards was an elite among world overlords. Moreover, the Golden Flame Sacred Guards were also proficient in array formations and coordination. If 10 Golden Flame Sacred Guards joined forces, they could easily kill a transcendent world overlord. With 100 Golden Flame Sacred Guards joining forces, even a Universe Lord would have to spend some effort to suppress them. With 100 Golden Flame Sacred Guards joining forces, even a Universe Lord would have to spend some effort to suppress them. As for the Golden Flame Sacred Guards, they had always been by King Zhen Yang's side. Now that the Golden Flame Sacred Guards had appeared here, it meant that the King of the True Central Universe, True Central King had arrived. Under the gazes of Dongfu Blood Mountain and company, a dignified old man walked out of the Divine Palace's door with the help of a purple-haired woman. The old man also had purple hair and a pair of silver eyes. Billions of silver lightning bolts shot out as his eyes opened and closed. It was chilling. The moment Dongfu Blood Mountain and the other guests saw the dignified elder, they hurriedly walked over and bowed to him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The true Central King glanced indifferently at Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others before casually waving his hand. "I'm here to visit the Pan-Dragon King today. You don't have to be so polite." Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others stood up and hurriedly made way for the true Central King. The true Central King nodded with a smile and walked towards the door of Coiling Dragon Manor with the help of the purple-haired woman. True Central King of the True Central Universe. Chu Zhou also sensed the arrival of the true Central King in Coiling Dragon Manor. After joining the Mirror Universe Corporation, he had a detailed understanding of the true Central Universe. At this moment, information about the true Central King appeared in his mind. 930 million years ago, Zhen Yang joined the Infinite Battle Arena and became a core member. 900 million years ago, True Central became a Universe Lord and established the True Central Universe. 600 million years ago, Universe Lord Zhen Yang led the expeditionary army of the True Central Universe to the border of the human race and fought a war with the Zerg race. This war lasted for 10 million years. In the bloody battle, Universe Lord Zhen Yang became a universe nobility. Information about the true Central King quickly flashed through Chu Zhou's mind. This is a universe nobility that's older than Teacher and Green King. He sighed in his heart and stood up to walk out. He needed to personally welcome such an ancient universe nobility. Soon, Chu Zhou arrived at the entrance and met the true Central King. "Your Majesty, your arrival brings light to our Coiling Dragon Manor." Chu Zhou laughed. "Ha ha ha, Pan-Dragon King, you flatter me." The true Central King laughed loudly and mocked himself. "Compared to a protagonist like you, I'm just a remnant of the old era who has lived a little longer. I'm still strong despite my age." "Your Majesty, you must be joking," Chu Zhou replied. "No, it's up to you young people to take charge now," the true Central King said with a smile. Chu Zhou and the true Central King chatted and laughed. The surrounding people looked nervous, afraid that they would accidentally cause a commotion and affect Chu Zhou and the true Central King. In the crowd, Dongfu Blood Mountain and Dichen Blood Mountain looked at Chu Zhou, who was chatting happily with the true Central King, with complicated expressions. Even though they had long expected that Chu Zhou's status had far surpassed theirs. However, at this moment, after personally witnessing the true Central King of the True Central Universe treat Chu Zhou as an equal and even take the initiative to befriend him, they realized that Chu Zhou's current status had become unattainable to them. Chu Zhou brought the true Central King back to the living room of the villa. "True Central King, Pan-Dragon King." "Ahem, Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Chu Zhou." Chu Zhou coughed dryly and interrupted the true Central King. The true Central King smiled when he heard that. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'm older than you, so I'll call you Brother Chu Zhou." "Don't stand on ceremony. Just call me by my name." "Big Brother Zhen Yang," Chu Zhou shouted. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere became even more harmonious. "True Central King, Brother Chu Zhou, I heard that you're preparing to establish your own cosmic nation." "I do." Chu Zhou nodded. A glint flashed across the true Central King's eyes as he smiled. Establishing a cosmic nation is a huge project. From opening up territories to managing and governing, there are endless matters of all sizes. It can be said to be extremely complicated. "Big Brother, I have experience in this area. I wonder if you need it." When Chu Zhou heard this, he could not help but be delighted. "Of course. Please guide me, Big Brother." Indeed, he had no experience in establishing a cosmic nation. Chapter 964, Day of Miracle, 2. It would be great if someone could impart some experience. "I can't say that. I'm just sharing my past experiences." With a thought, the true Central King sent a huge piece of information to Chu Zhou. In Chu Zhou's mind, Deep Blue quickly organized the information sent by the true Central King into a book. Chu Zhou flipped through it briefly and immediately saw many problems before and after the cosmic nation was established, as well as solutions. These were incomparably precious experiences. Only those who had established and managed cosmic nations would understand. Its value was not inferior to a universe nobility level technique. With these experiences, he would have fewer detours when establishing the cosmic nation. Thank you, Big Brother. Chu Zhou cupped his hands slightly and sincerely thanked the other party for his help. You don't have to be so polite. The true Central King waved his hand with a smile and said, you might encounter many obstacles when establishing a cosmic nation. Even though you are strong, your coiling dragon manner is not strong enough. In that case, you will probably have to take care of many small troubles. How about this? I'll send our true Central Universe 9th Legion to help you establish a cosmic nation. When the purple-haired woman beside the true Central King heard that the true Central King wanted to send the 9th Legion to help Chu Zhou establish the cosmic nation, she was immediately shocked. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to stop him. However, she shut her mouth again in the end. Chu Zhou could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard the true Central King's words. He was already very grateful that the true Central King had taught him the experience of establishing and governing a cosmic nation. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually prepared to send an army to support him. This was a little helpful. If he agreed to accept it, he would undoubtedly owe a huge favor. Brother, don't tell me you're rejecting Big Brother's small help. Seeing that Chu Zhou was deep in thought, the true Central King put on a straight face and pretended to be angry. When Chu Zhou saw the true Central King's reaction, he laughed heartily. Big Brother, you must be joking. Since you want to help me, how can I refuse? He had thought it through. The chaotic star domain was not somewhere else. Not only was it not the territory of the humans, the situation was also chaotic. There were many factions, and behind the scenes, there was the interference of the humans, the Zerg race, the Primordial Alliance, and the other three major factions. The situation could be said to be extremely complicated. Even if he wasn't weak, with the support of his teacher and the upper echelons of the human race, it probably wouldn't be easy to successfully establish his own cosmic nation in the chaotic star domain. He would probably have to face much more trouble than establishing a cosmic nation in the human domain. In that case, the coiling dragon manor under his command would not be enough. With the help of other factions, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of trouble and also reduce the casualties of the coiling dragon manor. Considering this, he decided to accept the true Central King's help. There was no need to be afraid. In the society of relationships, you owe me, I owe you, you help me, I help you. Only by exchanging favors can both parties become friends. With more friends, the road would be easier. Ha ha ha, brother, I'll go back now and get the 9th Legion to come to Beta Star. Upon hearing that Chu Zhou had accepted his help, the true Central King left with the purple-haired woman. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the Divine Palace soared into the sky and gradually disappeared. Your Majesty, I know you want to befriend Chu Zhou, but isn't the price of directly sending the 9th Legion to help him establish a cosmic nation too high? After the Divine Palace soared into the sky, the purple-haired woman, who had been suppressing her thoughts, finally couldn't help but speak. The 9 armies of the true Central Cosmic Nation were nurtured by the true Central Cosmic Nation after countless efforts and resources. When establishing a cosmic nation, there might be a large number of sacrifices. In other words, if the 9th Legion helped Chu Zhou establish a cosmic nation, the 9th Legion might suffer heavy casualties. The purple-haired woman found this hard to accept. Little Six, you're still too narrow-minded. The true Central King smiled faintly and placed his hands behind his back. Do you think anyone can get a protagonist like Chu Zhou to help him? If it wasn't for the coiling dragon manor, he would be in our true Central Universe now. He can be considered to be from the same hometown as us. Even if we want to help him, he might not accept it. Do you believe me? The purple-haired woman was stunned. The true Central King continued, moreover, as long as we can befriend Chu Zhou, what's a mere 9th Legion? I'm willing to sacrifice a few more legions. The purple-robed woman looked at the true Central King in shock. Little Six, even though you're very outstanding and have a high chance of becoming a universe lord in the future, your horizons aren't big enough. You have to know that some people will never be able to climb up the social ladder again if they miss the opportunity to befriend them. Therefore, when the opportunity to befriend these people comes, we have to act decisively. No matter how great the price is, we won't hesitate. With that, the true central king turned around and left. Am I not big enough? The purple-clothed woman muttered to herself as a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. The Coiling Dragon Manor. Chu Zhou received Dongfu, Blood Mountain, and the other emperors of the intermediate-level literary nations in the universe, as well as some Control Realm martial artists from the Blood Mountain Galaxy and the large factions in the nearby star fields after the true Central King left. These people expressed their full support for Chu Zhou to establish a cosmic nation. They would fully support him whether it was manpower, material resources, or the army. Chapter 965, Day of Miracle, 3. Chu Zhou thought that since he had already accepted the true Central King's help, he might as well accept the support of these people. From this day onwards, other than the Coiling Dragon Manor's elites and army, they continued to gather on Beta Star. The 9th Legion of the true Central Cosmic Nation, as well as the armies of the Blood Mountain Empire and many other factions, were also rushing towards Planet Beta. In addition, many resources were also sent to Planet Beta by spaceships. The true Central Universe even sent a group of interstellar teleportation gate builders to Planet Beta with ships full of precious materials. They wanted to help Coiling Dragon Manor build a large interstellar teleportation gate. Planet Yanhuang. This was the headquarters of the Yanhuang religion. At this moment, the entire planet Yanhuang was filled with a faint glow. On the continent of this planet, thick clouds enveloped it. Densely packed temples stood on the vast land under the clouds. Looking down from the sky, in the center of this land covered in dark clouds, there was a majestic temple that was more than 2 times larger than an ordinary temple. This temple was enveloped in a milky white holy light that reached the sky. Under the contrast of the divine light, the entire temple revealed a dense holy aura. From afar, in the even more dazzling holy light stood a huge statue that was 10,000 meters tall. The statue looked 90% similar to Chu Zhou. Holy, dignified, and noble aura spread out from the huge statue. At this moment, Chu Zhou stood under the statue and looked up at it. Lighton and Monica stood respectfully behind Chu Zhou. How many believers does our Yanhuang religion have now? Chu Zhou asked without turning around. Master, our Yanhuang religion has developed rapidly over the years. Our influence has even spread from the Blood Mountain Galaxy to more than 10 nearby galaxies. Our Yanhuang religion has more than 800 trillion believers. Lighton said respectfully. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard that. When he left Coiling Dragon Manor, the Yanhuang religion only had about 90 trillion believers. Now, it actually exceeded 800 trillion. This speed of development exceeded their expectations. You guys did well. All these years, the Yanhuang religion has been handed over to you guys. You guys have contributed greatly to the rapid development of the Yanhuang religion. You will be rewarded. Chu Zhou had an idea as he praised. A dark gold sword engraved with countless mysterious patterns and a scepter that was filled with traces of holy light appeared in front of Lighton and Monica. Lighton and Monica both sensed the nomological aura emanating from these 2 weapons. These are Universe Lord weapons. Lighton and Monica were shocked. When they looked at the dark gold sword and scepter, there was a hint of passion in their eyes. That's right. It's a Universe Lord weapon. It's yours now. Chu Zhou said calmly. There were at least 2 Universe Lord weapons in the Treasure Mountain range in his divine kingdom. Now, Universe Lord weapons were nothing to him. Aching out 2 gifts for Lighton and Monica was not a big deal, a token. Ours? When Lighton and Monica heard this, their breathing quickened. In their eyes, Universe Lord weapons were priceless and extremely powerful. Now, Chu Zhou had actually given them 2 Universe Lord weapons so casually. This made them extremely touched. All right, put away your weapons and leave. Chu Zhou said. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Lighton and Monica bowed deeply to Chu Zhou. They left with the dark gold longsword and the scepter. Chu Zhou's attention was focused on the sea of light above the temple formed by the endless power of faith after Lighton and Monica left. He took a step forward and was in the center of the sea of light. The power of faith contributed by 800 trillion believers and accumulated over many years. I hope you won't disappoint me. He muttered to himself and closed his eyes slightly. I am the Lord of Yanhuang. All the power of faith born from my faith shall belong to me. As he thought this, the entire sea of light instantly boiled. It was not just the sea of light above the temple. The power of faith that had drifted above all the Yanhuang religion temples in the true central universe all these years seemed to have come alive at this moment. The surging power of faith roared and rolled, crossing space and time to descend, surging towards Chu Zhou, who was standing in the sea of light. He slowly closed his eyes and absorbed the power of faith that seemed to be tangible in all directions. There was only one thought left in his mind. Power of faith. A large amount of power of faith. Vast power of faith surged into his body like seawater from a broken dam. Faith was poisonous. The power of faith hid countless distracting thoughts of the spirit. The damage to the soul was no small matter. If one came into contact with the power of faith for a long time, they might even lose themselves. Therefore, basically no one in the universe dared to devour the power of faith wantonly. However, this was not a problem for Chu Zhou. A huge amount of power of faith had just entered his body when it was immediately converted into attribute points by the attribute board. It had no effect on him at all. Chu Zhou did not notice that as the power of faith surged in, the statue in front of the temple below him suddenly emitted vast holy light. It was not just this statue. In the true central universe, all the statues in front of the Yanhuang religion temple emitted vast holy light at this moment. Heavens, this is a miracle! 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 He great Lord of Yanhuang has shown his divinity. This is the blessing of my God. In the temples, many believers knelt down excitedly when they saw the statues that suddenly emitted vast holy light. Countless believers looked at the statue and vaguely felt a pair of majestic eyes staring at them, majestic and pitiful. In the sky above all the Yanhuang religion shrines in the true central universe, milky white holy light that was like a vast sea washed over the sky wantonly. The originally dark sky was now interwoven into a sea of light by holy light belts. Countless temples were enveloped by a vast holy power. In this holy power, all the believers in the temple square felt their souls being wrapped by a holy power. They felt their souls being continuously purified and purified. Countless believers prostrate on the ground in excitement. Their faith in the Lord of Yanhuang was even more certain and pious. This day was also recorded in the history of the Yanhuang religion. This was the first time the Lord of Yanhuang had shown his divinity. The believers of the Yanhuang religion called it the Day of Miracles. Every year, on this day, the Yanhuang religion would hold a grand sacrificial ceremony on the day of the miracle. Countless believers would kneel on the square of the temple and pray to the Lord of Yanhuang every time on the Day of Miracles. Chapter 966, Expedition, Setting Off. 1. Attribute points plus 10,000. Attribute points plus 10,000. Attribute points plus 10,000. Chu Zhou stood in the sea of light and crazily devoured the power of faith accumulated by the Yanhuang religion over the years. The notifications of the increase in attribute points kept appearing in his mind. There was a long pause. The sea of light beneath him vanished. The power of faith that surged from all directions also stopped. Attribute points, 46 quintillion, plus 40 quintillion. I left Coiling Dragon Manor for about 8 years. The power of faith accumulated over these 8 years was converted into 40 quintillion attribute points, which is the power of faith accumulated on average every year. It can roughly be converted into 5 quintillion attribute points. Chu Zhou easily calculated the attribute points that the Yanhuang religion could contribute to him every year. After knowing that the Yanhuang religion could contribute about 5 quintillion attribute points to him every year, he revealed a satisfied smile. 5 quintillion attribute points did not sound like much, but it was actually quite a lot. Lai could only obtain about 3 quintillion attribute points by devouring an advanced grade universe lord. Furthermore, the Yanhuang religion was still expanding rapidly. As the Yanhuang religion developed faster and faster and had more and more believers, the attribute points it could contribute every year would also increase continuously. If I successfully establish the cosmic nation and make the Yanhuang religion the religion of the entire cosmic nation, then the attribute points that the Yanhuang religion can contribute every year will probably be at least 100 quintillion. Lai had already determined his cultivation path: chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, karma, fate, reincarnation, and the other 7 laws. He cultivated them at the same time. In this way, the attribute points he needed to increase his comprehension of these laws would probably be an astronomical figure. Furthermore, other than the 7 nomological laws, he also had to improve the killing sword art, chaos dharma body, myriad transformation secret manual, soul armor, and other ultimate techniques. This way, he would need to consume even more attribute points. With this thought in mind, he became even more eager to establish a cosmic nation. My attribute points have increased by 40 quintillion. I can increase my strength again. Chu Zhou opened his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Universe Nobility. Attribute points, 46 quintillion. Rule. Chaos Law, 0.6%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 0.1%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 30%, unupgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 30%, Metal and Wood Laws have fused more than 60%. Unupgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 40%, unupgradable. Absolute Arts. Book of 7 Calamities, Level 1. Initial Mastery of the 7 Powers of Joy, Anger, Worry, Thought, Sorrow, Fear, and Shock. Reincarnation Technique, Level 2, Reincarnation of All Beings, unupgradable. Divine Rune A, Level of Comprehension and Control reached the level of an Advanced Grade Universe Lord, unupgradable. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time, unupgradable. Soul Armor, Level 7 Soul Armor, unupgradable. Killing Sword Art, Level 16, comprehended 16 slaughter sword diagrams, unupgradable. Chaos Dharma Body, Million Meter Chaos Dharma Body, unupgradable. 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 22 clones, 9 Advanced Grade Universe Lord clones, 3 Intermediate Grade Universe Lord clones, 9 Elementary Grade Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone, unupgradable. Description: the advancement of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture does not refer to condensing a clone, but to increasing the level of understanding of the content of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture. For example, one needs to understand the content of the Universe Lord part of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture to condense a Universe Lord clone. Only by understanding the content of the Universe Nobility level of the 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture can one condense a clone below the Universe Nobility level. He made some adjustments to the information on his attribute board according to his needs. After confirming the cultivation path of the 7 great laws, he abandoned the laws of gravity, repulsion, and so on. At the same time, he also abandoned the flowing moon movement technique and the 6 radiance shield. He made the attribute board hide the relevant information about these abandoned rules and ultimate techniques. In addition, he also let the attribute board directly display whether the laws and ultimate techniques could be upgraded. This way, the information on the attribute board was clear at a glance. He quickly glanced at his attribute board. Sigh, only the chaos laws and yin-yang laws that have just entered the beginner realm can be improved. The other laws and absolute arts can't be improved. From the looks of it, the attribute points are still too little. Chu Zhou sighed in disappointment. Following that, he decided to raise the chaos laws. Improve the chaos laws. His heart skipped a beat. His attribute board immediately flashed. Rumble. The chaos nomological laws in the netherworld spacetime seemed to have been summoned by an unknown force, causing them to suddenly tremble. A huge chaos river suddenly appeared above planet Yanhuang and poured down. Chu Zhou's body was enveloped by the chaotic river that descended from the 9 heavens. He directly revealed his million-meter-tall chaos body. He stood in the world like a heavenly pillar, devouring the chaos aura in the chaos river, as well as countless chaos laws and chaos runes. All kinds of chaos profound appeared in his mind. His comprehension of the chaos laws skyrocketed. This is my master's true body. On planet Yanhuang, countless believers looked up at the towering chaos true body. All of them were so excited that they kept worshipping it. A moment later, the chaos river vanished. Chapter 967, Expedition, Setting Off. 2. A brand new chaos nomological sparks floated above the chaos true body. A heavy and vast pressure enveloped the entire planet Yanhuang. Attribute points, 0. Chaos Law, 25%, unupgradable. When Chu Zhou saw that his comprehension of the chaos laws had increased to 25%, he put the chaos nomological sparks back into his consciousness space in satisfaction. In his consciousness space, the chaos nomological sparks, space-time nomological sparks, 5 elements nomological sparks, reincarnation nomological sparks, and other nomological sparks each occupied a corner. There was an unknown connection between the four nomological sparks. It was extremely mysterious. I've used up my attribute points again. I have to establish a cosmic nation as soon as possible. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his body instantly became the size of a normal person. Congratulations on condensing the nomological sparks again, Master. Lighton and Monica walked over and congratulated him. At this moment, the two of them could not help but look at Chu Zhou in shock. According to the information they had learned from the mirror universe, their master had condensed 3 nomological sparks in the universe ocean. He had condensed another chaos nomological sparks. These were 4 nomological sparks. A person had actually cultivated 4 nomological laws at the same time and condensed 4 nomological sparks. This was unbelievable. The difference between people is really greater than that between dogs and humans. Lighton smiled bitterly in his heart. When he first submitted to Chu Zhou, both of them were domain lords. However, after decades, he was still a world overlord while Chu Zhou had not only become a beginner universe nobility, he had also condensed 4 nomological sparks. The disparity was so great that it made people despair. When Monica saw the bitterness that flashed across Lighton's face, she, who was quick-witted, immediately knew what her companion was thinking. She secretly rolled her eyes. Lighton was asking for it. Master was such a peerless god. How could ordinary people like them compare to him? Are the elites of the Yanhuang religion ready for the expedition? Chu Zhou looked at Lighton and Monica. Lighton's expression turned solemn. The elites of the Yanhuang religion have all gathered on planet Beta. We can set off as soon as Master gives the order. Chu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Let's return to planet Beta and prepare to set off for the chaotic star domain. With a move, he disappeared with Lighton and Monica. Beta planet. On this day, the entire Beta star seemed to have become a huge war camp. Numerous battleships floated above planet Beta. Army after army spread out. Flags filled the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It was suffocating. At the center of all the legions were the 4 legions directly under the Coiling Dragon Manor, the Coiling Dragon Legion, the Blade Legion, the Shadow Legion, and the Yanhuang Legion. The Coiling Dragon Army was led by Ice Snow World Overlord, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. Dongfang Mingzi was the leader of the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce. The Shadow Legion was led by Yuan Bingmei. This army was mainly made up of experts from the Shadow Organization. The Yanhuang Army was the Yanhuang Religion's Guardian Army, led by Lighton and Monica. Of the 4 armies, the Coiling Dragon Army was the strongest. It gathered the most experts from the Coiling Dragon Manor and was also the main army of the Coiling Dragon Manor. Other than the 4 legions directly under the Coiling Dragon Manor, there was also a black armored army that was 1,000 or 10,000 times more terrifying than the 4 legions. This was the True Central Universe's 9th Legion sent by the True Central Universe to assist Chu Zhou. It was also known as the Black Hell Legion. The commander and deputy commander of the Black Hell Army were 2 Universe Lords. In addition, there were also the Blood Mountain Army sent by the Blood Mountain Empire, the Mirror Moon Army sent by the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, and 13 other armies. 18 huge armies floated above Beta Star. The terrifying orm made countless people on Beta Star break out in cold sweat. These 18 legions were too terrifying. If he were to use his full strength, it wasn't impossible for him to wipe out a relatively weak cosmic nation. At this moment, countless gazes were focused on Chu Zhou. Let's go. Chu Zhou's expression was solemn as he suddenly waved his hand. The next moment, the 18 huge armies moved in an orderly manner. Like a huge torrent, they flew towards the interstellar teleportation gate that stood at the center of planet Beta. The 4 legions were Coiling Dragon Manor, then the Black Hell Legion, then the Blood Mountain Legion. The army entered the interstellar portal and quickly disappeared. After the 18 armies left through the interstellar portal, there were also many battleships in charge of logistics carrying a large number of resources. They followed behind and entered the interstellar portal. Chu Zhou also entered the interstellar teleportation gate. The chaotic star domain was located at the edge of the human domain and was very far from the Blood Mountain galaxy. Chu Zhou led the 18 armies and constantly teleported through the interstellar teleportation portal. They crossed more than 10 cosmic nations and spent half a year before arriving at the edge of the chaotic star domain. Is this the chaotic star domain? Chu Zhou stood in the void and looked at the dazzling and vast star field in the distance. His eyes flickered. Behind him stood Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Nia O'Brien, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Lai Tan, Monica, and the Ice Snow World Overlord. Behind them were 18 huge legions. This is the information about the various factions in the chaotic star domain that my teacher passed to me. Come and take a look. Chapter 968, Expedition, Setting Off. 3. Chu Zhou said to Dongfang Mingzhu and the others. With a thought, the dark blue light projected a huge screen in the air. There are many factions in the chaotic star domain. The 8 great clans are the strongest factions in the chaotic star domain amongst them. The 8 great clans are Starlight Clan, Dream Eating Clan, Dog Ghost Clan, Snake Clan, Giant Hand Clan, Blue Silk Clan, Wu Chi Clan, and Fire Hating Clan. Among the 8 great clans, the Starlight Clan, the Dream Eating Clan, and the Dog Ghost Clan are the strongest. These 3 clans have established the Starlight Alliance, the Dream Alliance, and the Dog Ghost Alliance respectively. They have recruited a large number of other experts from the chaotic star domain. In addition, the Starlight Clan has the backing of us humans and has a cooperative relationship with us humans. The Dream Eating Clan has the backing of the Primordial Alliance. The Dog Ghost Clan has the backing of the Zerg race. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the information on the screen seriously. Tisk tisk, I finally understand how the word chaos came about. There are at least hundreds of cosmic races in this star field, and the various races are constantly in conflict. Moreover, we humans, the Primordial Alliance, and the Zerg race are secretly interfering behind the scenes. How can such a situation not be chaotic? It's simply chaotic! Shi Meng exclaimed. The situation in the chaotic star domain is so complicated. Moreover, apart from us humans, the Primordial Alliance and the Zerg race also have support forces among them. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to successfully take down the chaotic star domain. Li Qingxi frowned. In the past, she was only an ordinary martial artist on Earth. However, over the years, she had become one of the higher-ups of the Coiling Dragon Manor. She had even led the Coiling Dragon Manor's army to battle everywhere. Her vision and structure were no longer comparable to the past. Therefore, she could tell at a glance that there were various problems in wanting to conquer the chaotic star domain. Ling Zhan also spoke. The situation in the chaotic star domain is indeed chaotic. There are too many races and forces involved. However, it's not necessarily difficult to conquer. Everyone immediately turned to look at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan's expression was calm. At the end of the day, the war between us and the various races and factions in the chaotic star domain is not an ordinary war. This is the world of the strong. The top experts are the key to everything. As long as the top powerhouses on our side can quickly behead the leaders of the various races and factions in the chaotic star field, the various races and factions in the chaotic star field will fall into a leaderless state. At that time, with the deterrence of the top experts on our side and the arrival of the army, we will definitely be able to crush all the major factions quickly and occupy the chaotic star domain. The only problem now is how to stop the Primordial Alliance and the Zerg race from interfering. Ling Zhan gave a few simple sentences and gave an effective plan to attack the chaotic star field. Clap clap clap. Chu Zhou clapped and looked at Ling Zhan in admiration. Ling Zhan, what you said is what I want to do. You're right. No matter how complicated the situation in chaotic star domain is, it doesn't matter. This is a world where the top powerhouses decide everything. Everything will naturally be resolved as long as we kill the leaders of the various races and factions. He suddenly looked up and smiled as he spoke. Teacher, am I right? Right. King Beigang's figure suddenly appeared above Chu Zhou and the others. Along with him were the caged dragon master that Chu Zhou had seen before, Torch Dragon King, Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, and many other experts from the Mirror Universe Corporation. There was also the Mammoth King, the universe nobility of the Infinite Battle Arena. Master Lanruo, a super illusion expert from the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. In addition, King Beikang waved his hand and released an army of 100,000 people from his divine kingdom. Chu Zhou looked at the 100,000 strong army and his eyebrows twitched. Even though the 100,000 strong army was far inferior to the 18 legions he had brought, there were more than 10 universe lords in that 100,000 strong army. The others were all transcendent world overlords. This was the elite army of the Mirror Universe Corporation without a doubt. Chapter 969, Decapitation Plan, Response from All Sides. 1. It's Lord Bei King. Upon seeing King Bei Gang's figure, many people in the 18 armies revealed fanatical admiration in their eyes. King Bei King was a legend of humanity. Too many people had heard of his legendary deeds. His worshippers were also spread throughout the entire human race. Is this Chu Zhou's teacher, King Bei King? Dongfang Mingzu and the others looked curiously at King Bei King. Previously on Earth, unlike many cosmic experts, they had long known countless legendary deeds about King Bei King. They had only begun to understand King Bei King after Chu Zhou became Queen Bei Gang's disciple. Only then did they gradually understand how terrifying King Bei King was and his special status among humans. Therefore, they were more curious about King Bei King than worshipful. Chu Zhou scanned with his divine sense and saw that many people in the 18 armies looked at King Bei King with extremely excited and fanatical expressions. He could not help but feel depressed. He thought to himself, I'm not inferior to teacher back then. Why don't I have so many admirers? However, he felt a sense of balance when he looked at the Yan Huang army. In the hearts of the believers of the Yan Huang army, he, Chu Zhou, was the only god. King Bei King, the caged dragon master, and the others flew to Chu Zhou's side. Chu Zhou briefly introduced King Bei King and the others to the people from Coiling Dragon Manor. Everyone from Coiling Dragon Manor was shocked. They didn't expect that apart from King Bei King, a new universe overlord, there would be another universe overlord caged dragon master. In addition, there were also the two famous peak universe nobility, Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King. There were also Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lanruo, and other famous old universe lords. With the addition of such a lineup, everyone from the Coiling Dragon Manor was invigorated. Their confidence in conquering the chaotic star domain skyrocketed. What's your plan? We'll cooperate with you. King Bei King said to Chu Zhou. That's right. We'll be the support this time. The caged dragon master smiled faintly. Chu Zhou looked up at the information on the virtual screen. With a wave of his hand, 8 energy nails condensed and nailed the names of the 8 great clans on the virtual screen. I'm going to execute the decapitation plan. Kill the 8 great races and some of the strongest experts of the powerful races as soon as possible. Let these factions fall into a leaderless state. Then, we'll mobilize our army and capture life planets. Chu Zhou said firmly. Good plan. What else? Asked King Bei King. There's a key element to the decapitation plan. Chu Zhou paused for a moment. After attracting everyone's attention, he said. This key factor is that we have to eliminate the interference of the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance. If the two superpowers, the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance, interfere, it will be troublesome. King Bei Gang's eyes shot out a sharp glint. A terrifying sword intent that could destroy everything spread out from his body. Don't worry. I'll help you stop the Zerg race. The caged dragon master smiled indifferently and said in a low voice, I will stop the Primordial Alliance. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. As long as the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance don't interfere, our chances of winning will be very high. Subsequently, they made troop and personnel arrangements. The 100,000 elite troops brought by King Bei King were divided into 2 armies, led by Torch Dragon King and Commander-level Mammoth King respectively. These 2 armies were the main army that attacked the chaotic star domain this time. It was mainly responsible for attacking the strongest enemy. The 18 armies that Chu Zhou had brought were all auxiliary armies that were in charge of dealing with relatively weak races and forces. At the same time, he was also responsible for guarding the territory that had been captured. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lanruo, and the other Universe Lords followed Chu Zhou to carry out the execution plan. That's the plan. Let's go. After saying that, Chu Zhou, Universe Lord Yun Meng, and the others turned into streaks of after-images and flew toward the chaotic star domain. King Bei King and the caged dragon master suddenly disappeared. As for the many legions, they would not make a move for the time being. He waited for Chu Zhou's notification. The chaotic star domain. At this moment, the various clans and powers were in a mess. The chaotic star domain was located near the borders of the human, Zerg race, Primordial Alliance, and other superpowers. It had always been coveted by the 3 superpowers. Therefore, the races and factions in the chaotic star domain were highly vigilant against the three super factions. When commander-level Chu Zhou's 18 armies appeared near the chaotic star domain, they were quickly discovered by the 8 major clans and many factions in the chaotic star domain. All the races and factions in the entire chaotic star domain instantly panicked. Are the humans trying to invade our chaotic star domain? The Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance will not sit back and do nothing. The chaotic star domain is our chaotic star domain. If humans want to snatch it, we will never agree. Chaotic star domain was in chaos. The Big Dream Planet. This was the base camp of the Dream-Eating clan. The creatures on this planet looked strange. There were humanoid, jellyfish-like, spider-like, snake-like, ferocious beast-like. There were countless forms. However, they all had one thing in common. Their bodies were semi-transparent. It was as if they were all made of translucent matter. However, if the living beings of the chaotic star domain were here and saw this scene, they would not be surprised. This was because this was the Dream-Eating clan. The Dream-Eating clan was a strange spiritual energy life form that did not have a fixed appearance. Chapter 970, Decapitation Plan, Response from All Sides. 2. Its appearance was strange and could be completely determined according to one's preferences. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Dream-Eating clan was extremely tense. Many Dream-Eating clan living beings quickly flew towards a huge red mountain peak. On the huge red mountain peak, there was an incomparably huge octopus. 8 huge tentacles covered in suction cups wrapped around the mountain. Silence. The 8-clawed octopus, who was also the clan leader of the Dream-Eating clan, could not help but shout coldly when it saw the noisy Dream-Eating clan at the foot of the mountain. A tangible spiritual pressure pressed down. The Dream-Eating clan at the foot of the mountain immediately fell silent. Fellow clansmen, now that the human army has appeared at the edge of our chaotic star domain, it seems to have the intention to invade. What do you think? The Dream-Eating clan patriarch opened his mouth that was filled with sharp fangs and asked. Patriarch. Humanity's chaotic star domain has been coveting it for many years. This is something that countless people in the chaotic star domain know. A woman with snake hair stood up and said angrily. There's no doubt that humans are serious this time. We can't let humans succeed and beat them back. That's right, beat the humans back. The chaotic star domain is ours. If the humans want to lay their hands on the chaotic star domain, dream on. The snake-haired woman's words resonated with many of the Dream Eaters. All of them clamored to beat the humans back. Ahem, let me say a few words. A skinny old ram suddenly jumped out and stood on a large rock. Many Dream-Eating clan beings looked at the old ram with respect in their eyes. This old ram was the first elder of the Dream Eaters and the wise man of the Dream Eaters. He was deeply respected by many living beings of the Dream-Eating clan. Great Elder, please speak. The Dream Eater clan patriarch said. A glint flashed across the old ram's eyes as he said. Regardless of the intentions of the humans, it is obviously unwise for us, the Dream-Eating clan, to directly go against the humans. Are we just going to watch as humans occupy the chaotic star domain? The snake-haired woman was anxious. Of course not. The old ram denied it and said with a firm gaze, the chaotic star domain is the habitat of our Dream Eaters. How can we let humans occupy it? However, even if we were to contend against the humans, we should outwit them and minimize the losses of our Dream-Eating clan. Grand Elder, do you have any suggestions? The Dream Eater clan patriarch asked. The old ram said, everyone, don't forget that the Dream-Eating clan is not the only one who doesn't want to see humans occupy the chaotic star domain. I reckon that all the races and forces in the chaotic star domain don't want to see it. In addition, the two behemoths, the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance, definitely don't want to see humans occupy the chaotic star domain. It paused for a moment. Seeing that the Dream-Eating clan members were listening attentively, it continued. The Primordial Alliance has always been in contact with our race. Our race should immediately inform the Primordial Alliance of this matter. I believe that the Primordial Alliance will stop the actions of humans. Secondly, we should immediately discuss the alliance against humans with the other 7 races and some powerful races and factions. Finally, my race should leave Big Dream Planet immediately. As one of the 8 major races of the chaotic star domain, our race is very likely to become the main target of humanity. It's very dangerous to continue staying on Big Dream. After hearing what the old ram said, the expressions of the Dream-Eating Clan Patriarch and many other Dream-Eating Clan members changed drastically. First Elder, contact the Primordial Alliance immediately and inform them of the human army's invasion of the chaotic star domain. The Dream Eater's Patriarch was very decisive. I'll personally contact the other 7 Patriarchs to discuss fighting against humans. Besides, we're moving now. After the Dream-Eating Clan Patriarch gave the order, the entire Dream-Eating Clan immediately took action. The Dog Ghost Planet. Pfft, the Dream-Eating Clan is a bunch of cowards. After hearing the news of the human race's invasion, they were so afraid that they abandoned their ancestral planet and fled. Moreover, he actually persuaded our Dog Ghost Clan to escape. Flaha, what a joke! The Dog Ghost Clan Patriarch said disdainfully. His appearance was very strange. His face was like a white mask. However, it had the body of a dog and the tail of a snake. It gave off an overall terrifying feeling. The Dog Ghost Clan Patriarch thought of the message that the Dream Eater Clan Patriarch had just sent him. A trace of disdain flashed in his blood-red eyes. Their Dog Ghost Clan was originally only a small clan in the chaotic star field. However, he dared to fight and kill. No matter who the enemy was, even if he was no match for the other party, he would bite off a piece of flesh from the other party's body even if he had to die. Ruthless to the enemy and also ruthless to himself. It was precisely because of this ruthlessness that their Dog Ghost Clan could defeat one clan after another in the chaotic star domain. They also took the resources of all the defeated clans for themselves and continued to grow. In the end, they stepped on countless corpses and transformed from a small clan to one of the 8 great clans in the chaotic star domain. Even though humans are powerful, if they dare to have designs on us, don't blame us for teaching them a lesson. The Dog Ghost Clan Patriarch's eyes flickered with a blood-red light, and a chilling sneer appeared on his white mask-like face. However, even though he was not prepared to listen to the advice of the Dream Eater Clan Patriarch and move out of Dog Ghost Planet as soon as possible. However, he immediately contacted the Zerg race, the backer of the Dog Ghost Clan, and told them about the human invasion of the chaotic star domain. Chapter 971, Decapitation Plan, Response from All Sides. 3. In addition, he also actively contacted the other 7 races and other factions in the chaotic star domain, preparing to join forces with many factions to resist the humans. The Starlight Clan of the Polar Star. A beautiful woman stood on a cliff. The mountain wind lifted her sparkling hair, revealing an exquisite and perfect face. Her skin was very fair, like white jade. Moreover, countless star realms vaguely appeared on her skin, emitting wisps of brilliant starlight. On her forehead was a diamond-shaped purple crystal. Humans have endured for so many years. Are they finally going to attack the chaotic star domain? Xing Meng muttered to herself as she looked down at the buildings below the cliff that were filled with brilliant starlight. Her eyes were a little lost. The reason why their Starlight Clan could become one of the 3 strongest forces in the chaotic star domain was because they had the support of humans. She knew this very well. As the patriarch of the Starlight Clan, she had also been invited by the higher-ups of the human race to visit the Mirror Universe's Emperor Shi Holy City. It was also because she had been to Emperor Shi Holy City that she knew how powerful and terrifying humans were. The Mirror Universe Corporation alone had 6 Universe Overlords, more than 30 Universe Nobility, and 400 to 500 Universe Lords. Such strength was more than 10,000 times stronger than all the factions in the entire chaotic star domain combined. Not to mention, there were still the 4 giant factions, the many god races, and the 1008 cosmic nations. The deeper one got to know humans, the more they understood how terrifying they were. They were too strong. If the upper echelons of the human race were serious and wanted to take over the chaotic star domain by force, Xing Meng knew that the local forces of the chaotic star domain would not be able to resist. The only ones who could resist the humans were the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance, 2 factions on the same level as humans. Patriarch, the Dream Eater Clan's Patriarch, the Dog Ghost Clan's Patriarch, the Shihi Clan's Patriarch, the Giant Hand Clan's Patriarch, the Blue Silk Clan's Patriarch, the Wu Qi Clan's Patriarch, and the Yanhuo Clan's Patriarch are all urging you to contact them and discuss how to deal with the humans. A 16 or 17-year-old girl walked over and said to Xing Meng. Ignore them. Xing Meng said calmly. Clan leader, even though our Starlight Clan has always been partners with humans. The woman said anxiously, but aren't the humans going to invade our chaotic star domain now? We should join forces with the other 7 races. Only then will we have a chance of defeating the humans. Defeat humans? Xing Meng sneered. Many of the Dream Eaters had never left the chaotic star domain in their lives, nor had they personally visited the headquarters of the human giants. They had no idea how terrifying humans were. Even if all the experts in the chaotic star domain joined forces to defeat the human race, in Xing Meng's opinion, it was all a joke. Xiao Qing, pass down my orders, Xing Meng said calmly. From today onwards, all clansmen in the clan are not allowed to leave Polar Star. The clansmen who are still outside, tell them to return immediately. Our Starlight clan will not interfere in the war between humans and other races. Alt. The girl named Xiao Qing was a little dumbfounded. Not only was the clan leader unwilling to join forces with the Dream-Eating clan and other factions, he actually ordered the clansmen outside to return. Could it be that they could only watch as the humans conquered the chaotic star domain while the Starlight clan did nothing? All what? Xing Meng glared at Qing Zhu and said, why aren't you going down to announce my decision to the clansmen? Okay. Xiao Qing left discontentedly. Xiao Qing. You don't know at all. If humans are determined to take down the chaotic star domain, no matter what we do, we won't be a match for them. The more you resist, the more miserable you will die in the future. Our Starlight clan has always been on good terms with the humans. With our relationship with the humans, as long as our clan doesn't participate in the operation against the humans, then when the humans occupy the chaotic star domain, the humans shouldn't make things difficult for us. I have to be responsible for the entire Starlight clan. Xing Meng muttered to herself as she watched Xiao Qing leave. She wasn't betting on human kindness. It was because she knew the strength of humans that she had no choice. Chapter 972, Self-Created Ability, Time Reincarnation. 1. The Chaotic Star Domain. A group of palms were flying quickly in the starry sky. The smallest of these palms was the size of Mount Everest. The largest was comparable to 10 Mount Everests stacked together. What was even more surprising was that these palms had huge eyes and mouths on their palms. These were all living beings of the giant hand race from the star field of Chaos. Stop! Suddenly, the largest palm shouted loudly, shaking the entire starry sky. The other palms instantly stopped when they heard this. Patriarch, what's going on? A Palin with 200-meter-long white eyebrows asked. The Patriarch of the Giant Hand? Thousand River, scanned the void with a solemn gaze and said. We're surrounded. The expressions of the many palms changed when they heard this. Humans, show yourself. The Giant Hand? Thousand River, glanced at the void and said in a deep voice. The next moment, ripples appeared in the void. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lanruo, and a dozen other human Universe Lords appeared one after another. Giant Hand? Thousand River, we don't want to waste our breath. You should know why we're here. Are you going to surrender or not? Universe Lord Yun Meng said blandly. Phantoms of ice mountains appeared behind her, emitting a terrifying coldness that could freeze the world. You want us to surrender with just one sentence? You're underestimating us too much. Giant Hand? Thousand River laughed coldly. A universe nobility level pressure swept through the void. You have indeed underestimated my race. Let's teach them a lesson. Let's attack together and suppress them. The living beings of the Giant Hand race shouted and rushed toward Universe Lord Yun Meng and the others. Rumble rumble rumble. Many palms fused with the nomological laws and emitted an incomparably dazzling light, blasting out a vast sea of nomological runes. The destructive power was extremely shocking. Large areas of the void were directly blasted into nothingness. However, Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lanruo, and the others were all veterans among the Universe Lords. They calmly unleashed their power of laws to deal with the attacks of the creatures of the Giant Hand race. The Giant Hand? Thousand River did not attack. He just stood still, looking cautiously at the void. Aren't you going to make a move? Giant Hand? Thousand River asked in a deep voice. If I make a move, you might not have a chance. Chu Zhou's figure appeared and smiled faintly at Giant Hand. I Thousand River. The new universe nobility among humans, Chu Zhou. Seeing Chu Zhou appear, Giant Hand. Thousand River's pupils instantly constricted. If other human universe nobility came, Giant Hand? Thousand River might not recognize them. However, Chu Zhou was an exception. Chu Zhou's deeds in the universe ocean were too shocking. Be it becoming a heavenly armor divine general, destroying the two families in ancient viewing city, defying a universe nobility as a universe lord, or becoming the first universe nobility in the history of the universe to be less than 100 years old. All of these made him famous in the universe. Even though Giant Hand Thousand River was in the chaotic star domain, he had heard of Chu Zhou's reputation and seen his image. Hence, he recognized Chu Zhou at a glance. When he saw Chu Zhou, his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. When Chu Zhou was still a universe lord, he could go against universe nobility. Now that Chu Zhou was already a universe nobility, how strong was he? Could he compete with Chu Zhou? There was something else that made him even more uneasy. Chu Zhou was King Beigang's disciple. Chu Zhou had come to the chaotic star domain? What about King Beikang? King Beikang could now become a universe overlord. If King Beikang made a move, which faction or race in the entire chaotic star domain could withstand it? They were probably all doomed. Giant Hand? Thousand River's mind was in chaos. But he quickly calmed down. He would not surrender so easily no matter what. Dense nomological patterns spread out from the Giant Hand Thousand River, and covered the void. The universe nobility level energy fluctuations formed a roaring energy wave. Giant Hand Thousand River, you are the leader of a clan. You should know very well that in the universe, the strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. There is not much reason to say. If we humans are strong enough, we have the right to turn the chaotic star domain into our own territory. How about submitting to us? Chu Zhou said calmly to Giant Hand. Thousand River, you should understand that it's not embarrassing to become a subsidiary race of us humans. In the universe, many races that are much stronger than your Giant Hand race are subsidiary races of us humans. Giant Hand? Thousand River's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, humans had many subsidiary races that were 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the Giant Hand race. It was indeed not embarrassing to become a subsidiary race of humans. In fact, with the protection of humans, the Giant Hand clan might be able to welcome better development. Except, becoming a subsidiary race of other factions would ultimately lose a lot of freedom and independence. Giant Hand? Thousand River was unwilling to submit to humans just like that. However, he did not finish his sentence. This time, he had a bad feeling about the humans' invasion of the chaotic star domain. He felt that humans had probably succeeded this time. This way, there would be a way out for the Giant Hand race. Chu Zhou, let's see if you have the ability to subdue our Giant Hand race. Giant Hand? Thousand River let out a long cry, and the power of the universe nobility level completely erupted. The substantial energy formed an earth-shattering tsunami that instantly swept through the surrounding starry sky. Thousands of star realms directly exploded, turning into gorgeous starry sky fireworks. A surging river of laws descended from the darkness and fused with Giant Hand. Thousand River. Chapter 973, Self-Created Ability, Time Reincarnation. 2. Boom. Giant Hand? Thousand River slapped at Chu Zhou from afar. A terrifying palm print that seemed to want to shatter 3,000 worlds pressed down on Chu Zhou. Strength Law. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou sensed that Giant Hand Thousand River cultivated the Strength Law. He smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. This palm was enough to move a normal beginner universe nobility. Recently, I've vaguely comprehended an ultimate technique from the law of reincarnation and the space-time law. Let's test the power of this unique skill. With this thought in mind, he controlled the space-time law with his left hand and the law of reincarnation with his right. Then, his hands drew a profound trajectory in the void. Time reincarnation. He muttered to himself and struck out with a pale and mysterious power. Boom! The mysterious power he struck out collided with the palm print of Giant Hand Thousand River in midair. Then, a strange scene happened. The palm print actually flew back after a slight pause. It was as if time had reversed. Then, the palm print turned into a majestic force again and returned to Giant Hand Thousand River's body. How? How is this possible? Giant Hand? Thousand River was dumbfounded. He found it hard to understand the scene before him. The power that was blasted out could be reversed? Then, an unfathomable power hit him. In an instant, the time on Giant Hand? Thousand River seemed to have reversed. His body, which was the size of two Everests, was constantly shrinking. In the end, it turned into a tender palm as thick as a baby's arm. In that palm, a pair of adorable eyes sized up the surroundings. They were filled with curiosity and innocence, as if they had just come into contact with this world. In fact, with her pink palm and small mouth opened, she even started to cry like a baby. This is Lord Clan Patriarch. How is this possible? At that moment, both Universe Lord Yunmeng and the other human cultivators and the Giant Hand race cultivators stopped fighting. Looking at the cute pink arm in the air, they were all dumbfounded. A perfectly fine universe nobility was actually reverted to his newborn state by Chu Zhou in one move? This was too strange. What shocked them even more was that they could feel that Giant Hand. Thousand River's realm and strength had also regressed, as if he had really become a baby. The mouths of the experts of the Giant Hand clan twitched as they looked at the tender palm. They found it hard to accept. The leader of their Giant Hand race was actually beaten into a baby in one move. Who the heck was he trying to reason with? However, there were also people from the Giant Hand clan who could not help but mutter softly. The Patriarch has always been mighty and tall. He's a great man in my heart, but I didn't expect him to be so cute when he was born. It would be great if I could pinch the Patriarch's butt. That's right. The Patriarch usually likes to teach us a lesson. Now that he's like this, I really want to take revenge on him and spank his butt. Many living beings of the Giant Hand race were eager to give it a try. Looking at Chu Zhou, Universe Lord Yunmeng and the other human beings felt a chill down their spines. They all thought that no matter who they offended in the future, they could not offend Chu Zhou. Otherwise, if they were beaten into babies by Chu Zhou in public, the joke would be too big. They would probably become a dark history that they would never be able to wash away. The power of the time reincarnation seems pretty good. Chu Zhou appeared beside that tender palm with a swoosh. He pinched his chin and observed it carefully over and over again. He sensed that Giant Hand? Thousand River was indeed in a baby state at this moment. He nodded in satisfaction. With just one move, he had beaten an opponent of the same level into a weak baby. Time reincarnation was stronger than he had expected. However, the power of time reincarnation could only last for about 2 seconds. 10 seconds later. The infant Giant Hand? Thousand River returned to normal with a swoosh, becoming the size of 2 Everests. After returning to normal, the power of Giant Hand? Thousand River returned. Swoosh. As if he had been electrocuted, his body instantly moved and distanced himself from Chu Zhou. He looked at Chu Zhou warily. The scene that happened just now surfaced in his memory. His palm-shaped body turned red. He, a dignified universe nobility, was actually beaten into a baby by Chu Zhou in front of everyone. He even cried in front of everyone. Some people had not yet died biologically, but had already died socially. Awkward, it was too awkward. At this moment, Giant Hand? Thousand River looked at Chu Zhou as if he was looking at a poisonous thing. His eyes were filled with fear. He would rather be seriously injured by Chu Zhou than be beaten into a crying baby in public. Ahem, Chu Zhou smiled and said to Giant Hand. Thousand River, Giant Hand? Thousand River, I know you must still be unconvinced. Come, let's continue. I agree. Before Chu Zhou could finish speaking, Giant Hand? Thousand River impatiently interrupted Chu Zhou and said that he was willing to submit. You submitted just like that. Chu Zhou was a little indignant. He still wanted to continue testing the power of the time reincarnation. He looked at the other living beings of the Giant Hand race. It seemed like he wanted to find out who was unwilling to submit to the Giant Hand clan and test the power of the time reincarnation. The clan leader's choice is my choice. There's actually nothing bad about submitting to humans. I will get a big backer for free. That's right. He has a strong backing and sufficient confidence. Many living beings of the Giant Palm race expressed their willingness to submit. In particular, the living beings of the Giant Hand race who had threatened to spank babies agreed very quickly, as if they were afraid that Chu Zhou would turn them into babies if they were any slower. Seeing that, Universe Lord Yunmeng and the other human cultivators couldn't help but laugh. This was for the best. Without any losses, he had obtained the submission of the giant hand race. They had undoubtedly made a killing. Of course, they knew very well that the reason why the giant hand clan surrendered so easily was not because they were stupid or cowardly, but because they knew that this was their only way out. Chu Zhou's ultimate technique just now was too heaven-defying. With one move, he turned a beginner universe nobility into a helpless baby. Who could withstand this? If the giant hand race continued to resist stubbornly, Chu Zhou would probably be angry and beat them all into helpless babies before easily killing them. Under such circumstances, if they still did not submit, they must be tired of living. Seeing that everyone from the giant hand race had chosen to submit, Chu Zhou retracted his gaze with some regret. However, he soon smiled. He originally wanted to directly kill Giant Hand Thousand River, the clan leader, and then plunge the entire Giant Hand clan into a leaderless state of chaos. In that case, it would be much easier for the human army to defeat the Giant Hand race. The current outcome was undoubtedly much better than he had expected. After subduing the Giant Hand race, this race would become his subordinates from now on. The forces under his command had become even stronger. Perhaps we can adjust the plan. For those who are willing to submit, you can subdue them. For those who are unwilling to submit, you can execute the beheading plan. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou decided to adjust his plan slightly. Lord, the Dog Ghost clan is contacting the 8 great clans and many powerful factions in the chaotic star domain to prepare to join forces to resist your human army. Among the 8 great clans, other than the Starlight clan that you humans have always supported, the other clans have all agreed to the Dog Ghost clan's invitation and are preparing to head to Dog Ghost planet to discuss matters. After choosing to submit, Giant Hand Thousand River immediately told Chu Zhou what the Dog Ghost clan and many other factions of the chaotic star domain were planning. Giant Hand Thousand River's mentality changed very quickly. Previously, he was still thinking about how to try his best to rope in all the factions in the chaotic star domain to fight against the human army and ruin the plan of the humans to occupy the chaotic star domain. However, at this moment, he only wanted to submit more factions to the human race like the Giant Hand race. We, the Giant Hand race, can't be the only ones who have submitted to the human race. Chu Zhou looked at Giant Hand Thousand River with a strange expression. A sentence suddenly surfaced in his mind. Lead the way. Is Giant Hand Thousand River considered a traitor and a mole in the chaotic star field? No. Definitely not. Giant Hand Thousand River submitted to us humans. He is sensible and a hero. Do you know the situation of the Dog Ghost clan and other large clans? Chu Zhou asked. I know. Giant Hand Thousand River said heavily, other than the Dream-Eating clan, the people of the Shi clan have already arrived outside Dog Ghost planet. The people of the Blue Silk clan, the Wu Chi clan, and the Fire-Hating clan are still on the way to Dog Ghost planet. I know their route. I can bring you to ambush them. Giant Hand Thousand River. You are indeed a very sensible hero. Chu Zhou praised. Chapter 974, Calming the World. 1. Giant Hand Thousand River, you bastard, you actually betrayed us. In the starry sky, Blue Silk Race Patriarch Lan Feng cursed at Giant Hand Thousand River. Many factions in the chaotic star domain were preparing to join forces to resist the humans at the critical moment, and there was actually a traitor among them. Furthermore, this traitor was from one of the 8 great clans of the chaotic star domain. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to their joint plan. What made him even more depressed was that this bastard Giant Hand Thousand River had even brought Chu Zhou and other human experts to ambush them. Giant Hand Thousand River saw Lan Feng gritting his teeth and said with a smile. Lan Feng, I'm doing this for your own good. Humans are one of the 6 pinnacle races. Just thinking about their strength makes one's scalp tingle. Our chaotic star domain doesn't even have an overlord, and you want to fight against the human race? Dream on. Therefore, joining the human camp and becoming a subsidiary race of the human race is our best choice. It'll save us a lot of unnecessary sacrifices. Lan Feng almost vomited when he saw Giant Hand Thousand River's benevolent look. You old bastard, when you treat your enemies, you exterminate them at the drop of a hat. Would you be so kind as to think about our blue silk race? I think, you old bastard, you surrendered on your own accord and want to drag our blue silk race down with you. Lord Chu Zhou, it seems like Lan Feng has a deep misunderstanding of me. I guess you can only persuade him. Giant hand? Thousand River turned to face Chu Zhou with a sincere expression. Lord Chu Zhou, I strongly suggest that you beat Lan Feng into a baby. I believe Lan Feng, who has turned into a baby, will be very talkative. Chu Zhou looked at Giant Hand. Thousand River in a daze. Giant Hand? Thousand River revealed a simple and honest smile. Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou still listened to Giant Hand. Thousand River's suggestion and attacked. He used time reincarnation on Lan Feng without any hesitation. A mystical pale power blasted onto Lan Feng's body. You! What do you think I did? Lan Feng looked at his younger self in shock. He felt that the years in his body seemed to be flowing backward. Moreover, the speed of reversal was unimaginably fast. He had a bad feeling about this. However, he had already become a crying blue-haired baby before he could react. The experts of the blue silk race were all stunned when they saw this scene while Lan Feng was still in a daze. Ha ha ha, Lan Feng, I didn't expect you to be like this when you were a baby. Your dick is quite small. Giant Hand? Thousand River laughed loudly when he saw Lan Feng becoming a crying baby, happy that he was not the only one humiliated in public. He flicked his fingers, and a weak energy shot out and hit the baby's dick. The blue silk race was petrified on the spot when they saw this scene. Their blue silk race patriarch Lan Feng's dick was actually flicked by Giant Hand. Thousand River? The living beings of the Giant Hand race was slightly stunned at first, then they looked at Giant Hand. Thousand River with a strange gaze. Their leader was really bold. When Lan Feng returned to normal, he would probably fight their leader to the death. Chu Zhou looked at the blue-haired baby calmly and silently calculated the duration of the time reincarnation. About 10 seconds later, Lan Feng, the patriarch of the blue silk race, returned to normal. In an instant, all kinds of memories during the transformation of his body surged into his mind. At this moment, when he saw the strange gazes around him and felt extremely embarrassed and ashamed. It was fine if all that happened was his body turned into a crying baby. Giant Hand? Thousand River, this boorish man, actually dared to hit his dick in public. Ah! Lan Feng let out a roar that was on the verge of collapse. Blue energy surged around him like a blue comet as he charged towards Giant Hand. Thousand River! Giant Hand? Thousand River, you immoral, shameless bastard! I'll fight you to the death. No, Lan Feng, I'm just checking if you were healthy when you were young. Giant Hand? Thousand River looked at the murderous Lan Feng and explained as he retreated. Bastard, die! Lan Feng completely ignored the other party's explanation. He want to cut Giant Hand? Thousand River into pieces when he thought of what the other party had just done. One of them fled while the other chased. The scene was very lively. A moment later, Lan Feng, who had a comfortable expression, returned with Giant Hand. Thousand River, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, appeared beside Chu Zhou. Lord Chu Zhou, our blue silk race is also willing to become a subsidiary race of humans. Lan Feng said seriously. When Chu Zhou heard Lan Feng's words, he looked at Giant Hand. Thousand River in surprise. He knew that the reason why Lan Feng could submit so easily was not only because he was afraid of his strength, but also because Giant Hand? Thousand River persuaded him. However, no matter what the reason was, the blue silk race was willing to submit. This was a good outcome. Alright. From today onwards, your blue silk race will be a member of our human race. I will immediately send the news back to the company and let the company register it. Chu Zhou smiled and accepted Lan Feng and the blue silk race's surrender. As a new subsidiary race of humans, it had to be registered and uploaded to the general database of humans. Only then would it be legal. Sir, I know the route to the Wu Qi clan. Lan Feng suddenly said. Sir, I know the route to the fire-hating clan. Giant Hand? Thousand River also said. Chapter 975, Calming the World. 2. Chu Zhou. The humans were speechless. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others deeply understood what it meant by a fortress that had been breached from the inside. One wasn't afraid of the enemy being strong, but one had to be afraid of traitors appearing in the organization. 3 days later, other than Giant Hand, Thousand River and Lan Feng, the two patriarchs of the 8 great clans, were also Faceless and Lai Yan, the patriarchs of the Wu Qi clan and the fire-hating clan, beside Chu Zhou. However, the 4 of them had strange expressions. Lan Feng looked at Giant Hand, Thousand River and gritted his teeth. Faceless also gritted his teeth when he looked at Lan Feng and Giant Hand. Thousand River. Lai Yan also gritted his teeth often when he looked at Faceless, Lan Feng, and Giant Hand. Thousand River, he often gritted his teeth. Between them was a unique chain of aggro. Now that the Giant Hand race, Blue Silk race, Wu Qi race, Fire-hating clan, and the other 4 races have all submitted to me, it's time to make a trip to the Dog Ghost clan. I also want to see how they plan to deal with our human experts and army. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou directly used ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation. The human experts, Giant Hand, Thousand River, and the others charged towards Dog Ghost planet where the Dog Ghost clan was. A few days later, on the Dog Ghost planet, the sky above the Hungry Ghost mountain range where the patriarch of the Dog Ghost race lived was extremely lively. Numerous cosmic battleships floated above the Hungry Ghost mountain range, covering most of the sky. Many battleships were occupied by translucent dream-eating clan creatures of different shapes and sizes. There were also many creatures with unique snake characteristics standing on many warships. Those living beings all had black skin. They held a snake in each hand. There was a green snake hanging from their left ears and a red snake hanging from their right ears. This was a creature of the Snake clan. Great Elder, is the agreed time up? The patriarch of the Dog Ghost clan sat on a white bone throne and asked the first elder of the Dog Ghost clan. It's been more than half an hour. The Dog Ghost clan's first elder frowned. What's the situation? The leader of the Hound Ghost clan said impatiently, didn't we set a time? Why aren't Giant Hand, Thousand River, Lan Feng, Faceless, and Lai Yan here yet? The patriarch of the Snake clan frowned and asked, could an accident have happened? The patriarch of the Dream Eaters gently wriggled his 8 octopus tentacles and frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Their route here is top secret. Only we know about it. It's impossible for humans to know. Even if humans occasionally discover one of the races, the other 3 should be fine. It seems that I have to find a way to contact Giant Hand, Thousand River and the others as soon as possible. The Dog Ghost clan patriarch said with a gloomy expression. They could not use the Mirror Universe network to easily communicate across planets. They used some special tools and methods to communicate across planets. It was not easy to contact him once. The leader of the Dog Ghost clan was prepared to use the clan's supersonic stone to contact Lan Feng and the others to ask why they did not arrive at the agreed time. However, the Dog Ghost race patriarch had just stood up when a sun suddenly smashed through the clouds above Dog Ghost planet. Then, it crashed down towards the Hungry Ghost mountain range at the speed of a meteor. Shit! There's an attack. Attack level has reached the universe nobility level. The Dog Ghost clan patriarch, the Dream Eater clan patriarch, the Snake clan patriarch, and the experts of the 3 clans looked at the falling sun that was coincidentally facing them. Their expressions could not help but change. Demon Dog Claw. The leader of the Dog Ghost clan did not hesitate to use a black bone claw weapon. It was a black bone claw the size of a mountain, connected to a metal chain as thick as a bucket. On the black bone claw, nomological patterns lingered and burned with green flames, emitting an extremely ferocious pressure. It was as if an indomitable demon dog had descended and wanted to use its sharp claws to tear everything in the world apart. Dream Mirror. The Dream Eater clan patriarch activated a magical mirror that was dozens of meters in diameter. Circles of transparent ripples rippled out from the mirror. Heavenly Snake Battle Halberd. The Snake clan patriarch shouted in a deep voice and summoned a scarlet halberd that was surrounded by 9 poisonous snakes. Thunderbolt. The scarlet halberd was like a snake-shaped bolt of lightning that tore through the void and slashed towards the falling sun. The falling sun quickly collided with the 3 weapons, the Demon Dog Claw, the Dream Mirror, and the Heavenly Snake Battle Halberd. Originally, when the living beings of the 3 clans saw the 3 clan leaders attack, they all thought that they could send the falling sun flying. However, to their disbelief, the 3 weapons were sent flying back. How? How is this possible? He leader of the Dog Ghost clan, the leader of the Dream-Eating clan, the leader of the Snake clan, and the other 3 clan leaders looked at the weapon that was sent flying back in shock. They instinctively wanted to use their strength to control their weapons again. In the end, when the 3 weapons flew back, the energy they carried was too huge. Boom! 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 The 3 of them were blasted into the mountain by their weapons. Blood splattered everywhere in the void. At this moment, the creatures of the 3 races saw clearly that the falling sun was not a sun at all, but an ancient bronze book. A long river of time and space surged out of the ancient bronze book. Chapter 976, Calming the World. 3. The surrounding forest instantly turned into a still white world. Lotuses the size of a baby's fist flew out of the ancient bronze book and scattered into the still pale world. The lotus landed the battleships and in the forest below. Suddenly, all of them expanded and became the size of a small mountain in the forest below. Billions of blazing white sword chi shot out from the lotuses. In an instant, almost all the battleships floating above the Hungry Ghost Mountain range were minced into powder by the endless sword chi. Even the battleship was minced to pieces. The Dream-Eating clan and Snake clan living beings on the battleship could not escape the fate of being minced to pieces. Apart from a few lucky ones, the rest were basically instantly minced to death. A rain of blood fell from the sky. In addition, the lotuses that grew rapidly in the forest below also bloomed with endless sword chi like peacocks spreading their tails. The forest and trees in this area were instantly ground into powder. The experts of the Dog Ghost clan living in this area, including the universe lords of the Dog Ghost clan, could not escape the fate of being instantly killed. They all turned into blood mist. Who is it? The patriarch of the Dog Ghost clan rushed out of the mountain. When he saw that the experts of the Dog Ghost clan who lived here had actually been killed, he was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The Dream Eater clan patriarch, who was covered in blood, and the Snake clan patriarch, who had lost a hand, came out of the mountain. When they saw that the experts they had brought with them had all disappeared, they almost vomited blood. They had brought the elites of the clan and they were all dead. This was already a huge blow to their 2 races. Why does this book seem to be the weapon of the number 1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou, the Book of Dharma? The patriarch of the Dream-Eating clan looked at the ancient bronze book floating in midair and suddenly thought of something. His expression could not help but change. It doesn't seem to be Chu Zhou's Book of Dharma. The leader of the Snake clan gritted his teeth and said, Chu Zhou is here. I'm here. Suddenly, a chuckle came from above the clouds. Soon, Chu Zhou brought Giant Hand. Thousand River, Lan Feng, Faceless, Lai Yan, and the other human experts descended from the clouds and appeared in front of the Dog Ghost clan patriarch and the other 2. The leader of the Dog Ghost clan, the leader of the Dream-Eating clan, and the leader of the Snake clan looked at Giant Hand. Thousand River and the others standing beside Chu Zhou with interesting expressions. You actually sided with humans. Traitors. The leader of the Dog Ghost clan looked at Giant Hand, Thousand River, Lan Feng, Faceless, and Lai Yan and said hatefully. The faces of the Dream Eater clan's patriarch and the Snake clan's patriarch also turned ashen. If Chu Zhou was the only one who came knocking on their door, they would not feel as aggrieved as they did now no matter how great their losses were. However, the reason for all of this was most likely because a traitor had betrayed them. This was hard for them to accept. So many people have died. Looks like we can't subdue them normally. Do you know what to do? Chu Zhou calmly glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with blood and said to Giant Hand. Thousand River, Lan Feng, Faceless, and Lai Yan. Giant Hand? Thousand River, Lan Feng, Faceless, and Lai Yan all nodded vigorously and decisively took action. Giant Hand. Thousand River and Lan Feng charged towards the leader of the Dream Eaters. Faceless and Lai Yan also charged towards the Snake clan patriarch. Giant Hand? Thousand River and the others all knew that so many elites of the Dream-Eating clan and the Snake clan had died today. They definitely hated them to the core. If the Dream-Eating clan's clan leader and the Shihi clan's clan leader escaped, then the clan behind them would probably have to face the crazy revenge of the Dream-Eating clan and the Snake clan. This was not what they wanted to see. Thus, Giant Hand, Thousand River and the other 3 attacked especially ruthlessly, wanting to directly kill the Dream Eater clan patriarch and the Snake clan patriarch here. Soon, they were in a fight. A battle at the universe nobility level was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the entire Hungry Ghost Mountain range was broken by the battle fluctuations. So what if you're the #1 prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou? I'm still going to kill you today. The patriarch of the Dog Ghost clan roared ferociously and took the initiative to attack Chu Zhou. He controlled the mountain-sized demon dog claw and grabbed at Chu Zhou. Boring. Chu Zhou casually glanced at the leader of the Dog Ghost clan and casually used time reincarnation. A mysterious force struck the demon dog claw. The demon dog claw flew back along its original trajectory as if time had reversed. At the same time, that mysterious power also engulfed the Dog Ghost clan's patriarch. It was as if it had only been an instant, and it also felt like 10,000 years had passed. The patriarch of the Dog Ghost clan turned into a being with a baby's face, a puppy's body, and a baby snake tail. What the hell? The Dream Eater clan patriarch and the Snake clan patriarch, who were fighting Giant Hand, Thousand River and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the Dog Ghost clan patriarch turn into a baby. Chu Zhou slashed the Dog Ghost clan patriarch who had turned into a baby into two indifferently. After the corpse fell to the earth, it quickly returned to its original state. However, this was only a corpse with no life force. The Dog Ghost clan's patriarch had been killed just like that? The Dream Eater race patriarch and the Snake clan patriarch were dumbfounded. After that, boundless fear surged in their hearts. Giant Hand, Thousand River, Lan Feng, Faceless, and Lai Yan saw this scene and secretly wiped their cold sweat. Fortunately, they all chose to submit to Chu Zhou and were accepted by him. Otherwise, they would probably die miserably like the Dog Ghost clan's patriarch. Escape. At this moment, the Dream Eating clan patriarch and the Snake clan patriarch had no intention of continuing the battle. They all slammed their palms into the void and forcefully shattered space. Then, without thinking about whether they would get lost in the spatial turbulence, they rushed into the dimensional void, wanting to escape. However, just as they entered the dimensional void, two mysterious powers enveloped their bodies. They turned into two infants like the patriarch Dog Ghost clan. Chu Zhou reached out and grabbed them out of the dimensional void. Then, he casually flicked out two sword auras and pierced through their bodies. The two corpses fell to the ground and quickly returned to their original appearance. Similarly, there was no sign of life. The Starlight clan chose to stand by and do nothing. The Giant Hand clan, the Blue Silk race, the Fire-hating clan, and the Wu Qi clan have all submitted to me. The patriarchs and elites of the Dog Ghost clan, the Dream Eating clan, and the Snake clan have all been killed. The universe has been decided. Next, it depends on whether Teacher and Lord Dragon can stop the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked up at the territory where the Zerg race was. At the border between the chaotic star domain and the Zerg race's territory, King Bei King stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair, which was half gold and half black, fluttered without any wind. His two eyes, one gold and one black, emitted holy and demonic aura. There was also a black and gold sun floating behind him. Endless oppression spread out from his body and even seeped into the territory of the Zerg race. At this moment, not far from him, a sexy woman in revealing clothes floated. There was also a sun floating behind the woman, which meant that the woman was also an overlord. It's not too much for me to take the chaotic star domain as my gift for becoming a universe overlord, right? King Bei King said coldly. The woman looked deeply at King Bei King and said, only the chaotic star domain. With that, her figure instantly disappeared. On the other side, at the border between the chaotic star domain and the Primordial Alliance, a world-shaking battle had just ended. The surrounding void billions of kilometers turned into shattered spatial rums. The caged dragon master crossed his arms and stood on a spatial fragment. He looked at a colorful figure enveloped in divine light opposite him. Humanity has gained a new universe overlord and is qualified to occupy an additional galaxy. The caged dragon master said to the figure opposite him in words similar to King Bei King's. Humph! You guys really know how to choose a place. The five-colored figure left behind a cold snort and disappeared. It was obvious that the other party had tacitly agreed. I think Bei Gang's mission has been completed. I wonder how Chu Zhou's mission went? I don't think he'll disappoint us. The caged dragon master smiled faintly and disappeared. Chapter 977, Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, 1. The Hungry Ghost Mountain range on the Dog Ghost planet. Chu Zhou floated in midair. His body was like a black hole as he devoured the corpses, as well as the life elementium left behind by the Dog Ghost clan, the Dream-Eating clan, the Snake clan, and the other living beings. At the same time, his hands kept reaching into the void to grab the divine kingdoms floating in the spatial turbulence. He quickly transferred the treasures in the divine kingdoms to his own and also refined the divine kingdoms into world hearts. At the same time, he also sent a notice to Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, and the others that they could take action. At the edge of the chaotic star domain, Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, and the others suddenly perked up and looked at their arm guard screens. "We can start now." Upon seeing these words, the Torch Dragon King and company's eyes lit up. Looks like Chu Zhou's beheading plan has succeeded. Torch Dragon King laughed and suddenly waved his hand in the direction of the chaotic star domain. "Listen to my orders and march into the chaotic star domain." Almost at the same time, the Mammoth King and the other commanders of the commander-level army waved their hands and ordered their troops to march into the chaotic star domain. Instantly, the two main armies and the 13 auxiliary armies swept towards the chaotic star domain like a tide. Not long after the human army took action, Chu Zhou received good news from his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the caged dragon master. They had blocked the overlords of the Zerg race and the Primordial Alliance. The outcome is set. Chu Zhou smiled. He knew that he had basically succeeded in establishing a cosmic nation in the chaotic star domain. Then, he asked the Giant Hand race, the Blue Silk race, the Fire-Hating clan, and the Wu Qi race to send troops to help the human army. With the help of the four races, the human army's attack on the various factions in the chaotic star domain was even smoother. It was almost as if they were crushing everything. Not long after, the Starlight clan's leader, Xing Meng, also personally came to Dog Ghost planet to pay her respects to Chu Zhou. She implored Chu Zhou to agree to let their Starlight clan become a subsidiary race of humans. The Starlight clan was originally a collaboration partner of humans in the chaotic star domain. In this incident, he was not on the opposite side of humanity. Chu Zhou thought about it and agreed. After the news that the Starlight clan had also become a subsidiary race of the human race spread, the morale of the various races and factions in the chaotic star domain immediately collapsed. 5 of the 8 races of the chaotic star domain had submitted to the human race. The other 3 upper echelons and elites had also been personally killed by Chu Zhou. This made the other races and factions in the chaotic star domain no longer have the confidence to contend with humans. Instantly, wherever the human army passed, they were invincible. One by one, the tribes and factions either chose to submit. However, the chaotic star domain was even larger than the true central universe. Therefore, even if the human army was invincible, they would not be able to completely conquer the entire chaotic star field in a short period of time. The human army, the Starlight clan, the Giant Hand clan, the Blue Silk race, the Fire-Hating clan, and the Wu Qi clan had been fighting in the chaotic star domain. Chu Zhou himself was guarding Dog Ghost planet. At the same time, the Coiling Dragon Manor's army kept sending over the corpses of the enemies on the battlefield for him to devour. His attribute points kept increasing. 3 years later, the human army had finally conquered the entire chaotic star domain. Chu Zhou renamed Dog Ghost Planet to Planet Coiling Dragon and announced on Planet Coiling Dragon that he would establish the 1009th Cosmic Nation of Humanity, Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. He was the first king of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Planet Coiling Dragon was the capital of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. The chaotic star domain was officially renamed Coiling Dragon Domain. Description: the territory of the human cosmic nation is generally called the Great Star Region. The Yan Huang religion became the only state religion in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. On the day of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation's founding ceremony, 3 universe overlords, 10 universe nobility, and 30 universe lords came from the Mirror Universe Corporation. Furthermore, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Infinite Battle Arena, and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce had also sent a universe nobility and several universe lords to congratulate them. The scene was so grand that it made the nearby Zerg race and Primordial Alliance nervous. They hurriedly deployed a large number of troops at the border to guard against humans. Originally, it was not a big deal for the tens of thousands of races in the universe to have another cosmic nation for humanity. As long as humans became universe lords, they were qualified to establish a cosmic nation after all. Many human planets did not have much attention among the myriad races in the universe. However, the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation was clearly different. Not only was the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation located in a special geographical location, but it was also located in the triangular region at the edge of the three superpowers, the human territory, the Zerg race, and the Primordial Alliance. And it was created by the number one prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Moreover, during the founding ceremony, the human experts and forces that came to support were too strong and shocking. Therefore, ever since the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation was established, it had been the focus of all the races in the universe. After Chu Zhou established the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, he became more low-key. He handed all the matters of Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation to Dongfang Mingzu and the other higher-ups of Coiling Dragon Manor to handle, while he stayed in the palace to cultivate wholeheartedly. Dongfang Mingzu and the other upper echelons of Coiling Dragon Manor were now managing the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation's affairs with all their might. They were also constantly migrating from the distant Blood Mountain Galaxy. A large number of Earth's humans, as well as the citizens of Coiling Dragon Manor who were originally under Blood Mountain Galaxy, were continuously transferred to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Chapter 978, Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, 2. Time passed slowly. There were more and more humans from the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Gradually, the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation also became a brand new prosperous cosmic nation among humans. The development of the Yanhuang religion in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation was even more unstoppable. In the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation's policies, any place with intelligent life forms had to have a branch of the Yanhuang religion. In just a dozen years, the shrines of the Yanhuang religion had spread to every inhabited planet in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Countless humans and affiliated races had become believers of the Yanhuang religion and believed in the Great Lord of Yanhuang. Thanks to the rapid development of the Yanhuang religion, Chu Zhou had also harvested a huge amount of power of faith in the past 10 years and converted it into a large number of attribute points. In the blink of an eye, the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation had been established for 33 years. This year, Chu Zhou had reached 100 years old. 2 years old. In the palace, Chu Zhou sat on the throne and sighed faintly. If he was still an ordinary mortal on earth, being able to live to 2 years old was enough for him to be called a good person. But to him now, 2 years old, was not worth mentioning at all. As long as he was not killed by others or died in an accident, he could live as long as the heavens. He could live until the end of the universe in this era. The time span was measured in billions of years. Therefore, 100 years was nothing to his long life. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Universe Nobility. Attribute points, 12 quintillion. Rule. Chaos Law, 30%, upgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 30%, upgradable. Space-Time Law, 40%, unupgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 40%, unupgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 40%, unupgradable. Absolute Arts. Time Reincarnation, Level 2, perfected, unupgradable. Description: Time reincarnation is a self-created ultimate technique. The moment it is created, it will be perfected. If you want to improve, you have to have a deeper understanding of the two laws of spacetime and reincarnation. Book of 7 Calamities, Level 1. Initial mastery of the 7 powers of joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, and shock. Reincarnation technique, Level 2, reincarnation of all beings, unupgradable. Divine Rune A, level of comprehension and control reached the level of an advanced grade Universe Lord, unupgradable. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time, unupgradable. Soul Armor, Level 7 Soul Armor, unupgradable. Killing Sword Art, Level 16, comprehended 16 slaughter sword diagrams, unupgradable. Chaos Dharma Body, Million Meter Chaos Dharma Body, unupgradable. 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 46 clones, 10 Universe Nobility clones, 35 Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone, unupgradable. Description: in the last battle on the Demon Mountain continent, Chu Zhou obtained 7 Universe Nobility level Divine Kingdoms. After refining them, he obtained 7 Universe Nobility level World Hearts. When Demon Hound Planet killed the Demon Hound clan's Patriarch and the other 3 Marquises, he obtained 3 Universe Nobility level Divine Kingdoms. After refining them, he obtained 3 universe nobility level world hearts. Looking at the information on his attribute board, Chu Zhou smiled. Even though he was still a beginner universe nobility after 33 years, his strength had undergone a drastic change. His comprehension of the space-time law and the 5 elemental laws had both reached the elementary universe nobility level. The chaos and yin-yang nomological laws had also reached the advanced grade universe lord level. With the power of the 5 nomological laws, his strength far exceeded other elementary universe nobility. Even intermediate grade universe nobility had to avoid him. Moreover, other than the improvement in the laws, his weapon, the Book of Dharma, had also successfully transformed into an advanced grade universe nobility level weapon. In the past 33 years, he had condensed a total of 10 universe nobility clones. This allowed his overall combat strength to rise to an astonishing level. He had tested it in the slaughter battlefield of the mirror universe world. He could easily defeat ordinary intermediate grade universe nobility. Only some monstrous intermediate grade universe nobility could withstand more than 10 moves from him. Only advanced grade universe nobility could match him. As long as I stay at home for a few more decades, I'll probably be able to naturally advance to an intermediate grade universe nobility. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and couldn't help but think of the cultivation situation of Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. It had to be said that Universe Lords were an insurmountable chasm for more than 99.9% of the living beings in the universe. Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha had become pseudo-universe lords in the universe ocean. He even touched the threshold of a universe lord. However, after 33 years, Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha were still fake universe lords. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others had all advanced by leaps and bounds with the full support and funding of Chu Zhou and the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. In recent years, they had also reached the pseudo-universe lord realm. Unfortunately, none of them could advance to the Universe Lord realm. Suddenly, Chu Zhou felt the armguard tremble slightly. He looked down and immediately realized that there was a red dot on the information icon that indicated that there was information. Deep Blue, open the message. A virtual screen immediately appeared in front of Chu Zhou. I sent a letter of challenge to the Lord of Thousand Faces of the Origin Race. He has accepted the challenge. A month later, he and I will fight to the death in the Dead Star Belt near the border of the human race and the Source race. Chapter 979, Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, 3. After reading the message sent by his teacher, King Bei Kang, Chu Zhou couldn't help but be shocked. Has this day finally come? He sighed deeply and had Deep Blue open a new document on the screen. After he advanced to Universe Nobility, his authority level in the Mirror Universe network had also increased to level 6. Level 6 authority allowed him to investigate the grudge between his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the thousand-faced king of the Origin race. It also allowed him to investigate the source of the conflict between his teacher and the Green King. King Bei Kang, Green King, and Purple King were all born on an inhabited planet called Skyfeather Planet. Skyfeather Planet was only an extremely ordinary inhabited planet among the countless inhabited planets of humanity, but 3 universe nobility were born, shocking all of humanity. The 3 of them were also once known as the 3 heroes of Skyfeather Planet. King Bei Kang, Green King, and Purple King came from Skyfeather Planet together, so they have a very good relationship. King Bei Kang and the Green King took good care of the Purple King, who was the youngest and the only female amongst the 3. The 3 of them left Skyfeather Planet together, wandered and adventured in the universe together, joined the Mirror Universe Corporation together, and grew and rose together. Gradually, the 3 heroes of Skyfeather Planet became the 3 heroes of the Mirror Universe Corporation. The momentum of the 3 of them was extremely fast and violent. As time passed, the 3 of them finally became universe nobility that shook the entire human race. Among them, King Bei Kang was the number 1 universe nobility of the human race at that time and intimidated all the races in the universe. 300 million years ago, the Origin race army on the Myriad race battlefield suddenly invaded our human base. King Bei Kang, Green King, and Purple King went to provide support. A tragic battle erupted with the universe nobility led by the thousand-faced king of the Origin race. However, an accident happened in this battle. The thousand-faced king had mastered the divine rune of the word illusion. It was ever-changing, and his transformation technique and illusion had reached the peak. In this battle, King Beikang was caught off guard for a moment. He was bewitched by a transformation technique and fell for the trick, causing him to leave at an inappropriate moment. At that time, Green King happened to be patrolling outside the base. Only the Purple King was guarding the base. When King Beikang was tricked into leaving, the thousand-faced king sneaked into the base and killed the Purple King. At that time, the Purple King was still pregnant. This was a lifelong regret for King Beikang. That day, King Beikang carried the Purple King's corpse and chased after the thousand-faced king like a madman. He chased him out of the universe ocean and into the territory of the origin race. He killed billions of origin race living beings and shocked all the races in the universe. However, there were many experts of the origin race. In the end, King Beikang was unable to kill the thousand-faced king and could only leave the origin race's territory with hatred. From then on, King Beikang sank into oblivion for 300 million years and the Green King blamed King Beikang for the death of the Purple King. He broke off relations with King Beikang, and went against King Beikang everywhere. Chu Zhou read the document on the screen carefully and sighed deeply. He had read this document dozens of times over the years and couldn't help but sigh every time. It's too tiring on teacher. It was difficult to imagine how painful it would be to see his pregnant wife killed in front of him by the enemy. He would probably go crazy. Thousand-faced king, I will kill you even if teacher doesn't. A killing intent appeared in his eyes as he stood up. Lai had to see his teacher personally before he face off with the thousand-faced king. Chapter 980, A Battle of Attention. 1. Swoosh. A black gold spaceship suddenly appeared outside the Emperor's Shi Holy City like a phantom. A handsome young man in black flew out of the spacecraft hatch. Boss, you are here. Bai Bei opened its sleepy eyes. Yes, I am here. Chu Zhou replied and stored the black god away in his divine kingdom. He walked into the Emperor's Shi Holy City and headed straight towards the residence of King Beikang. Lord Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, we haven't seen each other for more than 30 years. Chu Zhou, you are here to visit Master Beikang, right? Along the way, he met many universe lords and universe nobilities who greeted Chu Zhou politely. Chu Zhou responded smilingly to every one of them. Suddenly, a blonde young man appeared in Chu Zhou's sight, his face a little stiff. This person was Miller. Chu Zhou stared at Miller and couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Miller. At that time, he met Miller for the first time while accepting challenges from many other members in the Primordial Mountain. Miller was sunny and handsome, with a kind of confidence always in his eyes, as if nothing in the world could trouble him, which was impressive. At this moment, the Miller in front of him had become an universe lord and stronger, but his temperament had changed a lot. On the surface, it seems that he has become more calm and mature. However, Chu Zhou felt that the other party was faintly sullen and desolate. Lord Chu Zhou. Miller bowed slightly to Chu Zhou stiffly. This is the normal etiquette for a universe lord when meeting an universe nobility. Hello. Chu Zhou smiled slightly, nodded politely to Miller, and then strode across Miller's body. Miller looked at Chu Zhou's back and vaguely seemed to see an insurmountable mountain. Actually, he did not hate Chu Zhou. There was bitterness. He looked over at the Green King Manor where his teacher, Green King, was. He seemed to sense a pair of eyes staring at him. Teacher, I'm sorry. Chu Zhou, I really can't surpass him. Miller sighed heavily and walked towards his mansion. The Beikang Manor. Teacher. Chu Zhou bowed slightly to his teacher, King Beikang, and sat down. It seems like you haven't wasted your time all these years. You've improved quite a bit. I reckon that even intermediate grade universe nobility won't be your match. King Beikang sensed the change in Chu Zhou's aura and nodded in satisfaction. Suppressing an intermediate grade universe nobility should be alright. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and admitted that he had the strength to suppress an intermediate grade universe nobility. King Beikang looked at the confident young man in front of him and could not help but feel a little dazed. Back then, he had only taken Chu Zhou in as his disciple because he wanted to take in a qualified successor who could inherit his mantle. However, he did not expect this disciple to be far more outstanding than he had imagined. Even he was far inferior to this disciple back then. He couldn't help but feel that his luck was really good. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Bai Bei, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Bai Bei, you've advanced to the universe nobility realm. The sleepy Bai Bei, which was lying on Chu Zhou's body, trembled when it heard King Beikang's words. It hurriedly stood up and bowed slightly to King Beikang. "Lord Beikang, I advanced to universe nobility 10 years ago." King Beikang looked at Bai Bei and thought of Bai Bei's relationship with the Lord of Moment. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His disciple was really lucky. There was actually a mutated beast with an extraordinary background like Bai Bei following him. Of course. Bai Bei was lucky to be able to follow Chu Zhou. Bai Bei is not bad. Try to become a universe overlord as soon as possible. King Beikang smiled and stroked Bai Bei's furry head. Bai Bei felt flattered. It had always felt a sense of reverence for its boss, King Beikang's teacher. Back on the Demon Mountain continent, it had personally witnessed how ferocious this person was. He was actually able to take on the 6 overlord clones head-on as a universe nobility without being at a disadvantage. Later on, he even advanced to the overlord realm and destroyed the clones of the 6 overlords easily with a crushing advantage. It had never communicated directly with this person. He had always thought that this fierce person was not easy to talk to. Only now did he realize that he might have misunderstood in the past. This person was surprisingly friendly. It squinted its eyes, feeling the comfortable touch on its head. "Teacher." Chu Zhou recalled his purpose for coming here this time and said hesitantly, "The thousand-faced king became a universe overlord 200 million years ago, but you've only become an overlord 33 years ago. In terms of accumulation, I'm afraid I'll fall behind the thousand-faced king. Aren't you a little too hasty to challenge the thousand-faced king so quickly? Too soon?" King Beikang's eyes narrowed slightly. His golden and black eyes suddenly turned as cold as ice. "There's no hurry. I've been waiting for this day for 300 million years." Chu Zhou sighed in his heart. Ever since he understood the grudge between his teacher and the thousand-faced king, he knew that there would definitely be a battle between King Beikang and the thousand-faced king. It was inevitable. He was just worried that his teacher would challenge the thousand-faced king too early. In terms of accumulation, he was inferior to the thousand-faced king. King Beikang seemed to know what Chu Zhou was thinking and smiled calmly. "Don't worry about me. 300 million years ago, I was able to chase the thousand-faced king until he fled like a rat. 300 million years later, I can still suppress him. Even though the accumulation of time is important, it's not the key to victory. To me, not to mention that the thousand-faced king became an overlord 300 million years earlier than me, even if it was a billion years earlier, he wouldn't be my match." Chapter 981, A Battle of Attention. 2. King Beikang revealed a domineering aura when he said the last sentence. Chu Zhou did not say anything else. He was just a little worried. Nonetheless, he was also full of confidence in his teacher. Chu Zhou was not the only one who knew that King Beikang and the thousand-faced king were going to fight to the death a month later. Many higher-ups of the human race and the origin race also knew. Moreover, the news quickly spread among the myriad races in the universe. Instantly, countless living beings in the universe boiled over. As an influential figure who had shaken the myriad races in the universe for 300 million years, King Beikang had always received the attention of all the living beings in the universe. In particular, 33 years ago, King Beikang had forcefully advanced to the Overlord realm on the Demon Mountain continent and even killed the clones of 6 overlords. The attention paid to him by all the living beings in the universe did not fade. The thousand-faced king was also an influential figure in the universe. While he had only been a universe overlord for 300 million years, he was still considered a very young universe overlord. However, his strength was recognized by many ancient universe overlords. Many veteran universe overlords were not as strong as the thousand-faced king. Therefore, the thousand-faced king was also a figure that all the races in the universe paid close attention to. 2 people who were highly watched by all the living beings in the universe were preparing to fight to the death. It was difficult not to cause a commotion. Furthermore, many existences above the universe lord level in the universe knew about the grudge between King Beikang and the thousand-faced king back then. There was a story between the two of them. There was a tension and a story. This made the battle between King Beikang and the thousand-faced king even more attractive. Among the myriad races in the universe, countless living beings began to guess who would win the upcoming battle. There were also many living beings who set off in advance and rushed to the location of the battle between King Beikang and the thousand-faced king, preparing to witness this peak battle with their own eyes. The final battle had yet to begin, but the atmosphere was already in place. A month later, in a dead star belt about 10 light-years away from the border of humanity, a large number of living beings of all races in the universe gathered around the belt. There were spaceships everywhere. Many living beings looked at a cold figure standing in the center of the dead star belt through their divine senses. A black gold sun floated behind that figure. Boundless and vast nomological fluctuations that were like a vast sea continued to spread out from the black gold sun, causing many living beings around the dead star belt to feel suffocated. That figure was King Beikang without a doubt. At this moment, King Beikang crossed his arms and closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the thousand-faced king. The human King Beikang is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Just the fluctuations emitted make people feel suffocated. A universe lord with a snake head and a human body said in fear. King Beikang is terrifying. How can the thousand-faced king not be terrifying? These two people were sworn enemies during the universe nobility era. Now, they've both become overlords. Even though King Beikang was much stronger than the thousand-faced king during the universe nobility era, the thousand-faced king advanced to overlord 200 million years earlier than King Beikang. It's hard to say who's stronger now. This battle is worth looking forward to. Someone said. That's right. This battle is indeed worth looking forward to. Putting everything else aside, it's already rare to see a battle between overlords. A universe nobility from an intermediate race in the universe said with anticipation. There were too many living beings of the universe who had come to watch the battle. They were densely packed and innumerable. Chu Zhou, Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liuyun, and the others stood on a meteorite with a diameter of several kilometers. It was rare to see an overlord-level battle. Seeing an overlord-level battle with his own eyes might be enlightening. Therefore, when Dragon and the others heard the news, they rushed over immediately. Chu Zhou, do you think Lord Beikang will win? Dragon could not help but ask. Soul, Chang'e Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liuyun, and the others immediately looked at Chu Zhou. We will definitely win. Chu Zhou said calmly. He trusted his teacher. Is it a sure win? Hearing Chu Zhou's words, the tense hearts of the dragon and the others relaxed slightly. At this moment, the figures of the 5 huge suns floating behind them suddenly appeared at the edge of the dead star belt, causing a huge commotion. It's the Spring and Autumn Master, the Monolith Master, the First and Second Master, the Lord of Towering Sky, and the Master of Void Silence. A human universe nobility said in shock. Many human martial artists immediately bowed to the 5 figures. As for the living beings of the universe other than humans, their eyes were filled with reverence when they saw the 5 overlords of the human race. The Rock Lord is from the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the A and B Lords are from the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Lord of Towering Sky is from the Infinite Battle Arena, the Master of Void Silence is from the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Yu quickly explained the origins of the Rock Lord and the other 4 overlords to Chu Zhou and the others. Did one universe overlord come from each of the 5 great forces? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His consciousness immediately connected to the Mirror Universe network to investigate the information of the Rock Lord and the other overlords. He soon found detailed information. Suddenly, 5 more figures with suns floating behind them appeared in another corner. Vast oppressive might spread from the 5 figures like a tidal wave. Some relatively weak cosmic life forms could not withstand the pressure and hurriedly moved far away. Chu Zhou looked at the 5 new universe overlords, wanting to see their faces. It was a pity that the 5 new universe overlords couldn't see clearly with their divine light shields. This should be a universe overlord from the origin race. Chu Zhou and the others guessed. The appearance of the 10 universe overlords made the atmosphere even more tense. Suddenly, an incomparably huge mask appeared in the center of the dead star belt, right above King Beikang. Another overlord-level pressure swept out as the huge mask appeared. The thousand-faced king is here. Many living beings were excited when they saw the huge mask. Chu Zhou and the others also focused their gazes. They circulated their divine senses and focused on King Beikang's figure and the huge mask. Beikang, you've only been an overlord for 33 years and you dare to challenge me? Are you tired of living? The mask opened its mouth and spoke, emitting a thunderous voice that shook the entire dead star belt. If you're not dead, why would I complain about living too long? King Beikang looked coldly at the mask above him. The hatred that had accumulated in the depths of his heart for 300 million years erupted like a volcano at this moment. A substantial killing intent swept out from his body. In the eyes of Chu Zhou and the others, an endless sea of blood suddenly appeared under King Beikang's feet. When they noticed that the sea of blood was actually condensed from material killing intent, many people couldn't help but feel their bodies turn cold. Just how terrifying was this killing intent to be able to condense such a vast sea of blood? Ha ha ha, Beikang, it seems like you really hate me. The mask looked at the sea of blood condensed by boundless killing intent under King Beikang's feet. Not only was it not afraid, but it also laughed smugly. Beikang, the taste of these 300 million years must not be pleasant. I'm happy to see you suffer. I still remember you holding your wife in your arms and looking sad. That's so nostalgic. By the way, your wife seemed to be pregnant with your child at that time. Thousand-faced king, you're courting death. King Beikang seemed to have been agitated. The sea of blood beneath his feet boiled. Thousand-faced king, you're courting death. King Beikang seemed to have been agitated. The sea of blood beneath his feet boiled. His eyes, one gold and one black, were emitting endless killing intent. With a bang, he carried the entire sea of blood and soared into the sky. I have a death wish. No, you're courting death. The mask suddenly looked down coldly at King Beikang. Beikang, I failed to kill you 300 million years ago. But this time, you won't be so lucky. It said coldly and swooped down. Boom! In an instant, King Beikang, who had soared into the sky, collided with the diving mask. A loud sound that seemed to split the heavens and earth rang out. Hundreds of thousands of dead stars instantly turned into cosmic dust. Chapter 982, Resplendent Strike. Boom! The first collision between King Beikang and the thousand-faced king made the entire dead star belt seem like it was about to collapse. A terrifying ring-shaped illuminate swept out, and the void billions of kilometers away was destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of planets exploded one after another, emitting brilliant light like an incomparably grand fireworks display. The huge mask immediately separated after colliding with King Beikang. Beikang, die! The thousand-faced king roared. Billions of illusory distorted lightning bolts appeared around the mask. Bolts of lightning rained down like a rainstorm. After being struck by the lightning, many planets turned transparent and disappeared in front of everyone. Countless people gasped upon seeing this scene. It would be nothing if the lightning had only pulverized those planets, since a world overlord's attack could also do it. However, this method of wiping a planet out of the universe without leaving any traces was incomparably strange and inconceivable. Such methods also made one's scalp tingle. Gasp! This is too terrifying. The thousand-faced king illusory laws are actually so powerful? It directly turned what really exists into fake and non-existent. One thought and it becomes real, one thought and it becomes fake. Real and fake are all under control. This is the terrifying aspect of the illusory laws. Illusory laws are indeed terrifying. If not for that, how could the thousand-faced king surpass many veteran overlords when he has only been promoted to overlord for 200 million years? Many universe nobility, universe lords, world overlords, and so on trembled when they saw the scene before them. When they looked at the illusory distorted lightning, their hearts were filled with fear. Those strange lightning bolts could instantly make a planet disappear into thin air. Could it also make them disappear into thin air? The Spring and Autumn Master, the Rock Master, the First and Second Master, the Lord of Towering Sky, and the Master of Void Silence were the 5 human overlords. He looked at the thousand-faced king with fear. The thousand-faced king is a great threat. The Spring and Autumn Master's gaze was cold, and his tone was cold. If he continues to grow, he might become an advanced great overlord, and it will be very troublesome. It's similar to the Lord of the Universe, Light of the Mana race. Trust Beikang. The Rock Lord's voice was deep and resolute. Even though the thousand-faced king illusory laws are troublesome, I think they are still inferior to Beikang's law of gods and demons. Moreover, 300 million years ago, Beikang could already suppress the thousand-faced king. I believe he can also deal with the thousand-faced king this time. I also believe in Beikang, said Master A and B. The Lord of Towering Sky and the Master of Void Silence also nodded slightly. Of course, they didn't mind making a move if King Beikang couldn't deal with the thousand-faced king. The final way to deal with an enemy like the thousand-faced king was to make the other party completely disappear. The 5 overlords of the origin race were very satisfied when they saw the strength displayed by the thousand-faced king. In the crowd, Chu Zhou was secretly shocked when he saw the power of the strange lightning. He thought to himself, this thousand-faced king is indeed teacher's archenemy. Its terror far surpassed that of ordinary low-level overlords. Rumble. The thousand-faced king controlled billions of strange lightning bolts and blasted them at King North Blue. The void turned into a vast sea of lightning. This sea of lightning was extremely strange and terrifying. Wherever it passed, dead planets disappeared into thin air. It's just an illusory law. What can you do to me? King Bei Kang sneered. The black gold sun behind him shook slightly, and golden black sword chi immediately shot out from the sun. Countless golden black sword chi and strange lightning collided in the void and cancelled each other out. Suddenly, the golden black sun shook violently, and a golden black sword chi, as thick as a mountain range, shot out from the sun and bombarded the huge mask. In the starry sky, an endless spatial abyss was slashed out by the thick mountain-like golden black sword chi. A solemn expression appeared on the mask that the thousand-faced king had transformed into. He opened his mouth and spat out a lightning ball the size of a planet towards the huge golden black sword chi. The mountain-like golden black sword chi collided with the planet-sized thunder ball. Billions of sword chi as thin as a cow's hair and endless lightning erupted at the same time. In an instant, the entire Dead Star Belt was drowned by sword chi and lightning. Under everyone's gazes, the entire planet of the Dead Star Belt exploded into dust. The scene was so terrifying that countless people felt their scalps tingle. Suddenly, everyone saw an incomparably huge green lotus appear in the terrifying explosion. Endless lotus leaves appeared and spread in the void. This is King Bei Kang's killing sword art. Many people cried out in alarm. Under everyone's gaze, the green lotus grew taller and taller. The lotus at the top approached the huge mask conjured by the thousand-faced king at lightning speed. As for King Bei Kang, he stood on the lotus platform. King Bei Kang looked coldly at the huge mask that was getting closer and closer. A golden black nomological torrent descended from the dark space and condensed into a nomological sword in his right palm. He stabbed at the mask with lightning speed. This sword seemed to have the power to split the heavens and earth. The void that spanned billions of kilometers was shattered by a single strike. Chaos fog surged. 24 slaughter sword diagrams flew out of the nomological sword, accompanied by the nomological sword chi that was like a river, and bombarded the mask. Chapter 983, Resplendent Strike. 2. In an instant, the huge mask shattered. Ah! A scream came from behind the mask. A hazy figure appeared behind the mask. The figure kept twisting and changing. His face, in particular, was like the face-changing act of Sichuan, constantly changing into different faces. How is this possible? The thousand-faced king was exasperated and could not accept the outcome before him. I clearly advanced to the Overlord realm 200 million years earlier than you. How did you catch up to me with your strength? Catch up? King Bei Kang was disdainful. Trash like you? Do I need to catch up? 300 million years ago, you were defeated by me. Now, you will also be defeated by me. Facing me, you will never be able to turn things around. When the thousand-faced king heard King Bei Kang's words, he was furious and had a high fever. His killing intent was overflowing. Bei Kang, do you think you've won against me? He laughed coldly, and his hands suddenly drew a mysterious trajectory. False and fake illusions. He unleashed the ultimate art that he had painstakingly created. A wave of light swept through the void. In an instant, billions of kilometers of void separated from the original universe under the effect of an inexplicable nomological power, turning into a 500-kilometer-long painting as thin as paper. King Bei Kang's figure was also in that painting, and it had turned into a human-shaped mark. Gasp! Turning billions of miles of the starry sky into a painting and turning the living beings in that area into human-shaped marks? What kind of ultimate technique is this? It's too terrifying. When many people saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Chu Zhou frowned, worried about his teacher's safety. However, he immediately felt relieved seeing that the Spring and Autumn Master and the other 5 human universe overlords did not react. Die! The thousand-faced king looked at the painting and King Bei Kang, who had turned into a human-shaped mark in the painting. Killing intent condensed in his eyes as he rubbed his hands fiercely. Instantly, the 1,000-mile-long painting turned into dust. He wanted to grind the painting and King Beikang into powder. However, just as the painting began to shatter, endless golden black light suddenly erupted from the human-shaped mark in the painting. Just as the human-shaped mark in the painting was about to shatter with the painting, the human-shaped mark suddenly transformed into an enormous golden black sun that flew out from within. Boom! A beam of golden black energy that could tear apart the universe suddenly shot out from the golden black sun and struck the thousand-faced king. All! The thousand-faced king let out a tragic cry as half of his body below the chest was blasted into nothingness. I've said it before. You'll be trampled under my feet for the rest of your life. As King Beikang's cold voice sounded, his figure suddenly appeared above the heavily injured thousand-faced king and stepped on his face. The thousand-faced king was injured by Beikang. Oh my god! The thousand-faced king has been stepped on. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. All the human experts who saw this scene were extremely excited. As for the living beings of the origin race, their expressions darkened when they saw this scene. Beikang! The thousand-faced king roared ferociously. He was the famous thousand-faced king in the universe. Now, he was actually trampled on by King Beikang in front of everyone. It was humiliating. Black lines appeared on his body, and his body suddenly split into tens of thousands of pieces along the lines. Moreover, every part of his body had transformed into a powerful living being. Among those living beings, there were not only living beings of the origin race, but also humans, the Zerg race, the machinery race, the Mana race, the crystal race, and so on. All the living beings that seemed to come from all the races in the universe joined forces to attack King Beikang. When King Beikang saw the thousand-faced king suddenly transform into many living beings of various races, he recalled the scene of him being lured away 300 million years ago. Back then, he was successfully lured away by the thousand-faced king with this move. This also led to the Purple King being killed by the thousand-faced king. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind. The hatred that had been slumbering in his heart completely erupted at this moment. Rumble! In an instant, the power of golden and black law swept out of King Beikang's body like a vast sea. The killing intent on his body became unprecedentedly dense. Endless scarlet killing intent surged in the void in everyone's line of sight. Swoosh! 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 One figure after another flew out of King Beikang's body. Unlike the many living beings that the thousand-faced king had transformed into, these figures that flew out of King Beikang's body all looked identical to him. There were 1,000 figures, each of them looked like a replica of King Beikang. Now, all the living beings above the Universe Lord level had discovered that the living beings of the various races that the thousand-faced king had transformed into were fundamentally different from the 1,000 figures that flew out of King Beikang's body. The living beings of the various races that the thousand-faced king transformed into were all condensed from the power of a law. It looked independent, but it was actually controlled by the master of thousand illusions like a puppet. As for the 1,000 figures that flew out from King Beikang's body, they were real clones. Why do you have so many clones? Looking at the 1,000 clones around King Beikang, the thousand-faced king was a little dumbfounded. This was 1,000 doppelgangers. When has such a terrifying doppelganger unique skill ever appeared in the universe? Everyone present, including Spring and Autumn Master and the other universe overlords, was extremely shocked when they saw King Beikang's 1,000 clones. Chapter 984, Resplendent Strike. 3. Even Chu Zhou did not expect his teacher, King Beikang, to really condense 1,000 clones. While the 1,000 bodies holy scripture could at most condense 1,000 clones, if he only condensed 1,000 world overlord realm clones, it might not be difficult. However, if he wanted to condense 1,000 clones above the universe lord level, could it be that they were shockingly huge? Especially universe nobility level clones and overlord level clones. Clones at these two levels. Every time he condensed one, it was basically equivalent to killing a universe nobility or overlord, plundering their divine kingdom, and extracting the world heart. There were only a few hundred universe nobility and 28 overlords in the entire human race. The death of any universe nobility or overlord was a major event. It would definitely cause the tribes and factions of the deceased to investigate with all their might and take revenge. Killing universe nobility and overlords on a large scale was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to condense a universe nobility level clone and an overlord level clone. Chu Zhou carefully observed and perceived the 1,000 clones of his teacher, King Beikang. He was surprised to discover that among the 1,000 clones, 900 were universe lords, 97 were universe nobility level, and 3 were overlord level. If such power was all concentrated on one person, it would undoubtedly make one tremble. In fact, the 1,000-faced king was indeed trembling at this moment. Looking at the 1,000 clones that were filled with a terrifying aura around King Beikang, especially the 97 clones and the 3 overlord clones, he was cursing in his heart. This was totally against the rules. 1,000 faces, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. King Beikang's voice was like a cold wind that blew into everyone's hearts, making them feel a bone-chilling cold. Die! He shouted coldly and attacked at the same time as the 1,000 clones. Boom! The billions of kilometers of starry sky was directly destroyed, turning into a mass of chaos. Nothing could be seen. However, before the starry sky collapsed, everyone saw that the living beings of the various races that the 1,000-faced king transformed into instantly turned into powder. Even their blood did not appear before they turned into invisible particles. Then, everyone felt the aura of the 1,000-faced king disappear. This. The 1,000-faced king was killed by King Beikang just like that. Everyone looked at the chaotic area that was billions of miles long and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. King Beikang was too terrifying. He attacked with 1,000 clones and killed the 1,000-faced king in one move. This was unbelievably powerful. The Spring and Autumn Master and the other human overlords were also a little dumbfounded. They had thought that this battle would continue for a long time. After all, universe overlords were not that easy to kill. It was especially difficult for 2 universe overlords of the same level to kill another universe overlord. It was normal for 2 universe overlords of the same level to fight for more than 1,000 years. In fact, some universe overlords of the same level had been fighting for tens of thousands of years without a winner. Therefore, they were all mentally prepared to watch a protracted battle. Unexpectedly, after King Beikang summoned 1,000 clones, he destroyed the 1,000-faced king with a single attack. This was too shocking. Damn it! 1,000 Faces is dead. After the 5 overlords of the origin race sensed that the aura of the 1,000-faced king had completely disappeared, their expressions turned ashen. Like the Spring and Autumn Master and the other human overlords, they all thought that this would be a continuous battle. Therefore, he did not interfere in the battle between King Beikang and the 1,000-faced king. Of course, if the 1,000-faced king encountered a life and death crisis during a normal battle, then the overlords of the origin race would definitely interfere. An overlord was way too precious to a race. Losing any overlord was a huge loss to the race. It was impossible for them to watch as the 1,000-faced king was killed. However, everything happened too suddenly, too unexpectedly, and too quickly. Before they could react, the 1,000-faced king was killed. Even if they wanted to save him, they had no chance. Chapter 985, Stepping into the River of Space and Time. 1. The 1,000-faced king died just like that. Everyone looked at the vast and mighty chaotic world in front of them and could not calm down for a long time. Swoosh! King Beikang stepped on the chaos waves and walked out from the depths of the chaotic world. At this moment, the terrifying killing intent that filled his body that could kill through the heaven and earth had already dissipated. However, everyone looked at him with even more reverence. He was too strong. Hongshu, I've avenged you. King Beikang looked back at the seething chaos world and muttered to himself. A smiling woman's figure appeared in his mind. The woman seemed to be slowly waving at him. A moment later, he suddenly turned around and scanned the many living beings near the dead star belt through the layers of space. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a gorgeous figure. The gorgeous figure was also looking at him. Green King, you're really here. King Beikang smiled calmly. In the crowd, Green King saw King Beikang looking at him without any ripples on his face. However, his heart was in turmoil. After personally witnessing the entire process of King Beikang killing the 1,000-faced king, he suddenly felt empty. Hongshu, he has avenged you. Tell me, should I continue to blame him? Perhaps you've never blamed him. I'm the only one who keeps blaming him. Yes. I've always known that Hongzhou, the one who suffered the most after your accidental death, was him, not me. I also knew that he definitely didn't do it on purpose back then. But I just hate him for being careless. Forget it. The thousand-faced king is dead, and Hungzhou has avenged you. Perhaps I should let it go. Green King thought to himself, but he didn't say anything to King Beikang. He turned around and left silently. King Beikang looked at Green King's departing figure and suddenly felt endless bleakness and loneliness from Green King's back. That bleakness and loneliness had once appeared on him. Perhaps he and I are actually the same kind of people. King Beikang thought to himself as he opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something to Green King. But in the end, he could not say anything. Two former close friends. At some point in time, they had become strangers. In the end, the Green King's figure slowly disappeared under the gaze of the North Blue King. At this moment, many human experts watching the battle were already in an uproar. Many human experts looked at King Beikang with admiration and fanaticism. On the contrary, the expressions of the living beings of the origin race were gloomy like dark clouds. Not only was the thousand-faced king the new overlord of the origin race in hundreds of millions of years, he was also extremely talented and was thought highly of by all the other overlords of the origin race. They felt that the thousand-faced king had at least a 70% chance of advancing to an advanced great overlord and becoming a giant among overlords. There was a difference between overlords as well. Most of the overlords were low-level overlords, which was also the lowest level of the overlord circle. Very few overlords had a chance of advancing to intermediate great overlords with less than 10% of them. An intermediate great overlord could be said to be a big shot in the overlord circle. Similarly, less than 1/10 of intermediate great overlords had a chance of advancing to advanced grade. There were very few advanced great overlords and their strength was unparalleled. Every single one of them could be said to be a giant among overlords. Any advanced great overlord had a pivotal position among the myriad races in the universe. Therefore, the death of the thousand-faced king, who had the potential to advance to an advanced great overlord, was definitely an unimaginable loss for the origin race. This was the reason why the expressions of the living beings of the origin race were gloomy. Damn it, Thousand Face was killed. The losses are too great. It's hard to accept. We can't let Thousand Faces die in vain. The 5 overlords of the origin race were all extremely furious at this moment, their killing intent boiling. Humans destroyed an overlord with the potential of a giant in our origin race, so we can't let humans have an easy time either. An origin race overlord with a yellow divine light barrier said coldly and suddenly extended his palm. Rumble. A huge yellow hand suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The giant yellow hand had its palm facing down and its 5 fingers spread open. Surrounding the giant earthen yellow hand were earthen yellow planets. Earth-shattering energy fluctuations spread out from the giant yellow hand and the earth yellow planets. All the spectators instantly felt their bodies sink, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Many people directly suffocated and fainted. Rumble. The huge hand that seemed to control the starry sky of a universe grabbed in Chu Zhou's direction under countless shocked gazes. Before the huge hand could completely grab down, many living beings exploded and died under the pressure of the huge hand's descent. Not good, the overlord of the origin race has made a move. Many people turned pale with fright and fled out of the range of the giant hand. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed and they fled as well. Boss, something's wrong. That huge hand has been following us. It seems to have come specially for us. Bai Bei, who was lying on Chu Zhou's head, suddenly said nervously. It seems like they're really here for us. After the others escaped the range of the giant hand ignored them. And after we escaped its range, it kept following us, Dragon spoke quickly. Soul and the others' expressions changed. They also saw that the huge hand was indeed chasing after them. After the death of the thousand-faced king, you're furious. Are you preparing to take revenge on me for the thousand-faced king? Chapter 986, Stepping into the River of Space and Time. 2. Chu Zhou guessed the thoughts of the 5 overlords of the origin race, but his expression was extremely solemn. He knew his limits and he knew that he was still far from being a universe overlord in terms of strength. Even though he was quite powerful, he would definitely have a death wish if he dared to fight a universe master head-on. He naturally wouldn't have a death wish. Chu Zhou quickly released his divine sense and hurriedly sensed the space-time law in the void. Then, he discovered that under the suppression of an extremely majestic and vast nomological power, the difficulty of mobilizing the space-time law was more than 10,000 times greater than under normal circumstances. Under such circumstances, with his current strength, it was difficult for him to pry open the space-time law in the universe. This way, it would be difficult to use space leap and other space-time profound normally. It was difficult for him to escape through space leap. Bai, take out the space-time treasure box. Let's activate it together. At the critical moment, Chu Zhou hurriedly said to Bai. Okay. Bai didn't dare to hesitate and immediately summoned a silver box filled with pale light. This is the Lord of Moments space-time treasure box. Why is the treasure, the space-time treasure box, on the little white beast? Many people recognized the space-time treasure box immediately. The Overlord-level battle that erupted in the universe Ocean's demon world made the name of the Lord of Moments spread throughout the myriad races in the universe. Countless living beings knew that apart from the Lord of the Universe Light, there was another Overlord of space-time law in the universe, the Lord of Moment. The Lord of Moment was also extremely ancient. He was from the same era as the taboo existence in Universe Ocean, the great heaven demon god. Furthermore, the Lord of Moment seemed to be the companion and comrade of the great heaven demon god. The appearance of an overlord of space-time law like the Lord of Moment naturally attracted a lot of attention. Not only was the Lord of Moment's appearance and characteristics memorized by countless people. Even the Lord of Moment's weapon, the space-time treasure box, was known by countless people. Many people had seen the space-time treasure box through videos or photos. Therefore, as soon as Bai summoned the space-time treasure box, many people immediately recognized her. At this moment, many people were curious about Bai's identity and background. What was the relationship between the little white beast and the Lord of Moment? The Lord of Moment actually gave its own weapons to it. As for whether the space-time treasure box was picked up by Bai or obtained through other means, no one believed it. That was the weapon of an overlord. Furthermore, the overlord was still alive. What kind of creature below the overlord level had such great ability to accidentally obtain their weapons? Why is the Lord of Moments space-time treasure box on Chu Zhou's pet? The overlord of the origin race was puzzled as well when he saw Chu Zhou and the others attack. However, even though he had doubts in his heart, the huge and boundless palm did not stop and grabbed fiercely at Chu Zhou and the others. After the space-time treasure box appeared, Chu Zhou and Bai immediately joined forces and used all their strength to inject the power of the space-time law into the space-time treasure box. The space-time treasure box immediately emitted a dazzling pale light. A 3-meter wide and 10-meter long spatial river appeared under Chu Zhou and the others' feet. This was a real river of time and space, not transmogrification. The moment Chu Zhou and the others stepped into the river of time and space, their figures slowly disappeared. The river of time and space ran through the past, present, and future. It covered the entire universe and was everywhere, but it was difficult to find traces of it. Boom! A huge hand that blotted out the sky grabbed the spot where Chu Zhou and the others had disappeared, shattering the space into chaos. He actually escaped. The overlord of the origin race looked at his empty palm with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chu Zhou and the others had actually escaped his grasp. This was something he had not expected. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others stepped into the long river of time and space and shuttled through the spatial dimension. Everything around them turned into rapidly flying shadows. Is this the legendary scene in the long river of time and space? Why can't I see anything clearly? Dragon and the others tried their best to widen their eyes and activate their divine senses, wanting to pry into the secrets of the river of time and space. However, they helplessly realized that they could not see anything at all. Moreover, he felt an intense dizziness. It was as if he was seriously carsick. He wanted to vomit. Chu Zhou and Bai were in good condition. They were both proficient in the space-time law. The impact in the long river of time and space did not affect them as much as it did Dragon and the others. However, even they could barely make out some of the rapidly fading shadows. It was impossible to see the details of those lights and shadows. Moreover, they also discovered that after stepping into the river of space-time, the power in their bodies was consumed extremely quickly. In just a moment, there was not much power left in their bodies. In fact, if they had entered the river of time and space themselves, the consumption would not have been so great. The key was that they had brought Dragon and the others. Dragon and the others had not grasped the space-time law. After entering the river of space-time, they would be rejected by it as foreign objects. In order to protect Dragon and the others, Chu Zhou and Bai Bei could only activate the space-time treasure box with all their might. He used the power of the space-time treasure box to protect everyone. This made their consumption more than 10,000 times greater. "Boss, we can't hold on anymore," Bai Bei said. "If you can't withstand it, don't resist. I believe we've already dodged the attack," Chu Zhou said. Chapter 987, Stepping into the River of Space and Time. 3. The next moment, they retracted the power they had injected into the space-time treasure box. Swoosh! Chu Zhou and the others appeared in the primordial universe again. Moreover, it was about 10 miles away from where it was just now. After Chu Zhou and the others appeared, they looked around warily, afraid that they would be attacked by the overlord of the origin race again. However, they soon discovered that the 5 overlords of the human race were already engaged in an intense battle with the 5 overlords of the origin race. King Bei Kang also joined the battlefield. With just a single strike, he pierced through the chest of an overlord of the origin race. A waterfall-like stream of blood shot out from the bloody hole on the back of the overlord of the origin race. Soon, 2 more overlords of the origin race were injured by King Bei Kang. One had his left hand cut off. One had his right leg cut off. It was obvious that the overlord of the origin race had already angered King Bei Kang by attacking Chu Zhou. Therefore, King Bei Kang was especially ruthless. In the end, the 5 overlords of the origin race retreated in a sorry state without even saying a word. Swoosh! After the battle ended, King Bei Kang suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others. "Were you injured just now?" he asked Chu Zhou. "It's nothing." Chu Zhou smiled and said, "We escaped into the river of time and space through the space-time treasure box just now and perfectly dodged the attack of the overlord of the origin race." King Bei Kang exclaimed, "Space-time law, as expected of one of the forbidden laws. Its power is really terrifying. Normally, with your strength, you can't dodge the attack of a universe overlord, but you did it." He did not mention the space-time treasure box. He knew that the space-time treasure box was the weapon of the Lord of Moment, and he also knew the relationship between Bai Bei and the Lord of Moment. As for some things, it was good to know. There was no need to say more. If he said it, once the news spread, it might have a huge impact and danger on the person involved. Swoosh! 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 The Spring and Autumn Master, the Rock Master, the First and Second Master, the Lord of Towering Sky, the Master of Void Silence, and the other human overlords also appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others. Chu Zhou and the others hurriedly bowed. Just like King Bei Kang, the 5 human overlords lamented the power of the space-time law. Then, they took a deep look at Bai Bei. Bai Bei's scalp went numb when she saw this. She directly entered Chu Zhou's divine kingdom. "Bei Kang, let's leave this place as soon as possible. With the Lord of Thousand Faces dead, I'm afraid the origin race won't let this matter rest. It's fine if it's an overlord, but if it's that saint from the origin race, we'll be in trouble," the Spring and Autumn Master said with a solemn expression. "All right, let's go." King Bei Kang also knew the severity of the matter. He nodded slightly and activated a ball of light that enveloped Chu Zhou and the others. His figure instantly disappeared. The figures of the 5 human overlords vanished as well. There were also many smart people among the living beings of the other races in the universe. When they saw King Bei Kang and the others leave in a hurry, they also realized that it might be dangerous to stay here. They also left one after another. A moment later, a strand of hair like light shot out from a planet deep in the origin race's territory. It instantly pierced through countless layers of space, crossed countless galaxies, and blasted at the spot where King Bei Kang and the others had been just now. In an instant, the void in a radius of billions of kilometers collapsed. Countless earth, wind, fire, and water surged, as if heaven and earth had been reopened. Many cosmic life forms who had fled far away turned around and saw this scene. Cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall. Fortunately, they escaped quickly. Otherwise, they would have already turned into cosmic dust. Chapter 988, Killing the Master. 1. The decisive battle between the King and the Lord of Thousand Faces had a great impact in the aftermath. Not only was the whole human race excited, all races in the universe were also shocked by it. The situation between the human race and the origin race became tense. Both sides were stockpiling troops at the border. They could start a war at any time, or they could continue to confront each other. At this moment, Chu Zhou had already returned to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. After personally witnessing the entire battle between his teacher, King Bei Kang, and the Lord of Thousand Faces, he once again witnessed how terrifying an overlord was. A universe nobility's strength was already very powerful. However, they were not strong enough compared to overlords. This gave him a strong sense of insecurity. One had to know that he had many enemies. The 5 pinnacle races like the Zerg race, the Primordial Alliance, and many top factions in the universe wanted to kill him. If he didn't become stronger soon, he would be in danger if these factions sent overlords to deal with him. Even though humans also had overlords and a saint like the martial ancestor, they would not sit back and watch other factions do whatever they wanted to them. However, humans could protect him for a while, but not forever. It was even more impossible for her to protect him day and night. Therefore, the best way was to become stronger as soon as possible and become an overlord. Therefore, after returning to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, Chu Zhou immediately began to cultivate diligently. After the Yan Huang religion occupied the entire Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, they did not stop developing and continued to spread to the other cosmic nations. Develop believers and collect faiths. Of course, the Supreme Pope of the Yan Huang religion, Monica, and the Great Oracle, Lighton, had also signed an agreement with those cosmic nations that allowed the Yan Huang religion to develop. The Yan Huang religion would never interfere in the internal affairs of other universes. Other than the Yan Huang religion, the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce and the Shadow Organization were also developing rapidly. The powers of these two organizations were not only spread throughout the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, but also the cosmic nations that the Coiling Dragon Manor once controlled in the Blood Mountain Empire. The Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce focused on business, constantly selling and purchasing various treasures. One of its core businesses was the acquisition of corpses. Every day, countless corpses were transported back to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation through the various channels of the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce. The Shadow Organization focused on gathering information and assassinations. There were also many corpses being transported back to the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation every day. Even though the number of corpses transported back by the Shadow Organization was far less than the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce, it was not even 1/10,000th of the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce. However, the corpses collected by the Dark Shadow Merchant Guild were usually of better quality and stronger. With a large number of cultivation resources, power of faith, and the supply of corpses, Chu Zhou's attribute points increased rapidly every day. His strength was also continuously increasing. During these peaceful days of cultivation, he would occasionally log into the mirror universe and video call Zhou Yu and the others. On this day, Chu Zhou had just video called Zhou Yu when she told him shocking news. "Chu Zhou, do you know? The Green King is missing," Zhou Yu said. Chu Zhou was stunned. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. The Green King was missing? Are you sure you're not kidding? Chu Zhou took a deep breath. The Green King was a universe nobility. Universe nobility, who was once known as the #1 universe nobility of humanity, could be said to be at the peak of universe nobility. How could such a person disappear? Zhou Yu's expression was solemn. "I'm definitely not joking. I heard this news from my teacher. The news of the Green King's disappearance will probably spread very quickly." Chu Zhou saw Zhou Yu's serious expression and finally confirmed that what she said was true. However, this was simply too unbelievable. Why did the Green King disappear? Could it be that he just left Emperor Shi Holy City to cultivate elsewhere in the universe or did something? Chu Zhou asked curiously. "I'm not sure how the Green King went missing." Zhou Yu shook her head and said, "However, he's no longer in Emperor Shi Holy City. Moreover, the upper echelons of our human race discovered that his Mirror Universe Network account has been cancelled. We can't contact him through the Mirror Universe Network." Chu Zhou fell silent. They couldn't contact him and he couldn't contact anyone either. This was equivalent to losing contact. It could indeed be determined that Green King was missing. Zhou Yu added, "Actually, it's only been a month since we lost contact with Green King. We still can't tell if he's really missing. Let's see if we can find or contact him in the next few days. If we can't find him or contact him, we can really determine that he's missing." Chu Zhou nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the Green King had been missing for too short a period of time, so they couldn't rashly conclude that he was missing. However, he had a faint premonition. The Green King might really have gone missing. Moreover, it was possible that he had disappeared of his own accord. Otherwise, why would he cancel his Mirror Universe online account? Chu Zhou was more shocked than concerned about King Green's disappearance. Strictly speaking, the Green King had asked Miller to target him because of his teacher, King Bei Kang. Other than that, he basically had no contact with the Green King. He did not have any feelings for the Green King. Therefore, the Green King's disappearance did not affect him much. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't feel anything at all. The Green King was also a human universe nobility and was known as the #1 human universe nobility after all. He had great potential. The disappearance of the Green King was also a huge loss to humanity. Chapter 989, Killing the Master. 2. By the way, Zhou Yu added, Miller has also left Emperor Shi Holy City. The sudden disappearance of the Green King seems to have stimulated him greatly. He swore in public that he would find the Green King. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Even though he had never treated Miller as his opponent, Miller had clearly treated him as an opponent. Lai did not expect that Miller's fate would suddenly change like this. Life is really unpredictable. Big intestine and small intestine. Lai sighed in his heart. After ending the video call with Zhou Yu, about half an hour later, Chu Zhou received another video call invitation from his teacher, King Bei Kang. In the video, his teacher, King Bei Kang, also took the initiative to talk about the disappearance of the Green King. Furthermore, when he mentioned the Green King's disappearance, there was a hint of sadness and loneliness in his tone. After ending the video call with the teacher, Chu Zhou's consciousness returned to his body. In the following days, he had also been paying attention to the disappearance of the Green King. Things were not as Zhou Yu had said, the news of Green King's disappearance would spread very quickly. The upper echelons of the human race seemed to have covered it up. The news of the Green King's disappearance had never spread in the Mirror Universe or among the human race. Chu Zhou learned from his teacher, King Bei Kang, that humans had mobilized all the intelligence networks and channels to find the Green King, but they had been unable to find him. Lai could basically confirm that Green King was indeed missing. As for the exact reason, no one knew. The origin race. In an uninhabited meteorite belt, there was an ancient stone hall inside an extremely ordinary-looking meteorite. This stone hall was grayish-red in color. There were many strange black patterns on its surface that were squirming like many squirming worms. If a knowledgeable expert came here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. These grayish-red rocks that built the stone hall were not ordinary rocks. Instead, they were the famous Grade S mysterious item in the universe, the Crimson Soul Stone. The Crimson Soul Stone was born in an ancient battlefield where countless living beings and experts had died. It was formed after countless years of accumulation by the soul power left behind by countless experts. It had the miraculous effect of nurturing, nourishing, and repairing the soul. Even if the universe overlord's soul was severely injured, it would be nurtured and repaired by the Crimson Soul Stone. Of course, the time required might be incomparably long. 10 billion years was considered fast. Even so, the value of the Crimson Soul Stone was immeasurable. There were too few treasures that could nurture, nourish, and repair the souls of Overlord-level creatures after all. A fist-sized Crimson Soul Stone was even more expensive than an advanced-grade universe nobility-level weapon. However, the stone hall in front of him was completely made of Crimson Soul Stones. If the news got out, countless experts would go crazy over it. Even universe overlords might not be able to resist snatching it. In the center of this stone hall made of Crimson Soul Stones, there was a square pool. There were many mysterious engravings around the square pool. Strands of red Crimson Soul Stone essence flowed into the square pool along the engravings. At this moment, a translucent young man's body was sitting cross-legged in the center of the square pool, absorbing the essence of the Crimson Soul Stone in the square pool. Every time he absorbed a trace of the Crimson Soul Stone's essence, the translucent body would become more solid and realistic. Every time he absorbed a trace of the Crimson Soul Stone's essence, the translucent body would become more solid and realistic. Njigad was not dead. Moreover, his soul seemed to have been completely repaired with the help of the essence of the Crimson Soul Stone. Fortunately, teacher secretly used the Crimson Soul Stone to build such a stone hall, allowing my soul to be repaired bit by bit. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died completely. Njigad recalled how his body and soul had been blown into countless pieces by Chu Zhou, and endless hatred arose in his heart. A little bit, he was just a little bit away from being completely dead. At this moment, he could not help but rejoice that his teacher, the thousand-faced king, had secretly set up such a backup plan to repair his soul. If not for this stone hall built with crimson soul stones, he would have died long ago. Chu Zhou, I'll return all the humiliation and aggro you've given me. Njigad muttered to himself coldly, killing intent boiling in his heart. Suddenly, an illusory mask that was the size of a human face and covered in countless cracks shot out from the dark space-time. It pierced through the wall of the stone hall and appeared in the pool. My disciple, I'm severely injured. Quickly activate the array formation of the stone hall and extract the essence of all the crimson soul stones in the stone hall to help me repair my soul. An extremely weak mental fluctuation came from the cracked mask. Njigad was stunned as he looked at the cracked mask that looked like it was about to shatter at any moment. Teacher, who is it that caused you to suffer such a serious injury? Lai asked in shock. However, the injuries suffered by the mask seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. It did not answer Njigad at all and only quickly devoured the crimson soul stone essence in the square pool. The crimson soul stone essence in the square pool was decreasing at a visible speed. However, while he was constantly devouring the essence of the crimson soul stone, his injuries did not improve. Instead, they seemed to be worsening. More and more cracks appeared on the mask. Furthermore, the aura emitted by the mask was getting weaker and weaker. Chapter 990, Killing the Master. 3. It was obvious that the injuries suffered by the mask were too serious. Moreover, as it continued to worsen, even if it devoured a large amount of the Crimson Soul Stone's essence, it still could not stop this deterioration. Teacher's injuries are rapidly worsening. When Njigad saw the changes in the mask, he immediately determined the current situation of the mask. He was shocked and hurriedly flew out from the direction of the pool. He stood by the pool and prepared to use the method that the thousand-faced king had taught him. He activated the secret engraving array and extracted the essence of the entire stone hall into the square pool to help the thousand-faced king heal his soul injuries. However, just as he made the first hand seal towards the engraving array, he suddenly stopped. His soul had once been shattered by Chu Zhou. Even if he absorbed a large amount of crimson soul stone essence and repaired his soul completely, it could only roughly repair it. There were also many minor injuries that could not be healed. It was even more impossible to restore his potential to its original state. Even if my soul is completely restored, my potential is not as good as before. My talent is inferior to Chu Zhou's to begin with. If my potential is reduced again, how can I catch up to him in the future, surpass him, and take revenge on him? Njigad suddenly thought to himself. Then, he thought of the news his teacher had told him Chu Zhou had already advanced to universe nobility. This made him even more frustrated. No. I can't just go down like this. I want to rise again and surpass Chu Zhou. Njigad roared in his heart. His face contorted, and his expression became extremely ferocious. Suddenly, he looked at the mask that was absorbing the essence of the Crimson Soul Stone. He knew that this mask was transformed from his teacher's soul. Without a doubt, his teacher, the thousand-faced king, had suffered an unprecedented blow. His soul had also become unprecedentedly weak. As a result, he could not even give him an additional explanation just now. Under normal circumstances, even with the nourishment of the essence of the Crimson Soul Stone, my soul won't be able to recover to its original state. However, with teacher's help, not only can my soul recover to its original state, but it can even surpass the past. Njigad stared deeply at the mask in the square pool, his gaze gradually becoming greedy and hot. Teacher! You seem to be seriously injured and in great pain. Let me free you. A look of mercy suddenly appeared on his face. He took a step forward and stepped into the square pool again. Moreover, he opened his mouth and his mouth instantly became incomparably huge. It was even filled with fangs, like the huge mouth of a shark. Crack! He swallowed the mask formed by the soul of the thousand-faced king in one bite and chewed violently. Cracking sounds came from his mouth. The consciousness of the thousand-faced king was awakened. My disciple, what are you doing? The thousand-faced king was shocked and furious. Teacher, didn't you see what I was doing? I think you're in too much pain. I'm freeing you. Njigad's ferocious voice sounded. Traitor! Are you going to kill your master? The thousand-faced king was furious. A terrifying power emanated from the mask, as if it wanted to break free from the huge mouth filled with fangs. Njigad bit down hard and used his sharp teeth to stop the mask from breaking free. My teacher, you don't have to struggle anymore. He said ferociously, you're about to die. You might as well fulfill your disciple's wish. Your soul power, your memories and knowledge are very important to your disciple. Traitor, you will die a horrible death. The Lord of 1,000 Faces had gone mad. He brought Njigad's soul fragment to this crimson soul stone hall that he had secretly built to help Njigad repair his soul in order to save Njigad. However, Njigad was repaying him in this way? He, teacher, you're the one who'll die. Njigad's gaze was extremely ferocious and savage. And I will inherit everything from you and live better and better. With that, he exerted force with his huge mouth full of fangs. The mask was completely crushed by him with a bang. The thousand-faced king, an overlord that many important figures of the origin race thought highly of, had completely died at this moment. Chapter 991, Advancing to the Intermediate Grade. Universe Nobility Realm. 50 years later. Boom! An extremely vast might suddenly emanated from the palace of Coiling Dragon Star and spread throughout the entire Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. This pressure enveloped about 1/5 of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. In the area enveloped by the pressure, the phantoms of gears that were larger than Earth suddenly appeared. A gear was embedded in a gear, and all the gears were slowly rotating at the same time. Infinite space-time, billions of worlds, and the phantoms of countless living beings surrounded the gears. As the gears spun, they were destroyed. Countless living beings in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation were shocked when they looked up and saw this scene. They could vaguely see billions of worlds and countless living beings constantly reincarnating. The law of reincarnation. This is a reincarnation gear evolved from the law of reincarnation. It must be the king's strength. He has broken through again. The king was already unfathomable 50 years ago. After this breakthrough, his strength will definitely soar. TSK, with the king's monstrous talent, I'm afraid he'll be comparable to an advanced grade universe nobility after this breakthrough. In the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, many powerful beings knew that this was caused by Chu Zhou the moment they saw the rotating reincarnation gears. Everyone in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation knew that Chu Zhou was the only person who had cultivated the law of reincarnation to the universe nobility level after the Lord of Reincarnation. In the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, countless people knew that Chu Zhou must have made another breakthrough in the law of reincarnation. Otherwise, it would definitely not cause such a shocking phenomenon. Countless living beings of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation were overjoyed. As citizens of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, the interests of most of them were roughly the same as that of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. The stronger Chu Zhou was, the stronger the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation would be. As citizens of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation, they would have more opportunities and resources. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. The Lord controls chaos, creates yin and yang, controls space and time, grasps the 5 elements, and controls reincarnation. He is destined to be in existence above everything. Countless believers of the Yan Huang religion prostrate on the ground in excitement and worshipped in the direction of planet Coiling Dragon. The Coiling Dragon planet, in the palace. Chu Zhou has broken through. Dongfang Mingzu was dressed in a bright yellow phoenix robe. She looked dignified as she stared at Chu Zhou's palace with a smile on her face. He became an intermediate grade universe nobility at the age of 150. Chu Zhou has set another record. Yuan Bingmei smiled. She was also wearing a phoenix robe. However, her phoenix robe was black and gold. After the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation was established, Chu Zhou officially married Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei. Both of them were empresses with no difference in power. Dragon, Chang'e Saha, Soul, and the others were not in the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others were all the commanders of the Coiling Dragon Cosmic Nation. They were all stationed at the army base and were not on Coiling Dragon planet. On the other hand, Laitan and Monica, as the 2 leaders of the Yan Huang religion, were in charge of the headquarters of the Yan Huang religion all year round. The headquarters of the Yan Huang religion was on planet Coiling Dragon. Hence, after they noticed Chu Zhou's breakthrough, they rushed over immediately and stood behind Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei sent the news of Chu Zhou's breakthrough to Long and the others. Soon, the dragons and Dongfang Mingzu and the others were on video call. Chu Zhou, you broke through again. Dragon was a little speechless. Chu Zhou's improvement is too fast. I haven't even advanced to the Universe Lord realm yet. Sigh, me too, Soul said gloomily. When I was in the Universe Ocean, I was already close to becoming a Universe Lord. I thought that I would be able to become a Universe Lord in a few years. Now that 83 years have passed, I'm still a World Overlord. Changa Saha smiled indifferently and said, most living beings in the universe are like this. They need to accumulate an extremely long time at the World Overlord realm before they have a chance to successfully advance to the Universe Lord realm. Chu Zhou is an exception. It's very difficult to become a Universe Lord. Dongfang Mingzu nodded in agreement. As the Empress of the Coiling Dragon Universe Nation, supported by Chu Zhou, and a core member of the Mirror Universe Company's chaotic mystic realm, she really did not lack cultivation resources or powerful ultimate techniques. But even so, like Dragon and the others, she was stuck at the World Overlord realm for a long time and could not advance to the Universe Lord realm. Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others were basically the same. With abundant cultivation resources, they quickly cultivated to the peak of the World Overlord realm and even entered the Pseudo-Universe Lord realm. However, he couldn't become a Universe Lord. From a World Overlord to a Universe Lord, this was not an easy advancement in strength, but an essential transformation and transition of life. Just because he had enough cultivation resources didn't mean that he could successfully become a Universe Lord. In history, countless famous geniuses in the universe had also been stuck at the World Overlord realm for a long time and did not attain the Universe Lord. Therefore, it was very normal for the dragons and the others to be unable to advance to the Universe Lord realm. It was precisely because of this that they were extremely envious of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's advancement was too easy. Every few years, there would definitely be a small breakthrough. There would definitely be a huge breakthrough every few decades. It was as if to him, breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking. How could the others not be envious? In the 10,000 Law Palace. I've finally advanced to an intermediate grade universe nobility. Chapter 992, Advancing to the Intermediate Grade. Universe Nobility Realm. 2. Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. In each of his eyes, was a huge and boundless phantom of the reincarnation gear. It was slowly spinning, as if it wanted to pull everything in the universe into reincarnation. Name, Chu Zhou, Intermediate Grade Universe Nobility, Beginner Universe. Nobility Intermediate Grade Universe Nobility. Attribute Points, 8 quintillion. Rule. Chaos Law, 40%, plus 10%. Unupgradable. Yin-Yang Rule, 40%, plus 10%. Unupgradable. Space-Time Law, 40%, unupgradable. 5 Elemental Laws, 40%, unupgradable. Law of Reincarnation, 50%, plus 10%. Unupgradable. Absolute Arts. Time Reincarnation, Level 2, Perfected, unupgradable. Book of 7 Calamities, Level 2, Condense 7 Demonic Sabers, First. Level 2, unupgradable. Reincarnation Technique, Level 2, Reincarnation of All Beings. Unupgradable. Divine Rune A, Level of Comprehension and Control has reached the level of Advanced Grade Universe Nobility, Advanced Universe Lord, Advanced Grade Universe Nobility, unupgradable. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time, unupgradable. Soul Armor, Level 7 Soul Armor, unupgradable. Killing Sword Art, Level 16, comprehended 16 Slaughter Sword Diagrams. Unupgradable. Chaos Dharma Body, 10 million meters Chaos Dharma Body, a million meters 10 million meters, unupgradable. 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 48 clones, 12 Universe Nobility clones, plus 2. 35 Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board had changed drastically compared to 50 years ago. Firstly, his level rose from beginner grade universe nobility to intermediate grade universe nobility. Secondly, his comprehension of the chaos and yin-yang laws had increased by 10%, reaching the level of a beginner grade universe nobility. His comprehension of the law of reincarnation had also increased by 10%, reaching the peak of the intermediate grade universe nobility. In addition, there were also breakthroughs in the Book of Seven Calamities, the Divine Rune, the Chaos Dharma Body, the Thousand Bodies Holy Scripture, and so on. His overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could fight an advanced grade universe nobility expert head-on even if he did not use the Book of Dharma. I wonder if the current me can compare to my teacher before he became an overlord. He smiled and muttered to himself, it should still not be comparable to teacher back then. Teacher was the only existence among the universe nobility back then. Even though he was called a universe nobility, his strength was actually comparable to a beginner grade overlord. However, I should not be weaker than the other advanced grade universe nobilities. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had worked hard for so many years and could finally be considered a big shot. Among the humans, other than Emperor Shi, who had disappeared for many years, there was also the martial ancestor, the saint. Below the martial ancestor were the 29 universe overlords, including King Bei Kang. After that, there were hundreds of universe nobility. His current strength was enough to be ranked at the top among the hundreds of human universe nobility. In other words, only the martial ancestor and 29 universe overlords were stronger than him. Therefore, the current him could indeed say that he was a big shot without being humble. I still need to work hard. Only by becoming an overlord can one be considered a true big shot among the myriad races in the universe. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and appeared in front of Dongfang Mingzu and the others. He chatted with Dragon and the others for a while through the video and told them some of his experiences in becoming a universe lord. Then, he ended the video. The news that Chu Zhou had advanced to an intermediate grade universe nobility could not be hidden at all. It quickly spread among the upper echelons of the human race. The higher-ups of the human race were shocked again. In fact, it was not only the upper echelons of the human race. The Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, the origin race, and other races were also extremely shocked when they learned that Chu Zhou had advanced to an intermediate grade universe nobility. Chu Zhou's advancement speed was too fast. That was what happened when he became a universe lord, and it was still the same after reaching the universe nobility realm. This made these races and factions increasingly afraid of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou did not take it to heart. After advancing to an intermediate grade universe nobility, he continued to cultivate at his own pace on planet Coiling Dragon. At the same time, he kept receiving the memories from the many clones who were comprehending the primal chaos tablets in the primordial universe. His foundation and strength had unknowingly increased. On this day, Chu Zhou received a message from his teacher, King Bei Kang. Come to Emperor Shi Holy City quickly. Chu Zhou looked at these words and his gaze could not help but freeze. This was the first time his teacher, King Bei Kang, had spoken to him in such an urgent tone. Did something important happen? With this thought in mind, he didn't dare to delay any further. After transmitting his voice to Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei, he boarded the Black God and left Coiling Dragon Planet through the interstellar teleportation array. 2 months later, Chu Zhou did not dare to stop for a moment. He rushed to Emperor Shi Holy City as quickly as possible. After arriving at Emperor Shi Holy City, he immediately went to pay his respects to his teacher. Teacher, what exactly happened? Chu Zhou asked. From now on, you don't have to ask or say anything. Just follow me quietly. King Bei Kang said to Chu Zhou with a serious expression. Chu Zhou was shocked. He had never seen his teacher so serious. Even when he was back in the Demon Mountain continent facing the 6 overlord clones as a universe nobility, his teacher was not as serious as he was now. He knew that something extremely important must have happened or was about to happen. Moreover, this matter was very important. That was why the teacher became so serious. He was very curious about what had caused his teacher to treat it so seriously. However, he followed his teacher's instructions and did not ask. King Bei Kang didn't say anything else. He grabbed Chu Zhou's shoulder with one hand and shattered the void with brute force. Like a humanoid bolt of lightning, he brought Chu Zhou into the depths of the dimensional void. He brought Chu Zhou and forcefully tore through layers of dimensional space, shuttling through them at high speed. Chu Zhou looked at the constantly shattering space in front of him and could not help but be shocked. Teacher's way of traversing the void was too violent. However, his speed was not slower than when he, a proficient universe nobility, shuttled through the void. This also gave him a reminder: don't think that just because you're proficient in the law of space and can control space, you can be fearless. Even if some powerful existences can't control space, they can rely on terrifying strength to shuttle through the dimensional space rudely and unreasonably. Moreover, their speed might not be slower than his. Half a day later, King Beikang walked out of the dimensional space with Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou swept his gaze around and realized that he was surrounded by endless darkness. This is a void, he thought to himself. However, he was shocked. He actually saw the overlords of companies like the Caged Dragon Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, Heartlight Master, and Spring and Autumn Master here. There were also more than 10 figures that were filled with the aura of overlords. Apart from that, there were also dozens of advanced-grade universe nobility figures. Tisk! Why are there so many overlords and advanced-grade universe nobility gathered here? Chu Zhou was shocked. When the Caged Dragon Master and the other overlords saw King Beikang arrive, they nodded slightly but did not say anything. After nodding, they immediately looked in a certain direction with serious expressions. Chu Zhou looked in the direction where the Caged Dragon Master and the others were looking and immediately saw a lone island about the size of a few hundred miles. When he used his divine sense to see the island, his pupils constricted. That lone island was actually enveloped by countless universe engravings and formations. Chu Zhou's horizons were no longer the same as before. He recognized at a glance that the countless cosmic engravings and arrays were basically all overlord level. There were even some universe engravings and formations that seemed to have surpassed the overlord level. What exactly is on that island? At this moment, Chu Zhou was filled with curiosity about the things on the island. Her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. It itched to know the truth. Chapter 993, Nomological Pulse. 1. What exactly is on that isolated island? Chu Zhou looked at the island that was enveloped by countless engravings and arrays. He really wanted to know what was on the island. It could actually attract so many human overlords and universe nobility. However, he remembered his teacher King Beikang's words and did not ask anyone. Instead, he waited patiently. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Time passed day by day. Chu Zhou, many overlords, and universe nobility waited patiently. The island had not changed much either. However, on this day, Chu Zhou was suddenly shocked. He felt a grand aura suddenly rise from the depths of the island. When it first appeared, it was extremely vast and majestic like a great river. It also got even bigger and was as if the Yangtze River had turned into a boundless sea. This is... Chu Zhou's gaze focused. A huge black sun appeared in his vision. The black sun slowly rose from the depths of the island, emitting a dark aura that was like the 3 overturning seas. There's an overlord on the island. When he saw the black sun rise, Chu Zhou knew that there was an overlord on the island. Except, why did King Beikang and the other human overlords value this overlord so much? It's about to begin. At this moment, King Beikang suddenly said. The expressions of the Caged Dragon Master and the other human overlords suddenly turned even grimmer. Chu Zhou and the other dozens of advanced-grade human universe nobility were puzzled when they saw the reactions of King Beikang and the other overlords. However, they immediately knew that the reactions of King Beikang and the other overlords were definitely related to that overlord on the island. Chu Zhou and the other universe nobility could not help but pay more attention to the overlord on the island. Under everyone's gaze, the black sun rose higher and higher on the island, emitting a dark aura that became more and more surging. In the end, the black sun stopped at a spot above the island, and the dark aura it emitted also reached its peak. Rumble. The surging dark aura turned into a substantial dark wave. Wave after wave swept through the entire void. Layers of dark waves that were like towering mountains roared as they swept towards Chu Zhou and the others. Its aura was monstrous and breathtaking. King Beikang and the other human overlords stood still like primordial fiend mountains. The dark wave that approached them either dissipated automatically or circled around them. However, Chu Zhou and the other universe nobility did not have such an easy time dealing with the dark wave. Many universe nobility used their exclusive weapons to slash the waves. They spent a lot of energy to stabilize their bodies and not be devoured by the terrifying dark waves. With a thought from Chu Zhou, the power of the 5 nomological powers chaos, yin-yang, space-time, 5 elements, and samsara exploded from his body and surrounded his body, forming a terrifying divine ring. The roaring dark waves were also shattered by the divine ring. Many human overlords could not help but take a few more glances at Chu Zhou and were secretly moved. The universe nobility were even more dumbfounded. Chu Zhou was the first person they had encountered who had cultivated 5 nomological laws at the same time and had even cultivated 5 nomological laws to such an extent. In the sky above the island, the black sun erupted with a mighty aura of darkness. However, about half a day later, the black sun shook violently and suddenly turned from black to blazing white. Infinite white light erupted from the blazing sun, illuminating billions of space-time. The entire dark void was illuminated by more than half. Light. Infinite light. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the blazing white sun and vaguely had the illusion that the blazing white sun seemed to be the source of all light in the world. Black sun, rules of darkness. Blazing white sun, laws of light. The human overlord on the island cultivates the laws of light and darkness. The moment the blazing white sun appeared, Chu Zhou confirmed that the overlord on the island cultivated the laws of light and darkness. The law of light and darkness was also an extremely powerful law. Even though it was inferior to the 3 forbidden laws of karma, fate, and space-time, it was inferior to the law of reincarnation, which was even more mysterious than the forbidden law. However, it was enough to be ranked in the top 15 among the many laws. A moment after the blazing white sun appeared, it quickly turned into a dark sun. The blazing white sun and the dark sun changed several times before finally turning into a half-white and half-black sun. Light and darkness coexisted. This was the manifestation of the laws of light and darkness. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the space in front of Chu Zhou and the others. Half of the space became extremely bright while the other half turned into extreme darkness. After Ji Zhou and Yanjai appeared, the aura in the depths of the island, which had already reached its peak, seemed to have broken through its limit and continued to rise bit by bit. What a powerful aura! This isn't an ordinary overlord. Could it be a peak advance great overlord? Chu Zhou felt the increasingly majestic and mighty aura. Gradually, he felt a huge pressure on his body and soul. It was as if the entire universe was pressing down on him and made him a little breathless. The other human universe nobility were even worse. Many universe nobility were directly bent by the continuously increasing aura and pressure. At this moment, Chu Zhou was shocked. This was the first time he had felt such a terrifying pressure. Chapter 994, Nomological Pulse. 2. This was even more terrifying than the pressure emitted by his teacher, King Bei Kang, when his strength erupted. Without a doubt, the overlord on the island was extremely terrifying. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the past 10 days, the aura emitted by the overlord on the island had been increasing continuously. Up until now, apart from Chu Zhou, all the other human universe nobility had been pressed into the void by that terrifying aura. Even Chu Zhou had no choice but to rely on the power of the Book of Dharma to barely stand. Such a powerful aura shocked Chu Zhou and the others. At that moment, they could vaguely guess what the overlord on the island was up to. This conjecture made them all excited. All eyes were fixed on the island, afraid that they would miss a single second. Like Chu Zhou and the other universe nobility, King Bei Kang and the other human overlords focused their attention and stared intently into the depths of the island. Plop! Suddenly, a loud pulsating sound came from the depths of the island. It was like an incomparably huge heart beating fiercely. Swoosh! 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 As this pulse sounded, King Bei Kang and the other human overlords immediately turned into after-images and flew towards the surroundings of the island. It vaguely surrounded the island. At the same time, Chu Zhou heard his teacher King Bei Kang's voice in his mind. A shocking battle involving many overlords will break out here later. Stay away from here immediately and watch from afar. Also, be careful. Chu Zhou couldn't help but be shocked when he heard his teacher, King Bei Kang. A shocking battle involving multiple overlords? What was going on? As he thought in confusion, his figure moved and teleported into the distance according to his teacher, King Bei Kang's instructions. It was not until he teleported hundreds of millions of kilometers away that he stopped. Here, he could still see the island through his divine sense. He realized that other than him, the other human universe nobility had also left the island. Clearly, those universe nobility had also heard the voice transmissions of the other human overlords. Such a secret operation, such a huge formation, such a cautious attitude. Could it be that my guess is true? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Thinking that his guess just now might be true, he could not help but get excited. When that pulsating sound came from the island, all the experts in the entire universe who had cultivated the laws of light and darkness to the level of overlords could sense that the laws of light and darkness in the unseen world had throbbed violently just now. Instantly, the expressions of the light and darkness nomological overlords' upheaval changed instantly. Many light and darkness nomological overlords revealed incomparably malevolent and terrifying killing intent in their eyes. That was a nomological pulse just now. Someone is trying to fuse the nomological laws of light and darkness to break through to the saint realm. In the desolate border of the universe, a lonely planet suddenly shattered. A majestic figure with a half-white and half-black sun floating behind him rushed out of the shattered planet. Allah can only give birth to one saint. The position of saint of light and darkness laws is mine. Whoever wants to snatch it, I'll kill them. This figure roared ferociously, and a destructive light and darkness energy erupted from his body. In an instant, it turned countless planets in the entire star field into dust. Who is it? He's trying to become a saint of the laws of light and darkness. A roar filled with killing intent suddenly sounded from an ancient forbidden area of the Zerg race. A giant worm with 28 horns flew out of the forbidden area. This giant insect's body was even larger than the sun. Its entire body was covered in black and white patterns, boundless light and darkness erupting from its body at the same time. When this huge worm appeared, countless Zerg race beings trembled. They prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped it, calling it ancient ancestor Mo Luo. The pulse of the nomological laws came from the territory of humans. Among humans, someone wants to advance to become a saint of the light and darkness nomological laws. In the automaton race, a two-headed, four-armed mechanical life form that looked like a twin god statue looked deeply in the direction of the human race. In the next moment, his body shook, directly tearing apart the great universe and disappearing. In the Mana clan, on a tall mountain that reached into the clouds, there was a huge vine wrapped in green scales. From afar, the vine looked like an ancient green dragon. At the top of the huge vine, there were two flowers the size of small mountains. A white one. One was black. These two flowers were extremely magical. White flowers and milky white holy light flowed. Countless blazing white runes intertwined, and there were faint loud hymns coming from them. Black light circulated around the black flower as dark runes intertwined. Waves of dark and cold strange sounds came from it, like the curses of the dark gods. This vine was one of the most ancient and great existences of the Mana race. It was called the Lord of Black and White. The Lord of Black and White was in existence even older than the Lord of the Universe Light. He had stood at the peak of the Overlord realm for countless years. At this moment, the Lord of Black and White woke up from its long slumber. A pair of huge eyes appeared above the mountain. Is there anyone among the humans who wants to break through to the Saint realm? The Lord of Black and White muttered to himself coldly. He looked in the direction of the humans with his huge eyes. I can ignore it if it's a sage position for other laws. However, it's a sage position for the laws of light and darkness. I have no choice but to interfere. Chapter 995, Nomological Pulse. 3. Its huge vine body slowly squirmed. It disappeared the next moment. A nomological law could only give birth to one universe saint. As long as someone broke through to the saint realm, it would definitely trigger the pulse of the nomological law and be sensed by all the overlords who cultivated this nomological law. This was a secret that only overlords knew. Ever since the laws pulsed and spread from the island, all the overlords who cultivated the laws of light and darkness in the universe had sensed it. Almost all the light and darkness nomological overlords rushed to the human territory immediately. Plop. 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 Time passed day by day. The beating of the heart became stronger and more frequent in the isolated island. At the same time, the pressure emitted by the island became more and more terrifying. Chu Zhou felt the pressure coming from the island from afar and could not help but rejoice. If he continued to stay in his original position, he would probably be suppressed by the pressure coming from the island. Even though so many human universe nobility had been crushed, it was not a big deal to have one more. It would not be embarrassing. However, he still didn't want to have that experience. Who exactly is the human overlord on the isolated island? He must be trying to break through to the saint realm. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he stared fixedly in the direction of the island. At some point in time, the sky above the island was already filled with endless light runes, dark runes, and light and darkness nomological lines. They were constantly intertwining and evolving various light and darkness phenomena. Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the light runes, dark runes, and light nomological lines. He memorized their transformation process. If it was really as he had guessed, someone was breaking through to the Saint Realm. He would undoubtedly obtain unimaginable benefits if he could witness this process with his own eyes. At this moment, Chu Zhou understood why his teacher, King Bei Kang, had brought him here. He could not let his teacher down. He had to remember the entire process of the Overlord on the island breaking through to the Saint Realm. Suddenly, a nomological spark that was emitting black and white light slowly rose from the depths of the island. In an instant, the half-white and half-black sun instantly turned into a shadow and fused into the nomological spark. There were also endless light runes, dark runes, light nomological lines, and so on. They were all integrated into the nomological spark. That nomological spark was currently emitting boundless brilliance. Boom! The nomological spark moved slightly, and the billions of miles of void were instantly shattered. Not only did the void shatter, at the same time, there seemed to be some kind of restraint. At this moment, a boundless torrent of light and darkness appeared. It was the law of light and darkness. Whoosh! The moment the nomological laws of light and darkness appeared, the nomological spark immediately rushed over like lightning. You want to fuse with the laws and become a saint? Have you asked me? Suddenly, a giant hand that was even more terrifying than the solar system reached out from afar and grabbed the nomological spark. I can only be the saint of the laws of light and darkness. Whoever fights with me will die. Another cold snort sounded, and a huge mechanical hand that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared in the sky above the island, ruthlessly smashing towards the depths of the island. True Night Master! So it's you who wants to break through to the Saint Realm. A vine that looked like an ancient green dragon shuttled over from the depths of the universe and attacked the island. The void shattered, and a terrifying giant worm with 28 horns and a body larger than the sun squeezed out. It quickly swept its gaze across King Bei Kang and the other human overlords and sneered, "Haha, you humans want to protect the true Night Master from becoming a saint? Dream on!" There were also overlords that were filled with the aura of light and darkness that kept descending. After these overlords descended, some of them attacked the nomological spark that were charging towards the nomological laws of light and darkness without a word, while others attacked the island directly. Attack! Stop them! Don't let them disturb True Night! King Bei Kang and the other human overlords were not nervous or surprised at all when they saw the descent of the overlords of the foreign races. They had long expected this scene. They all attacked almost at the same time. Chapter 996, The Saints Appear. 1. Boss, what's going on? Bai Bei lay on the top of Chu Zhou's head and looked in the direction of the isolated island. Its scalp went numb as it watched the overlords of the foreign races descend one after another. It's said that every law can only give birth to one saint. At this moment, Chu Zhou was completely certain of his guess. He said with a solemn expression. Therefore, every time a living being attempts to break through to the Saint Realm, other overlords who cultivate the same nomological law might appear to stop them or even intercept them. I understand a little. Bai Bei's expression changed. Boss, you mean that the human overlord on the island is trying to break through to the Saint Realm, which is why so many overlords of the foreign races who have also cultivated the laws of light and darkness interfered and intercepted him. That's what I mean. Chu Zhou nodded. There was something else he did not say in his heart. Only humans were considered united. Otherwise, the overlords of other races who cultivated the laws of light and darkness would probably not be the only ones who would step in to stop him. Even overlords who cultivated the law of light and darkness couldn't help but attack. This was a battle of the Great Dao. There was only one Saint Realm law. No one wanted to give up. Thankfully, he did not see the human overlord attack, which comforted him. So the person who broke through to the Saint Realm on the island is actually our company's true Night Master. At that moment, Chu Zhou recalled how some overlords of the foreign races addressed the overlord on the island and came to a sudden realization. He had found it strange just now. Why did his teacher, King Bei Kang, Caged Dragon Master, Wild Wave Master, Camel Mountain Master, Heartlight Master, Spring and Autumn Master, and the other 6 universe overlords of the company all come? Only the true Night Master did not come. It turned out that the person who was trying to break through to the Saint realm on the island was the true Night Master. At the thought of this, Chu Zhou could not help but feel slightly nervous. The true Night Master was one of the powerful peak overlords of humanity. He was an invincible overlord below the Saints and was also the stabilizing force of the Mirror Universe Company. If the Lord of the True Night successfully advanced to the Saint realm, it would be extremely beneficial to the company and humans. However, if the True Night Master failed to advance, the consequences would be very serious. The company would lose a top-notch combat power that could intimidate everyone. Rumble. King Bei Kang, the Caged Dragon Master, the Master of Void Silence, and many other human overlords fought against the descending overlords of the alien races. It was a terrifying scene. The billions of miles of void were almost instantly smashed into pieces. The energy wave formed by the aftershock of the battle was hundreds of thousands of meters tall. Even Universe Nobility's face was pale when he saw it and did not approach. Bei Kang, are you going to stop me? A terrifying giant worm with 28 horns and a body that was even larger than the sun floated in the void. It looked down coldly at King Bei Kang, its eyes emitting extremely cold killing intent. This road is blocked. King Bei Kang said coldly. He raised his right hand, and a golden black torrent of laws descended with a bang. It condensed into a golden black sword in his hand. Swoosh! He raised his arm and pointed his sword at the giant worm. The giant insect's incomparably huge eyes stared fixedly at King Bei Kang, who looked smaller than a grain of rice. It laughed from extreme anger. Looks like I, Ancestor Mo Luo, have been forgotten after not appearing for a long time. A mere new overlord like you actually dares to stop me, the Ancestor? You're simply courting death. After saying that, a 10,000 jong long sharp insect leg tore through the void and stabbed towards the Northern Azure Emperor like a bolt of lightning. Black and white patterns swam on the insect's foot, emitting terrifying light and darkness nomological energy. Wherever the insect feet passed, space distorted and everything was annihilated. Kill. Facing an advanced great overlord like the giant insect, King Bei Kang did not dare to let his guard down. With a long roar, he charged out with the killing sword art. He directly slashed at the insect leg that was stabbing over. Boom! King Bei Kang was instantly sent flying 1,000,000 kilometers by the insect foot. However, he quickly came back and shook his sharp sword. A terrifying killing intent swept out. Billions of sword chi formed a storm of sword chi like a nebula. Endless sword chi storms quickly wrapped around the giant worm's body that was larger than the sun. The giant insect felt the intense pain of its body being cut by countless sword chi. It let out an angry scream. The surrounding light and darkness energy erupted. Its insect feet were like arrows of world destruction as they shot towards King North Blue's camera. King Bei Kang vividly displayed the profundity of the killing sword art. Every sword strike erupted with a long river of sword chi filled with peerless killing intent. King Bei Kang and the huge worm named Ancestor Mo Luo fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the power they erupted with shattered billions of layers of space and entered the depths of space-time. On the other side, Spring and Autumn Master's black hair danced in the wind. Around him were phantoms of worlds of flowers. With a thought, worlds bloomed. With a thought, worlds bloomed. As the flowers fell, Spring and Autumn spun, erupting with a terrifying power that made the sky tremble. At this moment, he was fighting a green vine that looked like a green dragon. The green vine was the Lord of Black and White of the Mana race. It was a terrifying existence at the peak of the advanced Great Overlord. The Spring and Autumn Master and the Lord of Black and White fought each other to the death. Both parties had reached the pinnacle of Overlord. Chapter 997, The Sages Appear. 2. Each of their attacks seemed to shake the endless space-time. Each of their attacks seemed to shake the endless space-time. Spring and Autumn Master suddenly roared and struck out a peerless technique. A hair-raising energy wave erupted, as if it wanted to pierce through the universe. Boom! Bang! He blasted the Lord of Black and White into the depths of space-time. Then, he chased after them. Spring and Autumn Master, you are indeed one of the strongest overlords of humanity. Spring and Autumn rotation is also shocking. But you're still far from being able to suppress me. The Lord of Black and White sneered. Two flowers, one black and one white, suddenly shot out two rays of light, one black and one white. Two beams of light intertwined in midair, turning into a black and white arrow that shot towards the Spring and Autumn Master. The Spring and Autumn Master sensed the fluctuations coming from the black and white arrow. His expression was slightly solemn, but he was still fearless. He clasped his hands together, and the power of the Spring and Autumn rotation erupted. A wave of light blasted onto the black and white arrow, directly shattering it. The Spring and Autumn Master and the Lord of Black and White quickly engaged in close combat again. The difference in strength between the two sides was almost the same, and it was difficult to determine victory or defeat in a short period of time. The Master of Void Silence that Chu Zhou had seen before was also fighting berserking with a figure with a black and white sun floating behind him. The terrifying power of nirvanic extermination and the power of light and darkness collided billions of times every second. The void was constantly circulating between collapse and restoration. The other human overlords were also fighting fiercely against the descending overlords of the other races. There were overlords of other races who wanted to stop the true Night Master's nomological sparks from fusing with the nomological laws of light and darkness. On the other hand, the human overlords resisted these overlords of the foreign races and helped the true Night Master fight for the chance to fuse the nomological sparks and the nomological laws of light and darkness. Some overlords of foreign races wanted to barge into the isolated island and kill the true Night Master. On the other hand, the human overlord kept them outside the island. The intensity of this battle far exceeded the imagination of Chu Zhou and the other universe nobility. Chu Zhou and the other universe nobility watched the battle of the many overlords from afar and felt their scalps tingle. The attacks of those overlords were too terrifying. A casual strike seemed to be able to destroy a galaxy. If this was not the void but the human domain, it would probably be an incomparably terrifying havoc for humans. Countless inhabited planets would explode and countless humans would perish. Plop! Suddenly, the laws of light and darkness in the void shook violently. It was as if a huge heart was beating fiercely. Under the gaze of many pairs of eyes, a nomological spark that was filled with boundless black and white light slowly fused into the law of light and darkness that was like a celestial river. In an instant, that nomological spark seemed to have undergone some unknown and mysterious change. A terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to crush the myriad worlds emitted from that nomological spark. All the overlords present, be it humans or foreign races, felt a tremendous pressure that came from their souls. The nomological spark have successfully fused with the nomological laws. King Bei Kang and the other human overlords revealed looks of joy. As for the Lord of Black and White and the other overlords of the foreign races, their expressions darkened. Humph, if you want to become a universe saint, you have to fuse your nomological spark, body, soul, and so on with the nomological laws. I've only completed 1/3 of the nomological spark fusion. The Lord of Black and White snorted coldly. As it fought fiercely with the Spring and Autumn Master, it extended a branch vine that was billions of kilometers long and lashed out fiercely at the island where the true Night Master was. That's right. The true Night Master only succeeded by 1 step. He still has 2 steps before he can completely succeed. We can't give him this chance. The giant insect that was fighting King Bei Kang let out a sharp cry that shook the endless space. The 28 huge horns on its head suddenly separated and blasted towards the island with a destructive force. King Bei Kang's expression changed slightly. He activated the law of gods and demons and the killing sword art with all his might. Countless golden black words whistled towards the 28 huge horns like a waterfall. However, King Bei Kang was a newly advanced overlord after all. Even if he had a deep foundation, it was already rare for him to be able to hold back a peak advanced great overlord like the giant worm for the time being. It was unrealistic to think that he could completely block all the attacks of the giant insects. The densely packed word kill only blocked 20 horns. The other 8 horns continued to attack the island. Almost at the same time, all the overlords of the other races went crazy. They used all their strength to stop or kill the true Night Master who was breaking through to the saint realm. A nomological law could only allow one saint to become a saint. If the Lord of the True Night became a saint of the laws of light and darkness. In that case, overlords like them who cultivated the laws of light and darkness had no chance at all. Unless he changed to other laws, he would never have the chance to become a saint again. How could they accept this? Therefore, many overlords of the foreign races had to attack the True Night Master on the island even if they had to risk being severely injured by King Bei Kang and the other human overlords. Most of the overlords' attacks were blocked. However, many attacks still bombarded the island. Chu Zhou and the other human universe nobility could not help but feel nervous when they saw this scene from afar. If the island was struck by the attacks of so many overlords of the other races, the true Knight Master, who was charging at the saint with all his might, would be in danger. Either the process of breaking through to the saint realm was interrupted and he could block and dodge the attacks of the overlords of the other races. Chapter 998, The Sages Appear. 3. However, if the process of breaking through to the saint realm was suddenly interrupted, he would suffer the terrifying backlash of the laws. The consequences would be very serious, and he might even die. If he insisted on charging into the saint realm, he might very well be killed by the attacks of many overlords of the foreign races. There were two outcomes. Either way, it was extremely disadvantageous. What should we do? Chu Zhou frowned. Unfortunately, he was only a universe nobility. Even if his strength was comparable to a peak advanced grade universe nobility, he was still insignificant in such an occasion and could not help the true Knight Master at all. At this moment, boom! A bronze fist suddenly appeared above the island. That fist looked ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, the moment the fist appeared, time and space seemed to freeze. The attacks that struck the island disintegrated silently. At the same time, the Lord of Black and White, the gigantic worm, and the other overlords of the foreign races suffered a heavy blow to their minds. All of them were instantly severely injured and spat out blood. Martial Ancestor. The Lord of Black and White and the other overlords of the foreign races looked at the fist in shock and anger and retreated a million miles hurriedly, not daring to attack again. The Martial Ancestor has attacked. King Bei Kang and the other human overlords heaved a huge sigh of relief when they saw that fist. Even though they were already doing their best to defend against the many overlords of the foreign races, there were too many of them this time round. Furthermore, many overlords of the foreign races were at the pinnacle of overlords and had terrifying strength. It was simply impossible for them to completely defend against all the attacks of these overlords. But now they were relieved. The Martial Ancestor attacked. Martial Ancestor. In the universe, when all living beings want to become saints, they have to face the challenges of other competitors of the same law. This is the Saint Tribulation 1, and also the unspoken rules of the universe. You, a dignified saint, have to participate. Are you trying to break the unspoken rules of the universe? Suddenly, a cold voice came from an endless distance. Who is it that is so bold to question the saint? Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, they vaguely saw the figure of a woman with 108 wings on her back. Many overlords of the foreign races, especially the overlords of the Zerg race, were delighted when they saw that figure. They recognized that the existence was the saint of the Zerg race insect mother. That's right. The Saint Tribulation is a test for living beings who want to break through to the saint realm. It's also a chance for all the competitors. Martial Ancestor, you shouldn't break the unspoken rules of the Saint Tribulation. Another sound came from an endless distance. This time, it was the sound of an electronic machine. Similarly, a figure appeared in the endless distance. It's the saint of my race, Lord of Machinery. An overlord of the machinery race was overjoyed. Martial Ancestor, as a saint, you shouldn't interfere in the battle between overlords. Another figure appeared. It was a terrifying crystal man that was even larger than the Milky Way. It stood in the distance as if it was cutting through the universe. When we advanced to the saint realm, we went through all kinds of hardships and narrowly succeeded. The later generations should not be an exception. Another figure appeared. It was a figure with a 9-colored divine light barrier. Countless 9-colored rivers that were billions of miles long surrounded him, looking extremely divine and supreme. Martial Ancestor, stop! Another figure appeared. This time, an ordinary-looking blade of grass appeared. It seemed to be similar to the weeds by the roadside. However, even though they were separated by an endless distance, everyone could still feel a trace of horror and fear from that small blade of grass. The origin of the crystal race, the ancestor of all crystals. The 9-colored ancestral god of the origin race. The creator of the Mana clan, Mana Guzu. King Bei Kang and the other human overlords immediately recognized the origins of the three figures behind them with extremely grim expressions. The saints of the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the origin race, the Mana race, and the other top races had all appeared, giving them immense pressure. Chu Zhou and the other human universe nobility were also inexplicably shocked. They did not expect to meet the saints of the 6 pinnacle races at the same time on this day. Chapter 999, Domineering Martial Ancestor. 1. Chu Zhou and the other human universe nobility looked at the figures of the 5 saints in shock. They were secretly worried for the true Night Master. The martial ancestor might not be able to protect the true Night Master when the saints of the 5 alien races appeared. At this moment, the space above the island shattered with a bang. A majestic figure descended across endless space. This figure had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, eyes that were like cold stars, bronze skin that flickered with a crystalline texture, and a ferocious aura that crushed time and space emanated from his body. It was as if he could see endless power seeing this figure. Billions of spacetimes and worlds seemed to be under his feet. Greetings, martial ancestor. 1. King Bei Kang, the Spring and Autumn Master, the Master of Void Silence, and many other human overlords bowed respectfully to the domineering figure. It's the martial ancestor. The Lord of Black and White and the other overlords retreated tens of millions of miles when they saw the martial ancestor. The Insect Mother, the Master of Machinery, the Ancestor of Crystals, the 9-colored ancestral god, Ancestor Mana, and the other saints looked at the martial ancestor from afar and could not help but focus. Is this the martial ancestor? Chu Zhou looked at the martial ancestor from afar and could not help but be slightly shocked. This was the first time he had seen the martial ancestor. The power of the martial ancestor also shocked him. Even though he was looking at the martial ancestor from afar, he still felt suffocated, as if the entire universe was pressing down on him. Boss, is this the universe saint and martial ancestor of your human race? He's really too strong. Bai Bei sat on Chu Zhou's shoulder with a scared expression and said with palpitations. I'm a beginner-grade universe nobility now, but facing the martial ancestor, I feel like an insignificant ant. He can kill me billions of times with a finger. It's normal for you to feel that way. Universe saints who have completely fused with the laws of the universe not only live as long as the heavens and are undying, but they can also completely mobilize the power of the laws of the universe. Compared to them, universe nobility is like a fluorescent worm competing with the sun and moon. They are far inferior. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. How could he not feel this way? In the sky above the island, the martial ancestor was like a primordial demon mountain that stood tall, emitting an invincible aura. 2 deep divine lights shot out from his eyes, emitting a terrifying power. You want me to stop? Are you worthy? The martial ancestor said indifferently. His calm tone was filled with endless dominance. The Insect Mother, the Master of Machinery, the Ancestor of Crystals, the 9-colored ancestral god, Ancient Ancestor Mana, and the other saints were instantly enraged. 5 terrifying forces that could crush time and space came from an endless distance. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to be trembling. Countless living beings who were affected by these 5 energy fluctuations were all trembling. Martial ancestor, you're too arrogant. In the distance, the Insect Mother snorted in dissatisfaction. In an instant, a distorted and surging power crossed countless galaxies and attacked the martial ancestor. Almost instantly, countless spiderweb-like spatial cracks appeared in the entire void. The entire void seemed to be about to collapse from the mighty force that descended. However, the martial ancestor stood quietly in the void like an immovable rock, allowing the surging power to hit him. The terrifying power washed over the martial ancestor like a tsunami, but it could not shake him at all. That's impossible. When the Insect Mother saw this scene, it exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the Machine Master, the Ancestor of Crystals, the 9-colored ancestral god, and Ancient Ancestor Mana all attacked. 4 mighty forces descended like the sea and bombarded the martial ancestor. What was terrifying was that the martial ancestor did not move, as if no power could shake him. The 5 saints looked at this scene in disbelief. Martial ancestor. Could it be that you have already reached the realm of Emperor Shi and become a sacred emperor? The mechanical lord said with difficulty. The expressions of the Insect Mother, the Ancestor of Crystals, the 9-colored ancestral god, and the other saints of the other races upheaval when they heard the Machine Master's words. They stared fixedly at the martial ancestor. Not yet, but it's about time. The martial ancestor said calmly. The Insect Mother and the other 5 saints fell silent when they heard the martial ancestor's words. They looked at the martial ancestor with more fear than before. At the same time, there was a hint of envy. It was as if the so-called sacred emperor realm caused them to be extremely fearful and yearn for it. Do you want me to stop? The martial ancestor glanced indifferently at the insect mother and the other 5 saints. Humph! The insect mother snorted coldly and gradually disappeared. At the same time, the overlord of the Zerg race's giant worm was brought back to the Zerg race by her. Almost at the same time, the figures of the mechanical lord, the ancestor of crystals, the 9-colored ancestral god, ancient ancestor Mana, and the other saints of the other races also disappeared. Just like the insect mother, they had also taken away the overlord of their race. How could the remaining overlords of the foreign races dare to stay when they saw that? They hurriedly tore apart the universe and fled. After the martial ancestor forced back the 5 saints and the overlords, he took a deep look at the island and his figure slowly faded before completely disappearing. This was all he could do to help the true Night Master. Whether the true Night Master could advance to the Saint Realm depended on himself in the end. Chapter 1000, Domineering Martial Ancestor 2. Goodbye, Martial Ancestor. King Bei Kang and the other human overlords cupped their hands and bowed again at the departing figure of the martial ancestor. Boss, the martial ancestor is so domineering. He forced back 5 saints and many overlords of the foreign races in one move. Bai Bei said with admiration. The martial ancestor is domineering. Chu Zhou nodded. Then, he fell into deep thought. Just now, the mechanical lord mentioned the sacred emperor realm. Furthermore, the insect mother and the other saints were clearly very wary and yearned for the so-called sacred emperor realm. However, he had never heard of the sacred emperor realm. He only knew universe lord, universe nobility, universe overlord, universe saint, chaos juggernaut, and so on. Above the universe saint was the chaos juggernaut. What was the so-called sacred emperor realm? He felt that he should ask his teacher. Swoosh! He moved his body and immediately teleported to the isolated island. The battle was over and there was no danger. Of course, he could return to the island. Soon, he returned to the vicinity of the island and met his teacher, King Bei Kang, again. Teacher, what realm is the sacred emperor at? He asked directly. King Bei Kang glanced at Chu Zhou and didn't hide anything. The so-called sacred emperor is actually a universe saint. However, he is a universe saint who wields more than 2 laws. A universe saint who wields more than 2 laws. Chu Zhou was slightly shocked and immediately understood. Yes, there are always some heaven-defying creatures who can control 2 or even more laws at the same time. Is Lord Emperor Shi such a person? Chu Zhou couldn't help but interrupt. King Bei Kang nodded heavily. Yes. Lord Emperor Shi is a sacred emperor. He once controlled 2 laws at the same time. Lord Emperor Shi's strength is extremely terrifying, far surpassing ordinary saints. We humans were recognized as the number 1 race among the 6 pinnacle races before Emperor Shi disappeared. Unfortunately, Lord Emperor Shi disappeared countless years ago. The status of us humans in the universe has also decreased greatly. Fortunately, we humans still have the martial ancestor guarding us. Chu Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He could not help but think of his cultivation path. His cultivation path consisted of the 7 laws of chaos, yin-yang, space, time, 5 elements, karma, fate, and samsara. If one day, he cultivated all 7 nomological laws to the saint realm and became a sacred emperor who controlled 7 nomological laws, how strong would he be? At that time, he would probably be able to easily suppress saints of other races. Like the insect mother. The second step is about to begin. King Bei Kang looked at the island and said with a solemn expression. When Chu Zhou heard this, he hurriedly came back to his senses and focused his attention on the depths of the island. At this moment, the Spring and Autumn Master and the other human overlords, as well as the human universe nobility, looked into the depths of the island with solemn expressions. They felt an extremely majestic soul power suddenly spread out from the depths of the island. Then, a figure sitting cross-legged slowly rose from the depths of the island and flew towards the laws of light and darkness that traversed the void like a celestial river. This was the first time Chu Zhou saw the true Night Master clearly. Becoming a saint from an overlord requires 3 steps. First, the fusion of nomological sparks and nomological laws. Second, the fusion of the soul and nomological laws. Third, the fusion of the physical body and nomological laws. There's no strict order in these 3 steps. You can choose the order of fusion at will. However, you have to complete all 3 steps before you can successfully advance to the Universe Saint realm. And during this process, if anything goes wrong, you will suffer the terrifying backlash of the laws. Basically, no one can survive the backlash of the laws. Of course, other than the 3 steps mentioned above, there's actually another calamity. It's the Saint Tribulation you saw previously. The Saint Tribulation is not given by the laws of the universe, but by other living beings. King Bei Kang was explaining some common knowledge about breaking through to the Saint realm to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou remembered his teacher's words. These experiences would also be useful when he broke through to the Saint realm in the future. Teacher, do you think the true Night Master can succeed? Chu Zhou suddenly asked. When King Bei Kang heard this, he fell silent for a moment before saying faintly. There's a chance of success, but success depends on luck. A trace of doubt appeared in Chu Zhou's eyes. Teacher, hasn't the true Night Master's nomological sparks already fused with the nomological laws? The remaining 2 steps shouldn't be difficult. King Bei Kang shook his head and said. Once a living being advances to the Universe Saint realm, they can control an entire universe law. You can imagine how terrifying the power of an entire universe law is. The power of an entire nomological law is indeed unimaginable. Chu Zhou nodded. The laws of the universe were the foundation of the universe. The power of an entire law was indeed unimaginably terrifying. If the power of an entire law was mobilized, even if it turned all the living beings and planets in the entire universe into dust in an instant, it would probably not be difficult. It's precisely because the power of an entire nomological law is so huge and terrifying that it's extremely difficult to bear and control a nomological law. King Bei Kang told Chu Zhou some more secrets about the Universe Saint. Even though it's difficult for living beings to become overlords, many universe overlords have been born in the universe over the years. Many overlords were once stunning and were even the protagonists of an era. However, up until now, there are less than 20 known saints in the universe. You can imagine how difficult it is for an overlord to become a universe saint. Most overlords died when they tried to break through to the saint realm. It can be said that the success rate of an overlord becoming a universe saint is less than 1%. Therefore, it's normal for overlords to fail when trying to break through to the saint realm. Success is considered a fluke. When Chu Zhou heard this, he could not help but be shocked. Teacher, in that case, isn't the true Night Master very dangerous? It's dangerous. King Bei Kang nodded slightly. However, every overlord who has the ambition to advance to the saint realm will firmly choose the path they want to take. In fact, the number of universe overlords who died when they tried to become saints is no less than the number who died for other reasons. Chu Zhou fell silent. He never expected that it would be so dangerous to break through to the universe saint realm. At this moment, he understood why there were so few universe saints. Even as one of the 6 pinnacle races, humans had only given birth to 2 universe saints, Emperor Shi and the martial ancestor. In history, there were probably many human overlords who died when they were trying to break through to the saint realm. At this moment, he could not help but rejoice that he was a person with a cheat. He had the attribute board. As long as he had enough attribute points, he could smoothly complete the 3 steps of fusing the nomological sparks, the physical body, the soul, and the nomological laws. He only needed to transcend the Saint Tribulation. At this moment, the true Night Master was already extremely close to the laws of light and darkness. Chu Zhou and the other human experts looked nervously at the true Night Master. At this moment, the true Night Master suddenly stopped. Human. The true Night Master muttered and slowly turned around. His gaze pierced through billions of layers of space and swept across the human planets. There was a deep longing in his eyes. Then, he looked at King Bei Kang, Chu Zhou and the others and nodded with a smile. If I don't succeed, I'll win, or die trying. The true Night Master took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. Then, he took a determined step forward. With one step, he completely stepped into the law of light and darkness in the shape of a celestial river. Will it work? Chu Zhou, King Bei Kang, the Spring and Autumn Master, and many other human experts silently watched the true Night Master's figure and silently blessed him. True Night. In the depths of space, the martial ancestor, who had thick black hair that naturally fell, was also paying attention to the true Night Master. He naturally hoped that the true Night Master could advance to the Universe Saint realm. In that case, humans would have another huge pillar. However, as an experienced person, he also understood the danger of breaking through to the Saint realm.